runs, but by the 5th, Chicago tied this one at 4. That set up the late game heroics of Colt Keith, an 8th-inning double scoring Wencio Perez that would prove to be the game winner for Detroit. Manager A.J. Hinch credits the resiliency of the offense during so far what's been an up-and-down series on the south side. Brebria, Holton, Vest, and Kameley combining for 5 1/3 innings, a 1-run ball out of the bullpen after Gibson Long gave up 3 in his return from injury. Tigers this afternoon go for the series win in Chicago. The Oilers take Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final 4-3 last night on a game-winning overtime goal from Leon Draisaitl. It's their 3rd multi-goal comeback during the playoffs. Edmonton went down 3-0 in the finals last year against Florida. New Michigan State Athletic Director Jay Batt, in his introductory press conference yesterday, says it's imperative that all sports are supported on campus, but every athletic department competing at the highest level must be successful in football. Batt receiving a 6-year contract, $1.8 million a year. And Charles Woodson Jr., son of the Heisman Trophy winner, 1997 champ, and Pro Football Hall of Famer, now receiving an offer to play at Michigan. The 2027 four-star safety out of Florida has also got offers to play at Texas A&M, Florida State, Ole Miss, and others, along with his father's alma mater. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass, and you heard Luke Sloan on the updates. Good morning, John.
Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. How was your? What is today? Thursday. How was your Wednesday?
It's good.
Yeah.
Swapped the cars. Had no issues. I know you wanted to know. No issues.
No issues.
Happens when your partner's a team player and you work together.
Your wife was able to make it home without.
There was enough to get home. That was never the issue.
Okay.
Well, it was all the other places.
I don't know how
on a tight
accurate
schedule.
the meter is. I don't know. I mean,
they give you a range. It's like a high, a low, and then the average. She was fine regardless.
That's a lot of info.
Too many numbers.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I like doing the math on my own. I got this number of gallons. Get this miles per gallon.
Yeah, but that changes based on where you're driving.
And how you drive.
And
you're correct, yes. But
so how you doing those numbers in your head the whole time?
I do.
Your big old calculator up there?
Well, no. I don't have to do it live on air. But, yeah, I've been doing this since 16 years old. Because I always reset the, trip. You get trip A and trip B. I reset trip A on every single time I get the fill up with gas. And I know I would bet, I'm not a betting man very much, but I would bet you I could get down to within 2 or 3 miles of what I thought was left in the tank.
Cash the ticket, over or under, John's fuel range.
Yeah.
Put a line on it, I'll bet it.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so made it one piece. Yesterday was smooth sailing. Your day, good?
Yeah. Gosh, yesterday seems like it's a long time ago. I don't even remember what I did yesterday.
You don't know what you had for dinner?
What did I have? Oh, we had Ellie had a softball banquet last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I feel like you're at a banquet damn near every day.
A banquet or a game or some type of child activity.
Heather, are you looking forward to those days?
I am. I really am.
Yeah.
I can't wait to be going to banquets.
The banquets are not great.
And going to games.
Yes, I'm sorry to say that out loud, and it's nothing against my kids, but the banquets are not great.
I get that.
The games I love. I love rushing around. I hate when I have to miss something because you're dropping one off, and then you're on the road because you're dropping another one off, and you get the chance to see a couple innings here, a couple innings there, or maybe a quarter here. But the banquets, no, I'm not a huge fan. Ellie was MVP.
I don't know why we do them.
I know why we do them.
The kids really...
It's for the seniors.
Celebrate.
So in high school.
Yes, there's one that should happen. That's the one. Not 6th grade football.
Well, I don't know.
We went an 8th grade football.
No different
we
than
did
5th
like
grade
food,
graduation.
highlights.
It's an accomplishment.
And see, I don't mind it. I'm all right with it.
It's celebrating. It's highlights of the season. Yeah. I don't have a problem with these. I'm probably talking out of both sides of my mouth because I didn't like the preschool graduation, but
society evolves. Things change. Things start, things go away. So this needs to go away.
It's just like life. You're born and then you die.
Don't celebrate any of your accomplishments.
Like, to me, the banquet could be like, it just, let's go to a place where there's an overpriced buffet with potatoes that were cooked 7 hours ago, when we could just have a nice pizza party one day. Or maybe let's go to a pool party, or let's do something unique and create new things instead of just doing the rinse and repeat.
See, but those are two different arguments. One argument is don't celebrate them at all. The other one is let's reimagine it. Let's
reimagine it as a pizza party. Yeah. I mean, you're still doing it. It's and honestly,
and it's about $1,000 cheaper.
Food was great last night. I love the food.
No potatoes that have been sitting for 7 hours.
No, I mean, they may have been there for a while, but again, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
You're not picky.
No, we had 3 options, and one of them involved red meat, so I was good.
So it was the sliced thin beef, and then you had chicken. And then there was probably green beans or corn. There was a roll. There was a humongous salad bowl that's got probably pre-made salad from.
No, they served individual salads, but they did come up, and I love the fact that the server said,
Heaven forbid they give you food that doesn't live up to your standards.
Right? Yeah, I know. Yes, this is a banquet.
Well,
I'm not going to send it back because it's not done right. No, but they did say, hey, would you like a salad? And I had the opportunity to say no.
Those things are so expensive, the whole family doesn't go. It's just one parent and the kid usually.
Oh, I mean, okay. The kids had other things to do. If they didn't have other things to do, I would have taken them.
So you drop $100 on a banquet?
Yeah, for my kids,
plus,
sure.
For the whole family to go.
Sure, I would have had no problem.
We did that once and we stopped doing that.
What do you think it costs to take your kids out to dinner at a restaurant?
Yeah, pretty much more than that.
I don't know. I'm always wrong. I'm always wrong. So
no, I don't.
Any idea I have is stupid.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Not everyone. I mean, that's a little bit drastic.
Some of them, sure, but not all of them. You don't have to take it personally. Look, if people want to defend the banquet, they can do it. 248-539-9797. They want to attack the banquets. Not how we planned to start the show, but it's out there. Hey, the headlines for the show today. We're going to get to Ryan Day's proposal for the new college football.
I shared with you guys this. Yeah, I'm still laughing. I know I do it on the show, right, where I sometimes start laughing and I tell you it's the voices in my head. Yeah. I received an email last night, and I was sitting in the middle of this room, and I won't tell you about the email because it's something maybe we'll do another day. But I literally busted out laughing in the middle of a room. I was having no conversation at the moment, and I could not stop laughing. I actually had to get up and make it look like I was going to go use the restroom because I couldn't stop laughing. Have you ever had the moment like that where you're just something either randomly hits you or you receive a message and nobody knows what's going on? I couldn't help it. It was hilarious to me.
You are one of a kind. All right, we're going to get to Ryan Day's proposal for the new college football playoff system. We'll do that later this hour. We have Dear John today on a Thursday. We also have Tiger All-Star conversations to have because ballots are out and you can vote for the Tigers, and there could be quite a few in this year's All-Star game down in Atlanta. Thoughts on last night's game?
I'm win's a win. Take it any way we can get it. I would like to see more games against the White Sox the way the series started. Just couple runs this inning, couple runs that inning, and it's just, hey, you have to worry about it come the ninth. But we'll take a win any way we can get it, and I do like everybody's going to talk about Sawyer Gipson-Long at some point, and it wasn't, blow your socks off. No. I was just happy to see him out there, and I think he had good control for the most part until you get to the third inning. I felt bad for him having to, as the rest of Tiger Nation had to sit around and wait for that game to start.
He's waited over 600 days.
Yeah. So I did feel bad. I got to imagine it was mental turmoil.
Yeah. Throw the rain delay.
I had an injury. I got to go through this 600 day wait, and now all of a sudden you're going to make me wait another hour and a half. But he did fine.
If you didn't stay up, they got up 4-0, gave the lead back. But then the back end of the bullpen was nails. Vest threw 2 innings, and Canely was the final 3 outs of the game. They scored the winning run, basically game of inches.
Yeah.
Perez sliding into second, ruled out. They challenge, he's safe, and then a blooper
yes,
from Keith. That
literally an inch inside the line.
Just barely drops in fair, and that's the difference in the game. Tigers win. The other thing I was watching last night, Stanley Cup. This is going to be an all-time series. It really is. Overtime game one looked like an electric atmosphere in Edmonton. Draisaitl scores the first goal to light the lamp, get the crowd into it. Then he scores the game winner in overtime from who else? Connor McDavid. Mm-hmm. This is going to be such a great series for hockey fans.
God, he set up a couple of goals like that where just like he put it on a platter.
Yeah.
He really did. I don't know. The only thing I thought, I don't really care. I know we talked about, up north of the border, south of the border. I don't really care. All I care about after watching that last night is, damn, I want that here in Detroit.
I'm watching the crowd. Like, they sing the anthem in the crowd, the singer, and you see just this atmosphere, this buzz. We want the cup. We want the cup. Like, it's just such a great atmosphere. And Edmonton having home ice, grabbing the first game. It's supposed to go 7.
Yeah,
hell of a series.
Speaking of the Banquet last night, we were waiting for the Tigers to start. And at least the part of the reason why I want that atmosphere here is because last night, everybody at the table, they wanted all of the screens on FanDuel because we thought the game was going to start.
Right.
Because people are jazzed about the Tigers.
Hey, speaking of banquets, Denise, you want to weigh in? You're on 97.1.
Hi, I'm Denise from Bloomfield. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you? Good morning.
Hey, good. Hey, my husband's a 25-year coach at a girls' school here in Farmington Hills, and I've been to a lot of banquets. And the problem is with banquets is you give a person a microphone and they can't stop talking.
Oh, I know.
But the food is not too bad sometimes. But I go to support my husband, but I love your ideas of, like, changing it up and being creative. The parents are paying money for the kids to be in sports, and then they pay for the banquet. It's just a lot. So it is for the kids, it's for the girls, but it can be a real drudgery.
I agree, Denise, yes. And never give the kids, unless it's a senior, maybe it's the captain, the mic, but especially don't give the kids because of them will just start rambling and rambling and rambling.
Do you have to play them off? Can someone put music on a phone and, hey, let's go.
Tell them a bell.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Booster Club lady always speaks, and she can't put the microphone down either. It's real bad. So I like the topic. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thanks for calling in, Denise. Thanks for listening.
I thought that was Jaws. I thought that she was going off the road. It was the rumble strips.
All right, we're going to talk Tiger All-Stars coming up next because the ballots, you can start submitting them as of yesterday. How many All-Stars will the Tigers get? It's 97.1.
Hey, we always talk about working out. I've been talking about weight loss. Part of that weight loss plan is getting in the gym. Planet Fitness. Love going over there because they say hi every time. They're nice people. They keep it nice and clean. They've got great equipment. I can do anything I want there, whether it's cardio, whether it's strength, anything in between. And right now, they got a great deal going on. For $1, you can get the Black Card membership. So you get everything that they have to offer, and the locker rooms are super clean. Showers are clean. They've got the Hydro Massage in the Black Card Spa. They've got a lot of things going on, a lot of innovative amenities to recover or to get ready for your workouts. And here's one of the things I do love is with that Black Card membership, you could bring a guest anytime you want. So maybe there's somebody that keeps you motivated. Maybe there's somebody that just wants to go with you every time because they get a chance to work out as well. Again, it's $1 down, and you have access to over 2,700 clubs nationwide. So if you travel, chances are there's a Planet Fitness wherever you're going. If you're around the state of Michigan, they're everywhere. West side of the state, north, east, south, west, doesn't matter. And find your why. That's why I talk about that all the time. Why are you working out? I want to make sure I have lots of energy and the ability to play with my kids. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's really easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
An epic game one it was in Edmonton. Draisaitl, 2 goals in the game, including the OT winner on the power play. He scored 0 goals in last year's Stanley Cup that went 7 games. You're going to need more than McDavid. Draisaitl brought it last night, and Edmonton brought it. Third period in overtime, they were the better team. Had to come back to get it done.
It was a great game because, I mean, they obviously started off with a quick goal.
Yep.
And then Florida responds. They go up 2-1.
I think it was 3-1 even, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but it was the fact that, hey, in a game like that, too, you're playing against, the 2 best teams in the NHL. And you go down 1, it could be one of those, especially in Edmonton.
Yep.
Could be a mental hurdle. They didn't find it. And, they jumped right over it because they were able to respond throughout the, like I said, going up 3-1. But it was those first 2 goals that I thought, boy, oh boy, this is a great response by the Panthers.
And you typically let stuff go in playoff hockey, but when you chip the puck out of bounds, it's a penalty. Jake Wallman, by the way, laughing in the face of Nosek, who threw the puck off the ice. Edmonton grabbing a 1-0 lead. Stanley Cup should be a great series. Yesterday was also the start of All-Star voting in Major League Baseball, John, and the question is, how many Tigers will make the game?
I don't know. This is a tough one because I do think Riley Green and Skubal, probably Canely. So you got 3. I don't know that there's another All-Star. And I know there's an argument to be made for Spencer Torkelson. He's cooled off a little bit. Home runs are still there. RBIs are there. I just don't know if he has enough juice at this time to make it into the All-Star game.
So you said 3.
Yeah.
You sitting down? I think there could be as many as 8 in contention. And I think they will. I think they will get more than 3.
I forgot about Gleyber Torres. My apologies.
So I want to kind of go through this because Riley Green and Tarek Skubal to me are the 2 that I feel the best about. Skubal's a lock, and Green right now is a lock. He's top 3 in the American League among outfielders in homers, RBI, and OPS. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Torkelson leads the American League first baseman in homers and RBIs, and he's top 3 in OPS. He's going to fight Paul Goldschmidt in the New York voting. He might not get the spot, but I think it's right there for him. And then Aranda's the other guy with some good numbers for Tampa. But Tork's in a race. You could throw Vlad in there too. Tork's in the race for first base. And Torres is in the race for second base. He leads All-American League second baseman in on-base and OPS. He missed a little time. Brandon Lau is probably the front runner right now with double-digit homers. But I think Torres is 1 or 2 in the second base race.
Yeah.
Then in the outfield, Carp's got some work to do, but he's top 5 among American League outfielders in OPS, and he's 3rd among outfielders in homers in the American League. So Carp's kind of lingering. And Dingler's not going to get the starting catcher job because Cal Rowley's had a great year, but Dingler's at least in the conversation. Then I throw in Vest or Canely, and that's how I get to 8 different names that I think are worth discussing. They're not all going to make it.
Right.
But I think they're getting more than 3.
I don't know. 3 to 4. I mean, and that's part of what makes this team so special is they don't have they're not made up of a whole bunch of superstars. And I think I don't know. I want to give credit to fans, but I don't know that fans are going to do as much homework as you just did.
That's fine.
Because if you're talking about, does Vlad get a bunch of votes just because he's Vlad?
Yeah.
I don't think he deserves it, but I don't know that necessarily matters.
I'm not. Look, I think he's in the 3 or 4 guys that could get the AL first base spot. I'm not mad if you put Vlad in there. He's not having a bad year, but I think Tork's having a better year. Tork's got more homers, more runs batted in, a higher OPS. Tork, I mean, we got to take a text. Why would Tork even be in consideration? He's had 2 big hits in a month. Look at the stats. We're 2 months into the season. His stats stack up favorably with almost every first baseman in the American League. If he goes in the tank for another 4 weeks, he won't get the spot.
Right.
But he's in consideration as the voting starts.
He is. These guys are in consideration. The question was, how many do they get in? And I think there's 2 locks. It's Skubal and Green. And then after that, there's battles. Torres at second. I think he deserves it, but I don't know that he gets it. Sure. Canely, does he deserve it? Sure, but I don't know that he gets it.
Keep in mind, it's not just starters. Like, they're going to take more than one first baseman. So that's part of this, too. If you don't win the fan vote, if you don't win the popularity contest, because I think that's what you're saying, right? Yeah. Is it, hey, the Tigers may have worthy contributors, but if they're not playing in New York or Chicago or LA or these big markets, they may lose, not on merit, but on popularity. But then, John, that's where you can fill in who's the second catcher. Another month of Dylan Dingler, does he make a case?
I think he's made a case already. I'm not arguing the fact that these guys haven't made cases. I'm just arguing the fact that I don't know that you would think that the best record, I'm not going to say best team, best record in Major League Baseball would have more than 3.
Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's a woman in Oakland County who is facing criminal charges after she put a gun in her toddler's backpack, then sent her toddler to daycare.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so last month, 34-year-old Kelly Reed of West Bloomfield dropped her 3-year-old off at this daycare in Royal Oak and gave the staff, the backpack. And it was supposed to have the kid's snack, maybe, who knows, a water cup, whatever is in there. And when the employee opened the backpack, they found a loaded handgun instead. Now, investigators say the woman did admit that she put the gun in the backpack in order to carry it from her home to her car.
Like, it was forgot to take it out?
Exactly. Then forgot to take it out.
What?
Yep. Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald says that she is so glad that this is a story about a misdemeanor instead of a tragedy.
Oh,
right. So if she is convicted, she could face up to 90 days or a $500 fine. Yeah, can't forget to do that. Can't forget to take that out of there.
Yes.
Maybe
where'd I put that?
Yeah, maybe a different storage case would be better. Michigan basketball and Wake Forest will finish their 2-game series this year with a game in Detroit this fall,
cool.
which should be cool. The two will face off on Tuesday, November 11th at Little Caesars Arena. Dusty May says that they look forward to another chance to not only play a high-quality opponent early, but to bring it to their backyard.
I know MSU's done the games with Oakland at LCA.
Yeah.
So
pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. The trailer for Madden NFL 26 has been released, and it does feature a pretty epic moment from the Detroit Lions 2024 season. So in the video, you can see Dan Campbell talking to Jared Goff on the sidelines, and then it cuts to Goff throwing a short touchdown pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. This was at Lambeau Field against the Packers, and then he does his upside down. I guess it always has to be upside down.
The headstand.
The headstand.
That's a weird thing to say. I mean, it's written as an upside down headstand, but all headstands are upside down.
Yes.
You don't need that part. He does a headstand.
Yes.
That's all you need.
An upside down headstand would be just standing up
on his feet. But all the articles I always see about it are like, he did this upside down headstand. It's like, well, no kidding.
Right.
Because you have to be. Anyway, it's in there. It's cool. It's neat to see.
That's awesome.
Yeah. When Saquon Barkley is ready to retire, it's going to be a surprise. During an appearance on the Greenlight podcast, he said that when he retires, it will be sudden and surprising. Just blow your mind.
Look, as someone who has him in a couple fantasy leagues, that is terrifying to hear, but
maybe he'll make it this year. Be great for the Lions.
Yeah. suddenly retire right before the start of the season.
You never know.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Ryan Day weighs in. Everybody's talking about new proposals for the college football playoff. We'll get to his. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is here. We had it the last couple of days. It was steamy. Maybe the AC wasn't working. Don't wait right now. You got to make that call. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They took care of my house. They continue to, and they will take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service if you call before noon. So get on the phone right now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Couple inches there. Couple inches for Perez even getting to second base. Colt Keith driving in the game-winning run for the Tigers last night. 10-game hit streak for Colt Keith. And did you see before the game they had him taking ground balls at third base?
Oh, yeah. I know. It's they're trying. The nice thing about this team is that they have position flexibility. Well, not ideal, but if they have to use him there, at least he's got that in his background.
Yeah, he did play some in the minors. AJ was talking about it in the pregame and said that should help his transition. It's not foreign to him. Think about it. Colt Keith was willing to move off second to go to first because they added Gleyber Torres. Well, Torque's hitting.
Mm-hmm.
He can't just be a DH. He's hitting now in a 10-game hit streak, so find a spot. I'll play where you need me. Haven't seen him play at third yet this season, but AJ said he could have played even last night. So,
yeah,
could be tonight.
Position flexibility.
Yep. All right, we got 2 Grand Slam coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We have Dear John as well at 7:35.
Got any props for me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Give a little teaser?
Little teaser. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Dear John today is going to feature distractions, an intervention, doomsday prepping, and being left out.
Oh, okay. Little preppers going on here. All right, here we go.
See if it's over the line or not. Ryan Day has a proposal. Everybody's got thoughts on the future of college football, and it feels inevitable. We're going to go from 12 teams to more. Ryan Day said, we're in the Big Ten. We have 18 teams, some of the best programs in the country, and I feel we deserve at least 4 automatic qualifiers. John, your thoughts?
I'm not a huge fan of auto seeding. Glad they got rid of that. I'm not a huge fan of automatic qualifiers. The only thing I will agree with him on is this, and this is his quote. If you don't have those automatic qualifiers, you're less likely to play a game like we're playing this year against Texas because it just won't make sense. If we do, then you're more likely to do that because we play 9 conference games in the Big Ten. The SEC doesn't, so it's not equal. I agree with that statement where if you aren't in that automatic qualifier, you're going to play your 9 conference games, but then you're probably going to schedule 3 directionals, some cupcakes to begin with, to just to pad the stats, because we all know that the playoff committee is going to look at wins and losses more than anything else. At least that's what the precedent has been set.
So half of his statement I agree with. The fact that the Big Ten plays 9 and the SEC plays 8 creates an issue. I don't agree with his opinion that you're less likely to play big opponents because you should want to get the marquee win to use as a differentiator for the final spots. See, I think too many coaches are playing the little bitch card. We don't want to play the games because what if we lose? How about we get some real coaches who say, what if we win? How about that becomes the attitude in sports? I thought that's how these guys operated. We play to win. We're Ohio State. Of course we'll play Texas, and we'll kick their ass, and it'll be a differentiator for us getting a playoff spot. Why do college coaches act like little babies? Because now they all think they're going to lose the big games.
It's not about it. I love the fact that you're puffing your chest up there.
What's stupid?
That's awesome. And in a utopic society, you are 100% correct.
Well, they're mad that if they lose, they'll be punished. That's sports. You play Texas. If you win, you get rewarded. If you lose, you get punished. Why run from that?
But that's not the College Football Playoff Committee. It's just not. And if it's about money, because that's what this is about. If you get into the college football playoffs, it's more money. And coaches have bonuses for simply getting into the college football playoffs, let alone winning it. So if you get in and you get money, what's the incentive? The incentive's to get in.
I went back and looked at last year. If we had a 16-team playoff last year, just ranked 1 through 16 at the end of conference championships, you know how many teams the Big Ten would have had?
4.
4. You don't need to specify an automatic qualifier. Many years they'll get more than 4. The SEC last season would have had 6. Remember the debate about Alabama and Ole Miss and South Carolina? They all would have been in, which is part of the issue with 16. But they don't need AQs. They don't need automatic qualifiers. They're going to be heavily represented regardless.
I agree with you. That I do agree that I don't want automatic qualifiers. I want you to play the games. If the Big Ten and the SEC are the big boys,
they'll be there.
Then it shouldn't matter. They should have a minimum of 4 every single year. And maybe there's an off year where they have 3 because I don't know, somebody in the Big 12 or somebody in the ACC just decides that, hey, this is the year we're going to spend $60 million on our roster.
If you look last year, finishing it out, Big 10 4, SEC 6, ACC would have had 3. The Big 12 only would have had 1 with Arizona State, and the other 2 spots would have come from Notre Dame and Boise. You would have had 2.
And that Arizona State was because you will get an automatic qualifier because you're a conference champ.
Yeah, they would have been top 16 regardless. But yes, I do think we should guarantee 1 automatic qualifier as a conference champion because that then rewards winning your conference. I don't think we need to reward finishing 4th in your conference. If you're 4th in your conference and you deserve to be there, you'll be there. If you finish 4th in your conference and you have a bunch of ugly losses and you didn't beat anybody, you'll stay home. I mean, that's how it should work.
So you go back and forth because here's what I think the ideal situation is. If you're going to go with the automatic qualifier, then go with one of the ideas that came out of the SEC meetings where, yes, they're going to go to 9 conference games. One of the non-conference is going to be a matchup between an SEC and a Big 10 school.
Now we get some comparables.
Now you have 10. Whether it's conference games or it's that interleague play, all of a sudden you've got 10 really good games. And then you have 2 non-conference games. We all know those are going to be patsies.
Look, and it's not going to be perfect because we don't play 30-plus games like college basketball. You're not going to get to compare everything perfectly. But if you did create a system where the Big 10 and the SEC crossed over 1 game a year, you'd get a little better read of the situation.
Sure. I love that. And I love the fact that it could be Michigan. I mean, selfishly, I want to be able to go to some of those stadiums, play in some of those college towns.
And I don't know how they do it. It may be like the Big Ten ACC Challenge used to be. They would just take the year prior standings and just go 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3. That'd be fine. A fine way to start it and go from there and evolve it. Maybe you rotate through so you play most of the teams. I'd love that. Like the idea would be if you do automatic qualifiers for 16, you're doing what? 4 Big Ten, 4 SEC. There have been different proposals thrown out, but 2 for the ACC and 2 for the Big 12.
Yeah, it's the arithmetic model. It's 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. 1. I don't know.
However you do the others.
That's why I call it the arithmetic model. Yes, it's 4 for the Big 10 and the SEC. It's 2 for the ACC and 2 for the Big 12.
And then you have 3 remaining spots, which would be at large, or you guarantee 1 for the group of. Right. What are we calling it? It's not the group of 5 anymore. It's like the group of 6. Well, it's the non-power 4.
Well, you got their power 4, but it's non-power. It's still group of 5. Right?
There's more than 5 because the Pac-12 is still alive, right?
Well, they're getting rejuvenated this USA, year because Mountain West MAC, is getting rated.
American and
anyway. This is the problem with college football is the fact that, first of all, 18 teams in the Big Ten. Too many. Too many teams in the SEC.
Just say that again one more time. The Big what?
The Big Ten has
how many
18. All right, so, and okay, they kept Big Ten because of the branding, right? But then it was 11, then it was 12, then it was 14, now it's 18. Like, it's so bizarre that you get down this conversation. That's why from Sunday to Friday, it's a painful discussion. Off-season, painful discussion. 12 Saturdays in the fall, it becomes fun. And it could be only fun for 3.5 hours because you might not like what's going on the other games of that day.
If it goes 16, Ryan Day wants 4 automatic qualifiers for the Big Ten. Is he right? 248-539-9797. We got ticket text coming in, fresh sheet of those. Phone calls as well. We'll get Alliance trade proposal in at 7:02. Dear John, 2 Grand Slam, all that ahead. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and I use it every single day. Their local, attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, Their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Ryan Day says we're in the Big Ten. We have 18 teams, some of the best in the country. We deserve at least 4 automatic qualifiers. Future of the college football playoff. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls, your ticket text. He says if you don't have those automatic qualifiers, you're less likely to play a game like we have this year with Texas. To that, I would say, stop being a weenie. That is a non-competitive mentality. A competitor says we're going to play and beat a team like Texas, which would solidify our resume, not what if we lose? That is a losing mentality. That is a non-competitive mentality. He's being a weenie.
Okay, I'm not going to argue the fact that he's a weenie.
Okay.
I think he is.
I say we can meet there.
Yeah, we can agree on
You're
that.
A competitor too, John.
We agree on most of this. And yes, I agree. I would much rather earn my way in, play the best teams. I line up 12 teams. Don't even worry about the patsies. Just line up and play. And maybe you start and have a couple of preseason games like we do in the NFL. Everything that we are doing right now is starting to follow an NFL model. So if you're going to do that, you're going to play. If you win the national championship, you could play 17 games. So you're playing an NFL schedule. So if that's the case, then have a couple of preseason games. The issues that are they all add up to be why going to this 16 team or automatic qualifiers are an issue. He does raise a couple of concerns that I've talked about before. If the House settlement happens and you're going to 105 as a roster limit, now all of a sudden you got freshmen that just aren't going to play. You have some other guys that just aren't ready to play or haven't developed. You start whittling that number down to maybe you're drawn from 65 guys. And then, as we know, as we've seen throughout the course of an NFL season, college season is no different anymore. You're going to lose guys to injury.
So the bigger, deeper,
you don't have
teams.
the ability to go out there and sign a free agent middle of the season. You can't pull somebody off the practice squad in the middle of the season. You have what you have.
Yeah.
And so if you're doing that and you play against bigger, more physical teams, you're more likely to suffer injuries that could cost you games. Maybe not seasons, but games.
So to me, the answer is no automatic qualifiers. Whether that's, well, I'm fine with the conference champion, but I don't need this 3 and 4 teams deep in your conference being guaranteed a qualifier. Let me rephrase. I like the AQs for the conference champs. I like rewarding winning your conference. Yep. Beyond that, nothing should be guaranteed. It should be ranked that point, 1 to 12, 1 to 16, 1 to 24, whatever the hell this ends up being.
So
on merit.
Doesn't it sound like the NFL where you have you win your division, you have an automatic qualifier to the postseason. Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. So but the problem is in the NFL, it's all based on record. At college, it's all based on a ranking from a panel of 12 people?
It's subjective.
So that's where you have a great divide between where the NFL is and where college football is.
But I guess if we get to the point where this 4-loss team is upset that they were left out, I have negative sympathy for you. Like, okay, I'll delight in your own misery, Ole Miss. Like, you weren't good enough, South Carolina, Alabama. Like, beat Vandy and Oklahoma. I will, instead of having sympathy, openly mock you for not being good enough.
Okay, but you just used 4-loss team.
Yeah.
All right, so if you play 9 conference games and you have 3 losses in your conference. Now, I get it, 3 losses in your conference, but one of those is to, let's just say Alabama plays Oregon.
Yeah.
And Oregon loses. Yeah. They're a 4-loss team.
Yep.
You just penalized them because you just said 4-loss team. You didn't qualify who it was against.
I'm going to penalize you for losing, and I'm going to reward you for winning.
Okay,
that's sports. Wow.
But you just made my argument. Then schedule 3 patsies, so you get 3 more wins, and then you have 3 losses.
Then you don't have a chance to beat an Alabama or an Oregon. And that could be the difference in you getting the final spot. See, people are only looking at the downside, and I would think in sports we would look at the upside of winning more, but it's clear that college football is a collection of weenies.
No, it's not. It's a collection of people that just want more money. And so if you want more money... They could be weenies
that want more money. They both could be true.
Well, no, I don't think that plays a part of it. As a competitor, you wouldn't even schedule.
What if I lose? Why show up? What if I lose?
Okay.
That's how it reads to me. That's how it reads to me.
That's fine. And you can puff your chest out all you want. I'm just telling you what the world, it may suck. All right, here's a life lesson. All kids listening. It's not fair. Life is never going to be fair. And it's just, if you want to take on the toughest challenges, I'll respect that and I'll love it. I would prefer that. But it may not actually be what gets you the ultimate goal.
Some ticket texts. I think the 4 major conferences should get their conference champion participants in, and then the 5th conference gets their champion into the playoff. So if you play in a conference championship game, chances are in the SEC and the Big Ten, if you're playing in that conference title game, you're going to get in. But he's saying, so the ACC champ and runner-up, Big 12 champ and runner-up, Big 10 SEC champ and runner-up would get in. That would give you 8 spots. He says, I would limit. 4 would be the most any conference should get, Neil and Carlton.
So walking that line, then all of a sudden last year, the Big 12 gets 2 teams in?
Yeah. And the SEC doesn't get 6. They're capped at 4, which means between Alabama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina, only one of those 3 get in.
Yeah, but do you want the number 2 team out of the Big 12?
So BYU is the 17th team in the country.
Right.
I mean, I'm okay with that, to not put 6 from one conference in. I feel like they had their chance to fight their way to a playoff spot, and they didn't.
Because they play in a tougher conference?
Yeah, and they were beat up, and they didn't do it. They didn't accomplish it. So better luck next year.
Well, yeah, then all of a sudden Colorado, who doesn't play anybody, what are they, a big win against Kansas, big win against Kansas State.
Do you want to be in the big conference, or do you want to go to the small conference and have an easier route? Because you could do that if you'd like. But it's like you want to have your cake and eat it too. I want to be in the best conference, and I want to get in just by default.
No, you want to get in because you are actually scheduling, by being a part of that conference, the tougher schedule.
And it doesn't matter if I win or lose. I exist in the conference, therefore give me my gold star and put me in, John.
You're talking out both sides of your mouth.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you're the one participation award. I participate in the SEC, therefore I should get in whether I win or lose the games. I'm saying you should have to win the games.
I want to go back to make sure to clarify. I'm not for qualifiers. Okay. I'm for playing yourself in. But if that means, and this is where I hate the fact that I'm agreeing with Ryan Day, if you have 4 losses and you're out because you had 4 losses, then why would you schedule a tough non-conference? And I get the tough guy chatter. Okay, I get that. I'm all for the tough guy. I'm a meathead. I get that.
I would think I'm appealing to you.
Yes, but I'm trying to be realistic.
Okay.
And if the College Football Playoff Committee is in week 1 going to ding you because Georgia and Oregon play, one of them loses, and they end the season with 4 losses versus Kansas, who's playing, whoever in the non-conference. They don't have any tough games, as well as a very easy conference schedule, and they end up with 2 losses. They belong in because they didn't play a tough schedule.
Ticket Texter says if the coaches and schools are going to act this way, maybe they should get rid of the non-conference games or take the scheduling out of their hands.
So I think a tweak of this, and I'm not a huge fan of it only being the Big Ten and SEC.
Everybody's got to play ball.
Yeah, and so maybe again, this is where you need a commissioner or somebody that is helping control, that is not affiliated with any conference, but scheduling those non-conference games. It's okay to have a couple of preseason games, but then you've got to be able to, it's not just the Big Ten and the SEC playing. You can schedule a Clemson. You can schedule somebody coming out of the Big 12, and then it's a chance to spread, and get some great games across the country.
Ticket Texture says use the hockey model. I don't even know if people know what the hockey model is. They say it's RPI, encourages conferences to play good matchups. Top teams still get in after auto bids. They have like a formula, so you going in what you're going to get credit for and not credit for.
You merge the current system with
kind of a BCS kind of to take some subject. Yeah, you take some subjectivity out of it. More or less what you have to do to get in.
I say scrap the entire model, and you have one giant conference with divisions, and you go a bigger version of the NFL.
Someone basically agrees with you. 2014 mega conferences. So it'd be 2 mega conferences and AFC, NFC it up and do it that way.
Yep.
Speaking of the NFL, we have a Lions trade proposal we'll get to right after the update. We have 2 Grand Slam and Dear John in the 7 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Colt Keith, the hero last night. The Tigers beat the White Sox 5-4, giving them a chance at a series win this afternoon. The Tigers scored 4 first-inning runs, capped off by an RBI single from Javi Baez. But by the 5th, Chicago would tie it at 4. 8th inning, Keith to the rescue on a very awkward but effective play. We'll take it. Gibson Long gave up the first 3 runs in his starts in September 2023. Brebbia, Holton, Vest, and Camely combining for 5 1/3 innings, a 1-run ball out of the bullpen, and the Tigers have win number 41 and a chance at the series win on the south side this afternoon. At his introductory press conference yesterday, New Michigan State Athletic Director Jay Batt pledging to give second-year football coach Jonathan Smith all the funding he needs to return the Spartans to national prominence. Batt calls MSU a top 10 athletic department in the country. He's the first outside hire at the school in athletic director in 30 years. Lions head coach Dan Campbell awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by his alma mater, Texas A&M. He got the news this week in a surprise video made by his former teammates and coaches. Campbell from Clifton, Texas, playing 4 seasons for the Aggies before being drafted in the 3rd round in 1999. And Game 1 of the NBA Finals, Thunder Pacers in OKC tonight. This is the Thunder's first appearance in the finals since 2012. They've not won a championship since 1979 when they were the Supersonics. The Pacers not making the finals since 2000, and they've never won a title. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1, a rainy, gloomy Thursday. But don't worry, you got a chance to win money this hour. 7:25, it's the $2,000 Slam. 7:35, we put John Jansen to the test. People have questions. He gives advice. Dear John, there is a trade proposal involving the Detroit Lions that went viral yesterday from ESPN, not some, low-rent operation. This is the 4-letter network throwing out a real trade proposal involving our Detroit Lions. John, do you want to lay it out for people?
Yeah, and so there were 4 teams that they felt were at the top of the list to acquire the services of one Trey Hendrickson. It was in Indianapolis Colts, Buffalo Bills, Detroit Lions, and the Washington Commanders. They had the beat writers for all 4 teams put together a trade proposal. And I'm not going to go through what Washington and the Bills or the Colts put together, but for Detroit, it was the Bengals will receive a 2026 second-round pick, that's next year, a 2027 fourth-round pick the year after, and it can become a third-round pick with certain performance conditions.
Be sacks, playing time, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. And then the Lions obviously get Trey Hendrickson, and then they get a 2026 fifth-round pick. Out of the 4 picks that were put together, the beat writer for the Cincinnati Bengals was given the opportunity to pick which one they thought was best.
Did he pick us?
He picked the Lions.
Yes.
And by the way, the writer for just think it's a great, I don't know if it's a pen name or if it's his real name, Ben Baby.
I think that's his real name. I've heard that before.
That's awesome.
ESPN Cincinnati Bengal writer. Yeah,
Ben Baby. Anyway, he picks the Detroit Lions offer. And then in the qualifier, it says it would require that they give him an extension.
That's where the sticking point is.
Yeah. And the sticking point is 3 years, $90 million. Okay. I don't think that's a sticking point for the Lions. I think that's a sticking point for Trey Hendrickson.
But is he going to reach a point where the harsh reality of the market is you're over 30, you might not have the leverage you want. Do you want to play football next year and get some guarantees?
Well, this is why he is going through this process right now. Is the last 2 years, who has had the most sacks in the NFL? Trey Hendrickson. I'll speed that up for you.
I was like, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt. No, it's Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson. And so, yeah, I think he's got a heightened awareness that Father Time is not going to be kind to him at some point. So go and get your money now. 3 years and $30 million a year, I don't think is going to get it done. So the question then is, would you do this if Trey Hendrickson were to say, I just want out of Cincinnati. They haven't treated me right. I've given them some great years. I'll be willing to play my final year somewhere else, just not here.
He gets so fed up, he just says, I'll produce in a different uniform and re-rack next offseason as a true free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's even easier because now we don't have to worry about the cap games. I'd do this deal without an extension.
Okay, so I would too. But just to let you know, and everybody else know, it's a rental for a year.
I'm burning a second-round pick, lighting it on fire, essentially, right?
Second and a fourth-round pick.
Sure, even if it's a second and a third. I'm chasing a Super Bowl. I mean, look, extending him would mean you're probably going to lose out on a couple young players in 27, like extensions you can't do. I'm also willing to do that as well.
And here's the other reason why you do it. We all know Frank Ragnow's not coming back. He's retired. All right, they went out yesterday and they signed Tristan Colin. Tristan Colin is part of the all body parts team.
Help you on the back end?
Yeah. Yes.
Who is this guy? I don't know anything about him.
So he played for Arizona last year. I think he's played for 3 different teams. Arizona was the last one and played in all the games last year. I think he started 7 of them. He's got a couple of starts at center. So he's a guy, he is a really good depth piece. Okay. I don't mind the signing. It's just not, I don't think it's a guy that's going to come in and be a starter for you. Good depth. And that's the thing I had concern about was depth on the offensive line. I still think there's a couple of guys out there that they could go sign that would be better, Brandon Scherf being one of them. But if you're going into the season with not as good of an offensive line as you originally planned, you can't go out there and sign an offensive lineman because they're just all the best ones are taken at this time. Mm-hmm. You could go and make your defense elite. That's another route where if you don't have a top 5 offense like you had the last couple of years, which did not produce a Super Bowl.
Right. If you can't move the ball as effectively, you stall out a few more times, you'd like the defense to get you the ball back a couple extra times to offset that.
Maybe you still have a top 10 offense.
Sure.
And again, I'm not saying that they do going into the season with the Frank Ragnow, all that stuff, but you could by the end of the season be looking at a top 10 offense. If you had an elite defense, the ability with Trey Hendrickson on one side, Aiden Hutchinson on the other, to harass, terrify, and just murder opposing quarterbacks, to me, that if he's a rental for a year, so be it.
Yeah, because I'm of the belief that windows exist, and I think the Lions have more than a 1-year window, but you start to get nervous if you look back and go, boy, we missed out with the NFC title game 17-point lead. Last year, they laid an egg in the home game. If this year the Ragnow thing destabilizes the line to the degree where they are good but not good enough to win the Super Bowl, that's 3 cracks at this. You get another crack in 26, but the point is, how many more years of Decker do you have? Is Glasgow here beyond this season as he ages in the middle of your O-line? How many cracks at this are you going to have before you have to re-rack the roster? I mean, look at the Eagles between Super Bowls. The rosters changed dramatically. Holmes could do it, but this crop might only have a couple more cracks at it. I don't like throwing those years away when you could make a move like this and put yourself in the you'd be the favorite to win the Super Bowl if they added Trey Hendrickson.
I would believe so.
Yeah. So
even
that's
without
the reason
a top 5 offensive line.
Exactly. You can offset it.
And so that's going to be the big question is, will Trey Hendrickson, if this deal were to be consummated, will Trey Hendrickson play for 1 year under his current deal? If not, what does it take to extend him?
And if extending him means you can't extend a Brian Branch, if it means you can't extend a Sam Laporta, can't extend a J-Mo, you still willing to do it because it gives you a chance in the next 2 seasons to win a Super Bowl?
So we're getting into more chicken and egg conversations because if you have the ability to pressure a quarterback like you believe you could with those 2 edges, then maybe you don't have to invest as much on the back end in a Brian Branch. Maybe you don't have to invest as much because you're shifting philosophies from elite offense to elite defense. And Sam Laporta, if you're going to be picking 32, do you think that you could get a quality tight end?
Of course.
At 32.
Of course, most of the great tight ends aren't first-round tight ends. And we know Brad Holmes has done a good job finding guys outside of the first round. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bring it up because it's the real consequence. If you bring Hendrickson in and give him a multi-year extension, you're so much better today and in 26. But starting in 27 is where you may lose 2 or 3 really good young players.
Yeah.
If you're cool with it, and I am, but just understand that's the consequence to adding a Trey Hendrickson.
And the consequence could also be you do all of this and you're not able to, extend some of those young players, and Trey Hendrickson, because he's old, gets hurt. Now you're back right where you started. And I mean, that's the risk. That's
absolutely.
one of the risks. And we saw that risk come to fruition last year with Hutch.
Yeah. Texter says, guys, this all sounds so nice, but Holmes has already told us he doesn't understand why we would need 2 edge rushers. That's Kevin in St. Clair Shores. Can Trey Hendrickson play interior offensive line or quarterback? If not, I don't care, from an unnamed texter. Guys, I'd do it in a heartbeat. 3 years at $30 million. Any Lions fan who says no should be drug tested.
Yeah. Well, so that's the part of this. I think the draft compensation is probably spot on. I don't think that Trey Hendrickson is going to settle for 3 years, $30 million. I think it's going to be more like 3 years, 30, somewhere between 35 and 40.
Yeah, but the key here would be the structure of the deal, as is the devil in all the details. Is it a 3-year deal, or is there a void year and it's 4? How much is guaranteed? Is it only the first 2 years that are guaranteed? Can they manipulate the cap and front load, back load, move money around and restructure? Like, that's going to be the game they play with all the deals they sign moving forward. Hendrickson would be no different.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't just be what you see when the announcement happens.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's obviously the devil's in the details. There's a lot that can go into, and I know Gator has kind of come up with this. He thinks that the salary cap is a bit of a myth, because it is real, but there are ways that you can manipulate.
100%. All right, we have Heather's News, 2 Grand Slam. Dear John, it's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on?
Well, after a massive fire destroyed the building nearly a decade ago, a new Kronk gym is opening in just a few months.
This is really cool.
Yeah, so the new ownership group for this historic boxing gym announced plans to move Kronk into the historic Brewster Wheeler Recreation Center on the city's east side. It's scheduled to open in August or September of this year. And if you're not familiar with it, this gym was founded by legendary trainer Emmanuel Stewart, helped develop numerous champions, right? So during the official announcement, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan celebrated the rebirth of the gym. And it sounds like it's a really exciting times, and hopefully
bringing boxing back to Detroit.
Yep. And the CEO is really hopeful that the center will impact the lives of thousands of children as well. A driver led police on a slow speed chase through neighborhood streets in Detroit for more than an hour on Wednesday.
What do you mean a slow speed chase?
Driving under the speed limit. Like a slow speed chase. Like it wasn't like...
It'd be pretty easy to catch then, wouldn't he?
You would think.
It's a matter of stopping them.
I believe it was a woman, actually. The driver was originally pulled over for improper plates, but I guess chose to drive away under the speed limit. There's video showing this slow-moving vehicle with like a dozen cop cars behind it. Eventually, I do believe, she was taken into custody, but there was witnesses that thought there was a baby in the car. That proved not to be true.
Right, which is why you don't
ram the car off the road.
Right.
Well, she didn't have the sticker, the baby on
She
board.
didn't
Maybe
have
if
the
she
sticker.
did,
Yeah,
it would have been a
lasted
little
even
different.
longer, yeah.
Don't want to hurt the baby. I saw that sticker on the way here today, and it just made me like, oh, I should have a sticker on my car that says important person on board. Like, it's just like, I'm a human.
Think a lot of yourself, don't you?
So you want people to drive safely because you have a baby, which is super important. I get.
Driver on board.
Why aren't we all important?
Yeah, driver on board.
Yes. That's what we need. Everyone should just have a sticker that says driver on board.
It's assumed.
Human being behind the wheel.
Yes, that's what I thought. Be nice. I'm a human. I don't like him. I don't like him at all. An Oakland County woman is facing charges after putting a gun in her toddler's backpack, then dropping that 3-year-old off at daycare. Last month, this woman, Kelly Reed, she's from West Bloomfield, dropped her toddler off at this daycare in Royal Oak, gave the employees the baby's backpack, which was supposed to include the snack, the water cup, the
essentials.
All of those things. The employee opened the backpack. Whoa, there was a loaded handgun right there. Obviously, they called police right away, and she did admit that she uses the child backpack in order to carry the gun to and from her car and just forgot to take it out of the backpack. Obviously, once she got in the car, she left it there. So she's facing a misdemeanor charge, and she could face up to 90 days in jail. Listen to this story. A California high school track star had her state title stripped away because of her post-race celebration.
Yeah, this is stupid.
So this girl, sophomore Clara Adams, just crossed the finish line as the winner of the 400-meter run. This was on Saturday, and she ran over to celebrate with her father, who also happens to be her sprinting coach, right? Mm-hmm. And he handed her a fire extinguisher, and she sprayed it on her shoes, like, they're on fire. She's so fast.
Yeah, that's cool.
She says, and he says, too, nobody else was around. It wasn't like she was spraying this amongst all her competitors, right? She was kind of off in her own area. Dad says everyone loved it. The crowd went crazy, right? And so did some of the people from the California, interscholastic, and I don't know, the
high
Federation.
School Association,
However, I guess the mood quickly changed when she was disqualified because her celebration was deemed unsportsmanlike. So not only did she lose out on that state title win, she also lost out on the opportunity to compete in the 200-meter, which quickly followed after that because she'd been disqualified. And she was a likely favorite in that race as well. So
I'm looking at the video. She's nowhere near anybody else when they spray the
extinguisher.
And
she was actually copying. There's an Olympic medalist who first did this celebration. So she was kind of like taking that idea, doing it on her own, having some fun.
How dare she?
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah. Well,
everyone's there. Not everyone, but a lot of people are bummed to see that she didn't get that medal, that place. So
I'm on her side.
California.
Me too. Hey, this is your chance to win $2,000. If you want to call in and play the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797. going to wrap up with this story. There's a Florida woman who had been held captive for months and was just rescued last week after she left a handwritten note begging for help at a local Jersey Mike's.
Oh.
This story is incredible. At the end of last month, police were called to the sandwich shop because there was a suspicious note found in the bathroom. And the note basically said that this woman feared for her life. She was being held against her will. So obviously they called police. There was some surveillance video that was used, and authorities were able to track down and find the suspect, Jordan Williams. He's had a history of domestic violence. They went to his house. That's where this woman was. She told officers that she'd been assaulted, threatened with weapons, was being held in isolation. She had to go to the hospital. She had multiple broken bones.
Oh, geez.
This very true story. She was in a very unsafe environment. Thank goodness they found her. This guy's been charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, kidnapping and false imprisonment and battery by strangulation, and the list goes on and on. So thank goodness the employee found it and then also did the right thing.
Yeah.
Didn't just like, what's this? Throw it
the
away.
trash. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
All right, time for the 2 Grand Slam.
We've had some really solid showings lately, but maybe this could be the day we actually give away $2,000. The rules of the game are simple. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. And of course, the big $2,000 if you get them all right.
Mm-hmm. Today is your day. Matt and Holly, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. Sounds like you got some energy. You're ready to roll?
Yeah, I'm very nervous, so let's go.
You got this. Nervous energy is good energy, right? Feed off that. Yep. If you don't know one, Matt, say pass, and we'll get to it if there's enough time. All right, here we go. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go.
Here we go. Who do the Detroit Tigers play this coming weekend?
The Cubs.
Chet Holmgren played at this college.
Gonzaga.
Gonzaga University is located in this state.
Washington.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays for this MLB team.
The Cubs.
Frank Ragnow wore this jersey number with the Lions.
Pass.
The Belmont Stakes is held in this state.
New York.
Who played Thor in Thor?
Chris Hemsworth.
Brian Thomas Jr. is a wide receiver for this NFL team.
The Broncos.
Scary Terry is the nickname for this NFL wide receiver.
Pass.
This band had the 1994 hit Vaseline.
Pearl Jam.
Frank Ragnow wore this jersey number with the Lions.
72.
Close.
Very close.
I got you a 6.
All right.
Hey.
Yep.
6. All right, I'll take 6. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, not bad.
Thank you, Matt. Make sure you
All
stay
right.
on hold there.
John, have a great day. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
Don't hang up, Matt.
Heather, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I will not. Thank you, guys.
No, thank you for me, Matt.
Yes, I said thank you,
Oh,
Jim.
okay. They were all looking at me like you
Sorry,
didn't. Matt, congrats.
No,
we'll
no,
get
no.
you paid. You're good.
Love you guys, man. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks.
It's $150 if you do some quick math. So I kind of view the 2 Grand Slam like a pitcher who's going for a no-hitter. Like once you get 4 innings in, I start to get excited.
Yeah.
He got
Yeah.
4
I
straight
know.
right, and I'm going, this could be it.
I know he did really well in the beginning.
We'll go through it. Tigers, who do they play this weekend?
Cubs.
Chet Holmgren played at this college.
Gonzaga.
Gonzaga is located in this state.
He was a little emphatic. How did he say Gonzaga?
Gonzaga.
Yeah. Washington.
Pete Crow Armstrong plays.
Cubs.
Yep. Okay, so we're 4 for 4. Frank Ragnow wore this jersey number.
He got back to it. He said 72. Good guess. It's a good lineman number, but no, the best lineman number is 77.
The Belmont Stakes is held in this state.
New York.
Who played Thor in Thor?
Chris Hemsworth.
So here we go. At this
Yeah.
point, he
Yeah,
has
he's
gotten
back on track.
6 of 7 with a pass. He's cooking. Brian Thomas Jr. plays for this team.
You could tell it was just a guess. And it was not a bad guess, but he plays for the Jaguars. He guessed Denver.
Yeah, and then the dream died. Scary Terry's the nickname for this NFL receiver.
Terry McLaurin.
Yep, the band that had the 1994 hit Vaseline.
And I was going to tell you the guys this before. I bet somebody guesses Pearl Jam, but it is the Stone Temple Pilots. 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays, brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
All right, guys, your next chance is going to be next Tuesday, 7:25. Going to give away $2,000 one of these days.
We did.
We did.
You didn't.
That's why I didn't think I was getting a thank you. Anyway, we got Dear John next, 97.1. You can send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Your prompts, distractions, interventions, doomsday prepping, and being left out.
Uh-oh. No one likes to be left out.
No.
We're going to start with being left out.
Okay.
Dear John, my wife's family has kids about the same age as ours. Our daughters were close growing up, but have drifted apart as they went through college life, etc. over the last 8 years. The daughter is getting married, and my wife was asked to be a hostess for the shower. She's pitching in $350 along with a bunch of other people to fund the shower. She was surprised to find out that our daughter is not invited to this shower. We were told it's going to be a small event, but it's going to be 60 people.
It's not a small event.
Are we wrong for being angry? We feel the right thing for the family to do would be to say, my bad, your daughter can come to the event. One more doesn't seem like too big an ask.
One more is not too big of an ask, especially if mom is the one that is hosting the shower. What are you supposed to tell her? You need to leave for the next 4 hours?
You're not welcome. Sorry, you guys aren't friends anymore?
Yeah, I mean, there are certain times where family doesn't have to be involved, but if the mom is hosting it, and especially if she's hosting it at her house, it's one of those events where, yeah, maybe there is we're going to go ahead and ask family to be there. 60 people,
that's a lot. Don't
come and say that it's a small event. 60 people for a shower.
Also, they're cousins. Right? Like, they're actually family. It's not like this woman is a random person hosting a shower and her daughter is a random person.
They grew up together.
And it sounds like my wife's family has kids.
The same age as
it's ours.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. This is ridiculous. Of course the daughter should be there.
Yeah.
60 people. It's a lot of people. How many people... Did you guys have a big shower?
No, we did it in our house, in our basement, our wedding shower. It was not close to 60. It was
that's a lot of
intimate.
Was there any couple showers?
No, we did not do any couple showers.
That's the worst.
I mean, Colin was there.
It's a new trend now, isn't it?
Obviously, but no.
He was there?
Colin was there for the shower. Heck
really?
Yeah, he needs to be. Yes, the groom should be there. It's also your day. No?
No, absolutely not.
I'm sure they didn't do a shower.
We did not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lisa
you didn't go to your wedding shower?
No.
You didn't even show up at the end?
No.
No. What?
No.
So I wonder if the 60 people, if this is part of the trend where you are seeing more, it's not just women, like men and women are being invited to these. Because 60 people's a lot of people.
I mean, it depends how big your family is and how big his family is. If you both come from huge families, I get it. Like, you got your aunts, uncles, cousins.
But it's not an ask. This person's hosting. Their family's hosting.
I agree.
I
agree.
Trust me, if there's 60 women in there, that's not an event I want to walk into at all.
I thought all husbands always attended showers.
No.
Colin was there at ours. Anyway, next one, distracted. Dear John, my boyfriend is always on his phone. He watches TV or plays video games all the time too, and just doesn't seem present. Dinner is what really bothers me. We used to have conversations when we had meals together. Now he has to have the TV on while we eat. I really like him. We've been together for just over a year. The issue has also killed our sex life.
Oh boy.
It just doesn't feel like we're connected. How do I get him to be more present and focus on me?
Well, I mean, you can combine two things, dinner and sex.
Oh, boy.
And I mean, at that point, if he's distracted at that point, no. I mean, I don't know, show up naked.
But I think it sounds like she wants some intentional time that leads to
sex. And so, yes, it's... Hey, I'm not a big proponent of TV being on for at the dinner time, whether it's just you and your significant other, you and your family. There are certain occasions, like maybe a Christmas dinner, in case the Lions are playing. No, but all jokes aside, it's a rare occasion. Sometimes, like for Teddy, we'll have the TV on just because we just want him to sit down and eat, or at least be distracted so we can eat. But in this situation, no, pay attention, have a conversation. You don't get a lot of individual time with your significant other. If it's not going to be important to him, if it's just a boyfriend, then if he's not paying attention and it's affecting the intimate times, kick that dude to the curb.
Yeah, and I also think, has she had a conversation to him with him about this? Like, hey,
I would imagine
actually talk to him about this. Hey, like, this is bothering me. I would like at least dinner to be a time when we can have some conversation and reconnect. I'm guessing she did that at least.
But you can take the phones away for dinner, right?
Yeah.
Like try to create that environment where there's no temptation.
Sure.
Because it's easy just look down at your phone, remove it from the situation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or show up naked.
The next one, intervention. Dear John, my brother has a problem with binge drinking. He is great working as a lawyer during the week, but come Saturday, he is getting annihilated until Sunday night. This behavior has ruined multiple romantic and good friendships for him. I've approached him numerous times about trying AA or rehab, but he absolutely refuses to get help and gets defensive. What should I do? I don't really believe in interventions like they show on TV. I just want my old brother back. Thank you.
It's a tough one because it's a disease. It's an addiction that I struggle to understand when it affects so many people. And I don't know how individuals can't see that, but they don't. And that's why it's a great mystery. I don't have a great answer for this one. I really don't, because I think each situation is going to be unique and individual, and it's just a matter of trying to get them to see how this has affected their life. And you want them to be able to see it so it doesn't continue to affect relationships, but you want them to see it so it doesn't harm themselves in some physical way. He's obviously harming himself by binge drinking and getting smashed every single weekend. It's not great for his body or his liver. But it's if I had the answer for this one, I would probably not be here. I would be doing something else.
Yes, you would be hosting AA meetings.
Yes,
and being
AA
a
meetings, writing books, and being extremely
tough.
rich. Yes.
This is a tough spot.
It's super tough. Yeah. Without a doubt. I don't think any of us probably have the answers.
Yeah. One thing I would say is never stop having that conversation.
Right.
And letting them know why it is so important to you because you care about them so much and you're there to support them. I think that's huge, is just letting them know that you are there to be supportive as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't feel comfortable getting 8 people in a room and cornering him, intervention TV style, that's fine. But you don't want to give up on your brother. You still have to be there for him and do everything you can. I mean, look, you could try to find things to do with him on the weekend that don't involve alcohol. You still can't force him to quit.
Right. But you also have to have a life, too.
I know. That's tough. This last one is doomsday prepping.
Oh, boy.
Dear John, my best friend has gone off the deep end. He's a full doomsday prepper. He has a place up north we used to visit in the summer that he's converted. Stock full of canned goods, dry goods, a 6-month supply. Gallon jugs of water, first aid kits, guns, knives, even a few grenades. He started converting land in the yard into a real-life bunker. I'm worried he's gone paranoid. It's all he focuses on. Should I say something or let him be?
I mean, the grenades, while they can be fun, might be a little bit over the top, but I'm not going to tell anybody not to do that. I don't know. I mean, if this is his hobby, if this is the way that he deals with stress in the world, it's not harming you, is it?
It's a little extreme.
A bunker in the yard?
It's a little extreme. I mean, yes, you say something. You say something to him, like, okay.
Maybe have the conversation. What is concerning you?
Why do you feel
the need to do this? And he may have legitimate answers. They may be off the wall.
This is,
I don't know. I mean, I would say, why do you need a place up north to do that? I mean, you got to do that in both places. Yeah,
you got to get up there.
Yeah, I mean, if you have conflicts hits, if you're at home, hey, man, all that stuff is 2 hours away
or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you have a little more land up north.
You can, sure, but yeah, I mean, you
might have a basement,
4
right
walls
here.
and a roof here. Yeah, get yourself got to stay safe down here too.
Why do I feel like are you a prepper?
I wouldn't say I'm a prepper.
That face you made.
I do have some backup supplies.
I understand you. I would expect you would. Do you have 6 months of food?
So when we moved, I had to refresh some of the sources.
Okay.
Resources. And so I would not say I have 6 months, but I have probably a couple of months.
He also has lots of children, so he could say, like, I've just stocked up to make sure we're always.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, on demand.
There's a kind of a running joke in our house. You know, if Lisa runs out of flour, she just says, "Hey, you wouldn't happen to have any in reserve, would you?"
The reserve.
Yeah, I may have one of those, and then you allow him to use it, and then you go and restock your reserves. May have some canned goods.
No, honey, sorry, that's for reserves.
That's for the end of times.
You never know.
All right.
I mean, at one point, who would have thought
the pandemic?
You couldn't have toilet paper?
I feel like the pandemic probably made preppers feel like vindicated,
justified. Sure.
Anyway, that's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is the perfect opportunity. You got to go check out Beninati Pool and Spa because that's where I got mine. And let me tell you, it's been a game changer. I'm using it for recovery after workouts. My family is getting in there in the evenings to relax. The kids love it as well. And they made the entire experience easy, right? They helped me pick out a hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. Plus, they delivered it, installed it, and now they help take care of maintenance as well. They handle everything. Go check them out. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Early lead. Gave it up. Colt Keith drove in the winning run in the 8th. We'll talk more Tigers at 8 o'clock. All-star ballots are out. How many Tigers going to the Midsummer Classic?
Mm-hmm.
We have reaction to Dear John.
Okay.
I got dragged to my wedding shower, John. It was horrible. I basically had to hold up all the gifts so everyone could see in the room.
It's uncomfortable.
Man, going to a wedding shower is typically only at the end of the shower to grab gifts.
Yeah.
Huh.
Wedding shower, that's a no for a husband. Baby shower, yes. That's Tony in Oxford.
See, I literally thought this was what people do. I mean, because you're celebrating the union between two people. No, it's what I thought was standard. Like, I thought that's what everyone did. I mean, because you're not just, why are you only showering the bride? Like, we went and registered for gifts together. He helped pick out the things he wanted in our new house.
It's a chick thing.
This texter says it used to be called the bridal shower for the bride.
Yeah.
Says I went to the bar and shot pool.
Huh. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm glad Colin was there, and I think he was glad he was there as well.
That's what he tells you. So he stays out of trouble.
On the subject of the distracted partner, to all the dads driving their daughters to school during Dear John, super awkward. First thing I hear is dinner and sex. On the much more... Go ahead.
Dad, how come you never watch TV at dinner?
On the much more serious addiction topic, texter says, there are resources. On the lawyer question, the state bar has a helpline. They can help your friend.
Oh, okay.
That's Mike in Royal Oak. For the listener with the addiction who's a relative, there are actually services for friends and families of addicts to help them cope and understand and accept the disease. Bill in Lake Orion, it's Al-Anon, is what he says.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Texter says 2 things. The boom in the Dear John gets me every time. 2, when you drink to annihilation, you lose everyone and have to rebuild that friend network. Coming from experience, guys, he has to do a lot of looking in the mirror. It's really hard.
Mm-hmm.
John can't understand addiction, but thinks being a doomsday prepper is just fine. Classic Jansen. That's Downriver Chris.
I wouldn't say I'm a doomsday prepper. I'm just prepared.
John has more months of doomsday supplies than U of M had starting quarterbacks last season.
Yeah, well, that's not breaking news.
Everyone thinks the bunker is extreme until you need the bunker.
Yeah.
$20 says that bunker boy spent all his money on the bunker, but forgot to prep for retirement. Learned something new today. John is a closet doomsday prepper. Never thought John would be a prepper light or prepper adjacent. Mind-boggling. Sarcasm alert. People are not surprised that you have extra resources, reserves as you put them.
Yeah, I don't think it would shock anybody. What would be shocking is that they would be 3 hours away. Better have some extra gas cans or a longer charging cord
ahead of time.
Backup batteries.
Jim at the end time. Oh gosh, the zombie apocalypse is here. Time to go up north. Oh, I didn't charge the EV.
Damn it.
I can't make it. It says 200 miles and I've only got 175.
Turn the AC off. We're going to have to push it the rest of the way. Powering down. Hey,
That's why I thought my solution yesterday was genius.
Yeah?
Of course, I think a lot of my ideas are genius, and everybody does not think the same way. But shouldn't there be a path if your EV is out of charge, if there's no place to plug it in, that you would be able to have a gas vehicle running and not jump it, right? Because if you can't get it started, it's not going to keep running, but to be able to charge the batteries from a running vehicle.
I mean,
doesn't that seem like
it makes sense?
I mean, maybe I need to take this one to what's the show Shark Tank. Yes.
Okay.
This is my Shark Tank idea. Please don't steal it.
Greg's making like a Jaws effect behind the glass. Tigers did play last night. They did win last night. Colt Keith with the big knock in the 8th. He has a 10-game hit streak going. And John, pregame, AJ Hinch revealed he's going to play some third base moving forward. What'd you think of that?
Not surprised. I mean, we've seen Spencer Torkelson in spring training in the outfield. This is a team that is non-position specific. They're taking the NBA to MLB. And if we've seen Javi Baez play, 5 different positions so far? It's been center field, shortstop, third base, and he played second base the other night, so 4.
Yeah.
This is a team that is just simply going to do what they've got to do and be ready for they're prepping for any possible injuries.
Do they have a bunker somewhere at Comerica Park? But AJ's been good about this, and really the credit goes to Colt Keith. Because when they signed Gleyber Torres, we knew he wasn't going to play third, right? Even when we asked AJ, he's like, why would that even be a discussion? Gleyber was going to stay at second. Well, Colt Keith was going to have to sacrifice, and he said, I'll play first. Well, torque's better than expected, so now he's saying, I'll play third.
Sure.
Colt Keith is the ultimate, I just want to contribute guy. If I'm a DH only, I can't get out there. I can't play as often. He's hitting, so they have to find a way to get his bat in the lineup. And
insert song. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. And that's, especially when you're a good team, like, you just want to be able to be a part of it. You want to be able to contribute. We've seen Javi do it. Now it's Colt Keith. We've seen, Zach McKinstry. It's kind of his MO, wherever you need me.
I wonder how much of this is Keith is hitting and Torres is hitting, and this is just kind of the natural progression. And how much of this is the last roster spot right now is probably Andy Ibanez.
Yeah.
Meaning if at any point they need to add a spot, Andy's the last guy. He plays some third. They might want some flexibility, someone who could also play third.
Right. And, if they option him, do they lose him?
Right. Yeah, because if you have to go through waivers, it's a fair question. I think this is just it's insurance for a number of reasons. It's because they want him to play, but it's also because if they lose Andy Ibanez at any point, they want to have someone who can play some third there too.
Well, yeah, and you have Parker Meadows, who is back, and now you've got a pretty good outfield, but you don't necessarily want to use Kerry Carpenter, as we saw yesterday. Okay, something with his hamstring. We don't know. Is it tweaked? Is it tight? Is it just did he wake up with a sore leg? I mean, who knows? But then he comes in for pinch hit. But you want to be able to use him for DH. You occasionally want to use him in the outfield. You have, and that's the beautiful thing about this roster now, not just, having guys that can play multiple positions, but you have flexibility in the lineup.
So when AJ revealed that he's been dealing with the hamstring, the Carpenter's been dealing with the hamstring, I think I read the reporters said, does he have to sit out a couple days? Is there a stint coming? And he joked, no, I'm going to pinch hit for him in the 7th.
Yeah, and
it was the 9th, but AJ true to form. Like, hey, it's not that serious. Don't have to panic. We're going to get him in the lineup if we need his bat. Tigers won 5-4 against the White Sox. Ballots are out for the All-Star game. How many Tigers will we get? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers win a thriller 5-4 last night over the White Sox. The Bats supported Sawyer Gibson-Long with 4 first-inning runs, but by the 5th, Chicago tied this one up at 4. That set up late-game heroics of Colt Keith, an 8th-inning double, scoring Wencio Perez. That would prove to be the game winner. Brebbia, Holton Vest, and Canely combining for 5 1/3 out of the bullpen, 1-run ball. That was after Gibson-Long gave up 3 runs in his return from injury. Tigers go for the series win this afternoon on the South Side here on 97.1. It was quite the surprise for someone known as Big Dan during his college days. Lions head coach Dan Campbell receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award from his alma mater, Texas A&M, this week. The Aggies and Lions teaming up to surprise Campbell with the award. He was told the university wanted to talk to him about his college playing days for a video, but instead, his former coaches and teammates gave him the honor. The 49-year-old Campbell is a native of Clifton, Texas, playing 4 seasons at A&M before being drafted in the 3rd round in 1999. Oilers take Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final 4-3 last night on a game-winning overtime goal from Leon Draisaitl. It's their 3rd multi-goal comeback during the playoffs. The world-famous Kronk Gym, where Detroit boxing royalty first got in the ring, will reopen this summer in a building where Hall of Famer Joe Louis once trained. The Brewster Wheeler Recreation Center will be the gym's new home. The original Kronk Gym closed in 2006, burning down in 2017. And Texas softball is within one win of their first national championship after beating Texas Tech 2-1 last night. The Longhorns look to clinch the series tonight in Game 2. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a gloomy Thursday. Rainy and cloudy. We're going to get to Ryan Day's comments, what he wants to see with the new college football playoff later this hour. The NBA reimagining their All-Star game, and the NBA Finals start tonight. Got what you wanted. Are you going to watch? John, the Tigers, how many All-Stars are they going to have at the Midsummer Classic in Atlanta? Ballots are out as of yesterday.
I was thinking a lot about this yesterday because I asked Gator that question during Crosstalk, if he would set the over-under for me on how many he thought the Tigers would have.
Look at
knowing
you,
that it was
betting lines. I like
well,
this.
yeah, I know, yes. You have an evil influence. Because voting opened up at noon yesterday. And I think we can all agree, I don't know, we're going out on a limb here to think that Tarek Skubal is an all-star.
Yeah, no bleep. He's going to be there.
Yeah. So you got to lock in there. And I agree that I think Riley Green
is
going to get the nod again.
Among AL outfielders, top 3 in basically every major category. He should be there.
So you've got 2. And then after that, it starts to get a little fuzzy. You've got guys that are playing really good for the Tigers. They have the best record in Major League Baseball. And you would think a team going into, the start of All-Star voting, people would look and say, okay, well, what's going on with the Tigers? I just don't know that there's going to be a lot of people that are doing a lot of research before they vote. Now, we're not talking about players or coaches. We're just talking about fan voting right now. Does Gleyber Torres deserve to be an all-star?
Leads all AL second baseman in OPS.
I would say yes. So there's 3. After that, it starts to get even a little bit more fuzzy because Torque, while he started off hot, has cooled off in terms of batting average because we know fans aren't always going to look at OPS. They're not going to look at WAR.
Fine. How about
They're not
home
look
runs? He leads all first basemen in home runs, John. Is that an easy enough category for people?
Well, the competition's a little stiffer at first base.
I know Goldschmidt's having a good year. Vladdy's got the name recognition.
And I think that's where, at least in fan voting, it somewhat becomes who was there last year.
Popularity.
A little bit of a popularity contest because then you think about some of the other guys. Canely, I think he deserves to be in the All-Star game. You go down the list. There are a lot of guys that are having, quote-unquote, All-Star caliber seasons. But I don't know. I think that there's so much recognition going around. I don't know if there's necessarily a highlight on Kerry Carpenter.
I counted as many as 8 names. Now, I am not telling you the Tigers will get, nor should get, 8 All-Stars. That's ridiculous. But I counted as many as 8 in contention for spots. Keep in mind, it's the All-Star starters, but the reserves as well. There's 20 position players who make it, so if you're within the top 2 at your position, you got a decent shot to make the All-Star game. You could certainly argue Torque is in the top 2 among AL first basemen. Same with Torres. You already mentioned Green. You already mentioned Skubal. Kerry Carpenter, he's in the top 6 in AL outfielders in homers and OPS. If he starts getting going in the middle of the lineup, I think he could make a real case.
Yeah.
Dylan Dingler isn't going to be
awesome.
he's not going to start because Cal Raleig's having a great year for the Mariners. But when we asked AJ to stump for somebody, he brought up Dingler. And Dingler's second in catcher framing, so some of the defense, and we know he's swinging a hot bat. So I'd at least throw him in the convo. And while I think Hader and Chapman are probably your best relievers in the AL, Vest and Canely both have ERAs under 2, whips under 1. One of the 2 should make the All-Star game. So that's how I got to 8 different names.
So, yeah, I mean, I think there are 8 contenders. But when I asked Gator that, I think he came up with, I think he thought 3.
Okay.
I would probably...
I'd set the line at 3.5. I think 4 is a real argument.
I would hope, especially if the team continues to play the way that they play, if they still have the best record in Major League Baseball, because it wraps up at the end of June, correct? Or no, but there's a second voting that happens in July. It's weird.
I know. It's been a minute since we've had so many names. I mean, for years it was which token reliever are we going to get in the game? Last year we finally got 2, and now we're going double it.
Yeah.
How many can we get?
I think the realistic number is probably 4.
Okay.
Because we got Skubal, Green. I think Torres gets in.
And then a reliever? Dingler will get left out because he'll take a more veteran catcher. The managers won't pick him.
When you're talking about the top 2 first basemen, I think Torque might get that nod.
Okay. Well, then you can make a case for 5 because I think a reliever is going to be there too. And they have one of the best bullpens in all of baseball. I mean, it's not at all ridiculous that the best team in baseball would have 5 All-Stars.
The best record in baseball.
Right.
Because you didn't have them as the best team in baseball
yesterday. I knew you were going to bring that up.
Yeah, Mr. Power Surge. I'm going to hijack the Power Surge, and I'm going to contradict myself on the very next day.
I mean, the Dodgers will be well represented too out of the National League.
Yeah, sorry, that's contradict. Yes. Little.
What did he say? Just okay.
Yeah, just skip over that.
I heard it.
248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says,
of course you did.
What does that mean?
Heather's the one. I swear, Heather is the one that has influenced me more than anything.
Oh, come on.
Well, you were here before he was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You've been at this longer. You were with Stoney. It all goes back to Stoney, right?
He's
Maybe
the Godfather,
so.
Right? That's kind of where it starts. That's why the rewind features. I'll go back. I'll catch what you said. Skubal, Torres, and Canely are all locks. Texter says Green, Torque, and Dingler are borderline. Could get as many as 6 All-Stars for the Tigers.
Yeah. I mean, you could. I think it'll be less than that, but it'll be interesting to see how it works itself out.
I'd like to see Torkelson and or Carpenter in the home run derby.
I would love to see Carp in the home run derby. I think his stance, his swing, it's a little bit more effortless, and I think because the home run derby is almost an endurance event
this point, yeah.
At this point, so I think he just has a better chance to reload and continue to go after it. I would love to see one of the Tigers in it.
I have no idea. I'm sure someone has done an update to this. Does it mess with your swing or not? I know that's like the old wives' tale. Like if you hit in the home run derby, it's going to screw up your swing in the second half. Do you have any concern with that?
Well, I would hate for him to keep swinging a home run bat throughout the second half of the season.
But you've heard this before.
Yes.
I'm not making this up.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any data to back it up or any merit. It's probably guy-specific, right? Like if you are changing your swing to sell out for the Derby, maybe it messes with you.
I don't know that Pete Alonso has really suffered from that. I don't think Shohei Ohtani has really suffered from that.
No.
So,
and if you're a pure home run hitter, you're just, to your point, going to keep swinging your swing in the second half of the season. Texter says, are we really not expecting to get screwed? Detroit always gets screwed. It'll be Skubal and maybe your reserve. Always happens that way. Detroit versus everybody.
No, well, okay, they didn't get screwed last year.
No, they 2 deserving All-Stars.
Yeah, and I think those 2 guys will be in the All-Star game again.
And here's the other thing, guys. You can vote.
Yes, you can. It's voting opened up yesterday at noon.
If the AL manager doesn't pick our guys as reserves, fine.
Is there a guy?
But if you don't get enough votes, then that's.
Who would be most disappointing for you if you go Skubal and Green? We'll call those.
Those are the locks.
Those are locks. Of the other guys, Torque, Canely, Torres, Carp, Dingler, and Vest. Who would be most upsetting to you that didn't get in?
Probably Canely, followed by Torres, then Torque. And I think Torres and Torque are going to be in the group of 2 or 3 guys for 2 or 3 spots, and it's going to come down to how they hit the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the guy that I might be most disappointed now, he's going to have many years if he continues doing what he's doing and even gets a little bit better. Dylan Dingler.
The reason I didn't say him is there's not a case for him to get the starting spot. There is a case for Torque and Torres to get a starting spot. Cal Raleig's just too good that you're going to be at the mercy of, not fan vote, the mercy of Aaron Boone.
Right, yeah.
Whether he takes him or any other, he may take a veteran catcher instead who he feels is more deserving of the career accolade.
Right, and that's where I don't know that it's necessarily politics, but it does play into it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of guys that will say, well, okay, it's his first year in the big leagues. Let's make him earn it another year. That's a real thing. So I just don't know. I mean, that with the season that he has had to this point and the fact that he's had to step in Now, he's got a better bat than Jake Rogers, but Jake Rogers is so good behind the plate, and he caught every inning last year in the postseason. To be able to step in and really take over that position, given the opportunity, step in, step up, is what he's done.
Can you guys tell me if you think Zach McKinstry would make the All-Star team? No?
Is that a ticket text question?
Yeah, that's a ticket texter's question. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
No.
As much as I want to play the little fire up chips button right in front of me, I don't think so. I agree with Gator. They'll get 3 players in. We'll keep collecting these. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Guys, if you find yourself injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you, that's going to go the extra mile. That's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. He's a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea of getting you the biggest possible payout, but also looking after you when you need it most. You're not going to be left in the dark wondering what's going on with the case. They're not going to cut corners. They're not going to settle for a low amount. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. KAJY. That's kgcares.com. Check them out. kgcares.com. That's an epic game one of what should be a great Stanley Cup final. Draisaitl didn't score a goal in last year's 7-game series. He scored the first, and he scored the last night.
And Connor McDavid was everything you thought the best player currently on planet Earth would be.
They dominated the third period. They dominated overtime. They came back. They won on home ice. The crowd looked awesome. They sang the anthem. The singer was in the stands with the fans. The atmosphere looked great.
And that was my takeaway last night. I don't really care who wins the Stanley Cup. But what I want is what I saw last night. I want that back in Detroit. It's been so long. And I know there's a lot of people that remember. A lot of people will never forget that feeling. And those are the ones that probably want it even more because they do know what it's like.
Edmonton has a lead in the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 1990. They are experiencing their moment. Now, I think Florida's got a lot to say about it. I expect a 7-game
moment.
I expect a 7-game series. From the Wings standpoint, yeah, dude. Like, we're so far removed from that. We want the cup chance. Just the thrill of an OT game deep in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
So I've got to imagine if the Wings were to get back on track and have a run like that, it's got to be similar for you because you were growing up in those Stanley Cup days. Now, we experienced it, but that wasn't my introduction to sports. It sounds like that was your introduction to sports. It's probably like my introduction was 84 and the Tigers. And then I'm on this ride now. And early 2000s we had it, but this is the ride that I'm on right now. And I got to imagine it would be very similar to you for the Wings to do that.
So, yeah, it becomes very personal. I'm 4 years old when they win the 97 Cup. So my entire life, all I know is the Wings are a dynasty. They're great. They have Hall of Famers. The 02 Cup, I'm like about to turn 10. They win another cup when I'm in high school. Yeah. So it's just like this perfect... It takes me back to my childhood if they were ever to get good again. And instead, I've professionally gone this route, and all they've done is kick me in the pants every turn they get because this is the longest drought in franchise history without them even making the postseason. Yes, John, it would be euphoric to get them back in this spot again. Mm-hmm. We had some thoughts on the Tigers in the All-Star game. The ballots are out. I was simmering on it. I think I expect 5. And here's how I got there. Green and Skubal, right? We both agree. Green and Skubal. I expect them to get one of Canely or Vest.
Okay.
And then Torque and Torres. Now, maybe I should say one of Torque and Torres and go with 4, but I still think it's going to be more than the 3 that Gators set yesterday. I'm going to be optimistic about this.
Yeah, I think, realistically, I think you're right. It's going to be one of the relievers. Skubal, Green, and I think Torres has a better chance than Torque. Because some of it is history.
Well, how about this point for Torres? He leads his position in OPS. If he doesn't get in as the fan vote, the manager is his old manager. Does he give him a little boost?
Or is he mad that he left?
Okay, fair point. Then we're going to be relying on Torkelson.
There's always two sides of the coin.
We're going to get to Ryan Day's proposal for the college football playoff. Is he right? That's at 8:50. The NBA will start their finals tonight. This is what people wanted, right? You wanted the no more super team. Yeah. Anybody can win, small markets.
There's a lot of NBA talk that sounds like there's something that a lot of people wanted.
They are making another twist with their All-Star game. So basically, the NBA has given us what we want. Do we care? We'll get to that at 8:35. First, let's get to Heather with the news.
So more and more people in Michigan are visiting the ER after misusing nitrous oxide. It's becoming a growing problem, apparently. State health officials are warning residents about the rise in nitrous oxide-related emergencies, noting that there has been a significant increase in ER visits related to the recreational use of nitrous oxide. So here's some stats. From 2019 to 2024, calls to the Michigan Poison and Drug Information Center increased by 533%.
Oh, boy.
And then from 2019 to 2023, ER visits due to the misuse of the drug increased by 757% just in Michigan. And one doctor says that he has seen significant increases involving neurological and cardiovascular effects obviously related to nitrous oxide.
So is this something that is inhaled?
Yes.
I'm okay. Call me an idiot. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never done it. I can't tell you the ins and outs of it by any means, but I know Stoney could. Talking about going, he shared his stories how he'd go to the grocery store and grab cans of whipped cream, because they're in the aerosol dispensers.
So they're sniffing.
I guess. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
We all look around. Anyone want to share a story?
All right, let's go, Stoney. Let's go.
Yeah. Anyway, you can also order it online. You can get it from vape shops, things like that. And it's kind of targeted towards younger individuals because it comes in different flavors and colors, right? So anyway, it's a rising problem, clearly. Former Lions player Jake McQuaid. Did you hear this story? It was kicked out of a church over the weekend after he stood up and raised some questions about alleged pornography use by the priest.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So McQuaid, a long snapper, played 9 games with the Lions during the 2023 season. Anyway, over the weekend, he was at Our Lady of the Visitation. This was in Ohio. And apparently at this church, tensions are really high because there was a member of the church who reported seeing some porn thumbnails on a laptop, had some links open, and everyone wasn't happy about this, not just McQuaid, everyone. And during a mass over the weekend, a letter was read to the congregation basically shutting down all the allegations. These are all false. None of this is true, but everyone was unhappy. And he stood up and was like, I need a little more clarification on this. And he was told, nope, no time for discussion, not going to happen. And then things got a little heated. He got a little loud and he was escorted. They actually had police there because they knew that this was not going to go over well. So police were already there at the church and escorted him out. No charges were filed.
But good for him for standing up, though.
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was stunned to see his son Patrick follow in his footsteps with a nude scene in The White Lotus. So the father-son duo recently sat down for Variety's Actors on Actors series, and they chatted about Patrick's breakout role in The White Lotus and also the fact that they seem to have some things in common. It's funny because people online have reacted to this reaction, and some people think his reaction is, quote, weird and creepy, inappropriate.
Really?
That's what people are saying, that they should have had this talk privately, but others are saying, dude, he's just being a dad. He was hilarious and awkward, and that's the best way to be.
Yeah, I mean, we make awkward moments more awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, in The White Lotus, we'll do that to you.
You had a similar moment.
Yeah.
You don't even know the scenes that were filmed for this season of The White Lotus with Patrick Schwarzenegger, because it's not just the nudity, it's what's happening is
with his brother?
Disturbing. Yeah. Yes, with his brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I you know what? Hey, you could give all the spoilers you want. I'm not watching.
Well, okay. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing here. That would be a little too graphic, I think. California.
If you do it, you have to do it in Arnold's accent,
my gosh. Well, that's what makes it so good, too.
Yeah.
It's his voice, right? He starts talking and you instantly start smiling because it's just so happy, right? It's perfect. There's a high school track star in California that basically was just stripped. She was stripped of her state title because of how she celebrated after winning the race. So sophomore Clara Adams crossed the finish line. She just won the 400 meter. Happened on Saturday. She ran over to her dad. Her dad was very proud. They're celebrating. Her dad's also one of her coaches. And her dad handed her a fire extinguisher. And she used it to then spray her feet, right? Her shoes are on fire. She's so fast. And it sounds like it went over well with the crowd. People were loving it. Everyone had a great reaction except for the California Interscholastic Federation, who saw it as unsportsmanlike and decided to disqualify her, which means she was stripped of her title. And then she also wasn't given the opportunity to compete in the 200-meter race that was to follow, which she probably would have won as well. It's interesting because we did this earlier and there's people who are like, well, she She should have been disqualified.
She should have won with class.
Right.
She did this off the track, on the side.
Yeah.
It's not her fault that everybody else can't handle a little fun.
And she was imitating somebody who has done this same celebration at a much higher level in the Olympics. U.S. Olympic gold medalist did the same thing.
Maurice Green.
Yes. So, I mean, she's imitating somebody who was able to do it at a very, very high level, and he wasn't stripped of his U.S. medal, right, because of his celebration. So it is interesting. And he's even weighed in and said, hey, they should probably reinstate her. They should go back and maybe
we're allowing so many celebrations at the professional level. It's ridiculous to think that the amateurs aren't going to follow the same path or do the same things.
If you're a parent, you probably are familiar with the concept of tummy time, right? Where you have your baby on their tummy. It's good for their back, their neck muscles.
Yeah.
You're supposed to, there's so many hours or like minutes you're supposed to spend on their tummy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I try and get a little tummy time after a big meal.
Well, hey, this is perfect then. You're on trend, John.
Oh, I am?
Yes, because the latest TikTok trend is adult tummy time.
Adult tummy time.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Which is basically the exact same thing except for adult. So content creators say that you should spend about 10 or more minutes every day doing, maybe you're reading a book, maybe you're watching TV, whatever, on your tummy. And it's supposed to like counteract tech neck.
The slouching that we all do.
Because we're all like crunched, slouched over our phone, over our laptop, over our computer.
Yeah.
So if you do tummy
Bend
time.
the other way.
Yeah, so they say you're counteracting.
How many minutes of tummy time should we be getting?
10 minutes of tummy time per day.
And that counteracts all of the slouching we're doing?
I don't know for how many days. Okay. Like how long would it take? That's what they say.
Okay.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Take cute photos of yourself too. Like you do with your baby.
Yeah. Nah, that'll be up to the kids.
It's true.
Role reversal.
All right, end of the hour. Ryan Day.
Oh, he rolled over.
Yeah. Yeah, now he's stuck on his back. Let's see if he can get up.
We played some audio.
Someone go help Dad.
We played some audio of Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about weenies. We'll get to Ryan Day. Speaking of weenies, end of the hour, his proposal for the college football playoff. You got it. You got exactly what you wanted. We'll get to that next. 97.1. You got exactly what you wanted. Right? So now we're all going to tune in excitedly to watch the NBA Finals?
Sure. Sure.
Right.
When does it start?
Exactly. What's going on here? Because we say we wanted no more super teams. We want homegrown. 2 years ago, the Pacers, out of the playoffs. 2 years ago, Thunder, out of the playoffs. They didn't go out and make big splash. Not one, not two, not three. LeBron James super team kind of moves.
No one's taking their talents to OKC?
Right. They did this in Middle America, small markets by NBA standards. This is what we wanted, right? Anyone can win. The ultimate parity. The NBA will have their 7th champ in 7 years. And naturally, we're all celebrating and we're super excited to watch tonight, right? It doesn't feel that way.
No, and you know, some of it is small market, right? And I believe I saw this. It's the 27th and the 24th largest markets in the NBA. In essence, the smallest that there are.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is what everybody was clamoring for, right? We don't. It doesn't always need to be the Lakers or Boston, but I don't know that there's a lot of interest. I mean, it's even like the Stanley Cup playoffs, or in the Stanley Cup final, where you've got the best player in the game playing in it. There's plenty of drama on both sides. You have a repeat in Florida. Do you have the cup going north of the border? Do you have all of these guys that are going to, could possibly get, I mean, you're talking about Connor McDavid possibly being a Canadian national hero if this happens, yet viewership is down.
Yeah, like I'm not going to beg, the hockey guy makes this mistake, begging people to like their sport. It's all there for you, man. It went 7 games a year ago. Both teams are better. It's McDavid. It's a loaded Florida team. If you don't like it, you don't like it. It went to OT in game 1. It was a thriller with a great crowd in Edmonton. If you don't like hockey, you don't like hockey. Nothing the sport can do at that point. I think they're giving you a great product with great storylines and great teams. The NBA, though, is more popular than hockey. And this is, in theory, what everybody said they wanted. I actually feel like the Thunder aren't getting enough love because what they're doing shouldn't be overlooked. They have 80 wins on the season, counting regular season and postseason. This is one of the great teams we've seen. Yet, do you feel like they're discussed in that way?
No.
Like, think about it. SGA is putting together one of the great seasons in NBA history. He's got the scoring title. He's got the MVP. He may win the finals MVP. That puts you on a short list. I don't believe LeBron ever did that. Like, you start to really think about what we're watching.
We open up the GOAT conversation again?
SGA, how does it impact LeBron's legacy? No, I just use it as context. What's happening is rare, special, and I feel like it's an afterthought.
So there was a little bit of a debate last night at the softball banquet of, OKC or Indiana, which I actually thought was a little bit unique because I didn't go into it thinking that this would even be a conversation that was brought up.
Right,
so
you think it's just the Thunder, right?
I do.
Yeah.
But there were some that thought, I think Indiana, they're scrappy, right? They're young. They're too young. That's part of the other thing. These are two very young rosters. So
no familiarity.
While SGA is, you could call him established now that he's won an MVP.
Still new.
But he's still new. Halliburton, still relatively new, young. And they're making their names. They're making their way. But I don't know that there's, and it's not the fact that you're looking for a super team where some free agent or somebody demanded out of a city and they made a trade. It's just that these are not as well known as some of the other superstars. Doesn't mean it couldn't be a great series, but I think that's the other thing is I don't necessarily know that this will be a great series.
I kind of feel the same way. It could be 5 games and the Thunder just kind of do this thing and they're done.
Yeah, and it could be Indiana gets one win at home, a token win at home. That's kind of how I feel. And there was a lot of people last night that were like, oh, no, it's a scrappy Indiana team. And I just don't see. I think
they could score in bunches.
Oklahoma City is just that dominant. Look what they did to Minnesota.
First of all, the Thunder never lose at home. Like, they blow people out at home. They feel like a better version than the Indiana Pacers. Both teams can run and gun, but they also have an elite defense. They're the number 1 defense in the NBA. Maybe that's it, is that it doesn't feel like it's going to be as contested. But you guys let us know, because I would think in Detroit, we would look at the Thunder and go, that's the model that we can follow. Defense, largely homegrown, did this brick by brick, missed the playoffs, second round of the playoffs, finals led by one truly great player and then some others that have come up along the way. I mean, that's what we're hoping to do here is Cade plus, like Cade's our SGA, and then can Asar be Jalen Williams or Jalen Duren turn into that kind of player or Jaden Ivey turn into that kind of player, I would think we'd celebrate what the Thunder are doing, and I just don't feel like it even matters to people.
If you're looking for something, for a reason to watch this series, they're both young teams. They're both extremely athletic teams. I think this is going to be a fast-paced game, a fast-paced series. I don't know that there's any, pull the ball back and let's run a little bit of offense and see if we can get a good 3. No, it is going to be running up and down the floor for the entire time.
It shouldn't be you're not catching your breath.
No.
Because it's going to be up and down. Ticket Texture has the stat that I was alluding to. Players who have won the scoring title, the MVP, and a finals MVP. Kareem in 71, back when he was Lou Alcindor.
Oh, Lou Al.
Jordan did it 4 times, and Shaq did it once. End of list. Let's get to Bobby in Westland. Bobby, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good morning, Bobby.
I think it's just a familiarity thing, the newness of the teams. They're not attractive teams, but that doesn't mean they're not great teams. I'm not going to tune in because, it's going to be the greatest thing, the most glamorous thing to watch. But what I'm saying is this. I do not want to see LeBron James. I not want them to pump this Laker garbage down our throats again. And I guarantee you guys, if it was the Pistons, we wouldn't have this topic right now.
Of course.
This would not be the subject this morning. We'd be damn near overblown with the Pistons being in the finals. Mm-hmm. So I'm only saying that because when the Pistons were in the finals before, it was the greatest thing since, toast. And I just want the teams that come out to play good, to play the ball that I like, which is OKC. I don't like OKC. I don't like Indiana. But the type of ball that these guys play, man, this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see promoted in the NBA.
Yeah, you want to support it.
Super teams. Go ahead.
No, you want to support it.
I just like to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to support it because guarantee you, if we're there, it's going to be exciting basketball. And I'm looking forward to the Pistons improving, doing what they need to do. Now is their time to do it, man. You got Indiana. They've taken out a couple teams, and then the team they beat took out a couple great teams in the Eastern Conference. This is the time for the Pistons to really put their full effort, put their foot down on the gas, and do what they need to do to get us a championship and or into Eastern Conference finals.
Yeah, Bobby, let me ask you this question. If this is the time for them to do it, then what is it you want them to do this offseason? What's the move that you want them to make?
I think one move. I don't think it has to be multiple moves because you don't want to disrupt the chemistry right now. Again, we did have 2 starters, one starter and one guy off the bench, if you will. I would say Stewart is a starter, but I think we're too small. We need at least one big wing guy that can shoot. Mm-hmm. We already got the defense, so we don't really have to concentrate on bringing a guy in that plays them both. But somebody that can, like a stretch. I think you guys talked about it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Bobby.
Stretch 4.
You bring a stretch guy in there. Thanks.
Yeah, like a bigger wing or a 4 that can shoot, that you can play those lineups. I mean, you have to retain the shooting you have, so figure out what you're doing with Beasley and Hardaway and all that. Full season out of Ivy.
Here's a great point on Twitch in terms of just seeing what feels like maybe a lack of interest in the NBA Finals. It says, West Coast teams start games at 10 p.m. and the best players in the league is on the West Coast.
Oklahoma's Central Time.
Is it Central Time?
Yeah. Look, I get it. We get up early. An hour does matter. An hour later does matter. I don't know what it is. The other thing the NBA is trying to do is spruce up their All-Star game, give people what they wanted. We loved it in hockey. Did you see Adam Silver saying yesterday the plan is to do USA versus the world for the All-Star game?
Yeah, I'm curious how this one's going to work. Because if you start looking at the team that the world can put together, now you go to the Olympics and you expect USA to win because all of those guys are for their country, not for the world. Mm-hmm. Do you think the U.S. has a chance?
We would not be favored.
I wouldn't think so.
Doesn't that add something to it, though? We're finally going to be challenged, pushed. Because on the Olympic stage, it's nice when, France perks up for a second. But if the U.S. plays their best, they win. That's not the case
No.
In a matchup with the world where the other side gets Jokic and Giannis, and SGA's Canadian, so we don't get him on Team USA. Like, I think it'll create a little more of what we saw in hockey.
That's the hope. But I think in practice, in reality, are these guys going to play hard in a game like that? Will we get the same effort that we saw in the Four Nations?
I don't think they're going to fight one another, John.
Okay, well, yes, we may not have within 9 seconds the first fight, but my question is, will they give as much effort as we saw outside the fights? I mean, guys were flying around in that Four Nations. That was something that they wanted bad. I don't know that we'll see that same effort in any iteration of an NBA All-Star game.
I like the effort, though. I like the attempt. I think it's something to spruce it up. If you can get even 10% more effort out of these guys, it'd go a long way. All right, end of the hour, we're going to get to Ryan Day, his thoughts on changing college football playoffs moving forward, and a Lions trade proposal in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather Park. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation for our active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet at our stores, giving them their own personal marching band, or throwing them a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why we're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount, starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus our 3-year price lock guarantee, excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as our way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Autopay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
They put up 4 in the first, win 5-4 against the White Sox. Dan Dickerson on the call. Colt Keith with a big knock late in the game. And by knock, I mean bloop. Game of inches.
It is. It just fell in the right spot at the right time.
Tigers will wrap up their series with the White Sox later today. And then it's the Cubs in town this weekend.
I know. There's a lot of buildup for this weekend. There's, no matter where you go, and I know it was part of the 2 Grand Slam. We asked the question. It felt to us like that should have been a no-brainer. Everywhere I have been in the last couple of days, people have talked about Tigers-Cubs series this weekend.
And the whispers of maybe a World Series preview.
Possibly.
I've heard people talking about that too.
Sure.
We'll have a lot of fun with that on Friday's show. Ryan Day has come out and thrown his 2 cents into what he thinks should happen with a college football playoff expansion. He says, quote, we're the Big Ten. We have 18 teams, some of the best programs in the country. I feel we deserve at least 4 automatic qualifiers. Notice how he said at least. I mean, he'd be open to 5 or even 6 automatic qualifiers. Deserve versus earned is the issue I take with this. He points out if you don't have these automatic qualifiers, you're less likely to play a game like we have with Texas this year. It just won't make sense. No, Ryan, it would. Winning would bolster your resume. Now, I know what he's going to say, but if we lose, we'll be punished, to which I would say, welcome to professional sports, you weenie. This is how competition works. You're rewarded when you win. You're punished when you lose. When you tell me we deserve 4 spots because we exist in the Big Ten, that's not we're going to go out and earn them. Ryan, the reality is you're going to get 4 damn near every year. But the off year you wouldn't? You didn't deserve them. Why should any conference be guaranteed beyond their conference champion, because we want to reward that? Why should we reward the team that finishes 4th in the Big Ten or the SEC? It makes no sense to me.
I'm glad you don't have a button down on today, because you puff that chest out enough, you're going to pop a couple buttons on there.
Loser. Yeah. Soft-ass Ryan Day.
Yes.
Yeah, you're with me on that. Come on. Yeah. You can puff your chest out too.
And I am also with you, and I agree. I would much rather have it earned than auto bids, because I think we all believe that the SEC and the Big Ten are the most stacked conferences in football.
Yes.
They're in almost every single year going to get 4, 5, or 6.
So I went back to last year to prove this point. If we had taken 16 teams, just 1 through 16, the Big Ten would have had 4, Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, Indiana. The SEC would have had 6. Without any automatic qualifiers, they would have had Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, Bama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. Remember the debate about Bama versus Ole Miss versus South Carolina? They all would have made it, which is part of why I don't like 16, but you don't need to guarantee yourself spots. You're going to be handed them anyway. I mean, the Big 12 would have had 1 last season. They had 1 in the top 16. It was Arizona State. The ACC would have had 3, SMU, Miami, and Clemson, and the last 2 would have been Notre Dame and Boise. Would have been totally fine without guaranteeing anybody any spots.
I agree. I want auto bids. Excuse me. I want the seeding. I want the 16 best teams. It doesn't have to be auto bids. I don't think that you have to have this gift given to you every year, because you will go out and earn it. But I do somewhat agree with his thinking of, well, if we're going to, we went from 14 teams to 18, and who did we add? Well, we added Washington, who's been to the college football playoffs. We've added Oregon, who's been to the college football playoffs. We added USC.
They'll make it.
We'll make it. I mean, they'll eventually be back to being USC. Okay, and UCLA. Everybody's got to add a Cape Cuck.
A what word?
A cupcake.
Cupcake.
Yeah, sorry. Got my...
He's done it again.
Yeah. Rough day with the linguists.
It's all good, dude. Just want to make sure we got it right.
So when you think about it...
Because that other thing might mean something different. But anyway.
Yeah. Now, I understand the difficulty when Heather does her news, and I can't stop laughing. But when you add teams like that, and you do have a conference, so the original problem is that the conference is too big. 18 teams is too many. You are going to have a lot of really good teams playing other good teams, and you're going to take on losses. You're going to take on water. So why would you expose yourself that in the non-conference? If you have the choice of scheduling Texas versus Bowling Green, you're probably going to schedule Bowling Green at that point.
Okay, but
unless you have the auto bids, because it's all about risk versus reward.
But that same logic would apply with the auto bids. Why would I play Texas? Because if I lose, I'll get seeded lower. I shouldn't play Texas because then I'll get seeded higher because I'll get a win against the cupcake. The same logic would apply whether we do the AQs or not. It's just, do you want to schedule these games and risk it or not? And if the answer is nobody wants to risk it, then we may have to get more standardized scheduling.
Well, and standardized scheduling would go along with this. If you're going to get those automatic bids, then you should also require the SEC to go 9 conference games.
Yeah.
So now you're comparing apples to apples. And it should also involve, I know that there was one thrown out there, I threw it out earlier today, where you have 3 non-conference games, but one of them is a crossover between the SEC and the Big Ten. I'd be fine with that. I have no problem with that. Best 2 conferences should always play each other. I would also open it up to, it has to be one of the Power 4. One of those 3 non-conference games has to be against the Power 4 team, or throw in Notre Dame.
Sure. Yeah, they got to do something. Is anybody on board with Ryan Day's proposal? It's not unique to him. It's been floated out. The automatic qualifiers giving at least 4 to the Big Ten and at least 4 to the SEC.
Would also give at least 2 to the ACC and the Big 12.
And then the remaining group would be, there'd be 3 spots left. I'm sure Notre Dame would have a special spot reserved for them.
Mm-hmm.
Plush leather, all the best for Notre Dame.
And you have one of the, the automatic qualifier for the
poverty teams.
Yeah, the group of 5.
Yeah, we can say what people actually think of us. We're a bunch of programs that don't deserve to be there, but we'll get a token seat. And
directional schools.
And then there'd be one floater to get you to 16.
Whoa, floaters.
One at large.
It tells you exactly where this system is.
Yeah,
when you're looking for floaters.
248-539-9797. What do you want to do with 4 automatic spots? Or should it just be the best teams? John, I think one of the other fears with doing automatic qualifiers is even within the Big Ten, the schedules aren't even. So let's say I'm the Minnesota Golden Gophers, and I have a year where I don't play Michigan or Ohio State or Oregon, and I finish with one of the 4 best records in the Big Ten. I'm in the playoff. That's silly. We should have the ability to go, well, hold on, you don't have any marquee wins and you finished 4th in the conference, we're going to leave you out.
Right. Well, and then you also have a case of Indiana where, they're not playing anybody, but then they do play Michigan, but Michigan is on a really bad year. And you do play Ohio State, but that's the one you lose.
Yeah. We'll keep the conversation rolling post-update. We also have a trade proposal for the Detroit Lions from a major publication. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers wait out a 90-minute rain delay last night, pulling out a thrilling 5-4 win over the White Sox. Sawyer Gibson-Long gave up 3 runs in his return from injury, first start in nearly 2 years. And after giving up a 4-0 lead, Colt Keith was the hero, delivering a go-ahead double in the 8th. Announced before the game last night, 9 Tigers on the All-Star ballot. Let's just name them all. Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson, Gleyber Torres, Javi Baez, Colt Keith, Dylan Dingler, Trey Sweeney, and Zach McKinstry. Manager A.J. Hinch has been advocating for Dingler to be an All-Star. Phase 1 of fan voting for the All-Star Game ends June 26th. The Tigers go for a series win against the White Sox this afternoon. Good weather expected in Chicago. Casey Mize on the mound. First pitch 2:10 here on 97.1. At his introductory press conference yesterday, new Michigan State Athletic Director Jay Batt pledged to give second-year football coach Jonathan Smith all the funding he needs to return the Spartans to national prominence. Batt calls MSU a top 10 athletic department in the country. He's the school's first outside hire to that position in 30 years. Lions will take the field in a rainy Allen Park today for the last day of OTAs. Mandatory minicamp starts up next week. Practice so far intense in Detroit, especially for the new Lions. Fifth-year linebacker Grant Stewart calls it, quote, eye-opening, saying there's been an adjustment period coming over from the Colts this offseason. And game one of the NBA Finals tonight between the Pacers and Thunder. Indiana head coach and former Pistons head coach Rick Carlisle, like most of the league, very surprised about the firing of Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau this week. He was so surprised, he told reporters he thought it was one of those, quotes, fake AI things. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Did he say Trace Sweeney's on the All-Star ballot? That feels like one of those fake AI things.
Yeah.
Negative WAR player with an OPS that starts with a 5.
Well, hey, when you have the best record in baseball, it rising tides raises all boats.
Okay.
Is AI becoming a new thing to blame instead of getting hacked? It was AI.
Yeah.
Just that's whatever happened, something bad happened. It was AI.
Yeah. I don't know. Some of my missteps today, I could blame my AI, right?
It was actually AI Jansen.
Yeah.
Real Jansen's going to do Dear John coming up at 9:35. You can't pass that off to AI.
Nope.
True,
nor
real,
do I want to.
Honest, real life advice from John Jansen. Hey, Trey Hendrickson. Haven't talked about him in 5 seconds. ESPN, we're not making this up. ESPN did a fun exercise with Trey Hendrickson yesterday, John.
They did, and this is a trade proposal. And so the exercise that ESPN went through is they had 4 teams that they felt were most likely to be in the running for the Trey Hendrickson sweepstakes.
Were we included?
We were included. So the 4 teams are Indianapolis, Buffalo, Detroit, and Washington.
Boy,
and
I'd hate to see him go to Washington or Buffalo, Super Bowl contenders.
Sure. And so they had the beat writers for each of the 4 franchises, 4 cities, come up with trade proposals. And then they were going to allow the beat writer for Cincinnati pick which one he thought was the best proposal, would be best, or which one Cincinnati would accept, and had the right to refuse all 4.
Okay.
If nothing was good, but he did select one.
Did he pick us?
He selected the Detroit Lions.
That's right, he did.
And this is what the Lions get. We'll start with this one. They get obviously Trey Hendrickson and a 26th fifth-round pick.
Keep the 5th. We don't need it.
We'll take it. The Bengals get a 2026 second-round pick. That's next year. 2027, a year after, a 4th-round pick, which can become a 3rd with certain conditions are met in terms of performance for Trey Hendrickson.
Okay.
So we would all hope that would become a 3rd. It means better for us. It also includes, now this is where I think it gets a little bizarre. It would be Trey Hendrickson for that draft capital, and then they would give him a 3-year, $90 million contract. And everybody looks at it and goes, wow, that's a lot of money. And not for a guy that has led the league in sacks for the last 2 years. We've seen Myles Garrett. We've seen Max Crosby. Both are making more. And I don't think Trey Hendrickson would or should settle for a contract that is that far below what those 2 guys are making and what Aiden Hutchinson will eventually make. So that's where I think this goes off the rails.
The only thing would be if he got to a point where his agent's been allowed to negotiate. If the market says, hey, you're over 30, you're not going to get as many guarantees as you want, take it or rot with Cincy. But I would agree with you. He should get a deal better than that. And I'd be willing to give him a deal better than that here in Detroit, understanding that comes with the consequences that it's going to squeeze out a couple guys starting in 27. Like the Lions core is locked up in 25 and 26. And 27 is where the ramifications would get real. And I'm willing to lose Laporta, J-Mo. I love Brian Branch. But again, if I get a 2-year window with all of them and Trey Hendrickson, I'll deal with the consequences. I would do this deal in a heartbeat. I'm giving up a 2nd and a 3rd. John, I'd do it even if there wasn't an extension on a pure rental.
Oh, sure. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to get him for 1 year and have both those guys on the edge, and you still have all those young players in the secondary.
You actually keep those guys if it was a rental.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with either scenario. This is great.
Which one would you prefer? A long-term deal or
short-term?
Just the 1 year rental.
I'd light the second and third on fire to have Hendrickson this year, and then I still get to keep the young guys in 27.
Yeah.
This is great. It's never going to happen.
No,
but it's great.
I mean, this is a fun little exercise, and it keeps. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson wants this in the news because he wants either a new contract or he wants out of Cincinnati, and I just don't think the 3 years, $90 million gets it done. I do think the draft capital is what gets it done. Now, here's the way that this could play out. If he only is going to play for 1 year and is going to be a rental, he could get to the point, and at some point likely will, where I'm not going to play this contract out in Cincinnati. I'd be willing to play it out almost anywhere else, especially if it's a team where you got a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Well, a chance where you win a Super Bowl, a chance where you're going to get one-on-ones where you can pad some stats and put out some highlight tape to get paid. Detroit checks both boxes. I don't know, but we bring this up, and I almost feel like it's a fool's errand because we had the general manager on our radio station, and he's like, well, what's the second edge rusher business?
Well, so I'm curious as well, because when you talk about beat writers, like they're more tuned into their teams than most anybody else that's covering them nationally.
Yeah, they're there every day.
The 3 years, $90 million. What does Ben Baby know?
By the way, great name for a beat writer.
Ben Baby. What does he know?
Is someone telling him, hey, Hendrickson's not going to get what he wants on the open market? Other teams are lowballing him in trades?
Or has he heard from Hendrickson's agent that says, you know what, let's float this out there. This is all it would take.
We would take this. I know this seems light.
How
much of it's guaranteed? I mean, if a lot of it's guaranteed and he goes, dude, if I'm getting paid into my 33, 34 years of age playing in the NFL at a big number on a good team.
Opposite Hutch on a team that could win a Super Bowl.
Hey, Ben Baby.
Yeah.
Put this out there.
Because we know, agents do plant stories.
Yep.
And I'm not saying this is a plant. He may have just drawn a number and said, hey, this looks good.
The other thing that you've brought up in all of this, too, is you're not going to be able to add a Frank Ragnow in the summer here. So the argument would be, hey, if my offense is going to take 2 steps back, my defense needs to take 2 steps forward. If we're going to have a couple possessions that don't result in points, we need to get the ball back more frequently. That would be the argument to say, make a push on defense. Whether it's a big move like Trey Hendrickson, or we know good old friend Zadarius Smith is hanging out there still.
Sure, that's always an option until it's not. And this is still an option, even though it may seem unlikely, until it's not. And the only time it becomes a not is if he signs a new deal in Cincinnati or he's traded to another team. Until then, it is a possibility, even though it may be remote. Yeah. It's a possibility. And yeah, if you have an offense that you thought was going to be top 5, and now I'm not saying that they drop back to 15 or 20. I still think it's going to be a highly potent offense, but maybe they're somewhere around 9 to 11. Mm-hmm. Your defense, if you can't have and Brad Holmes has basically said we can't have it all.
Yeah.
And no team has it all. So if you're not going to have it all on offense, then why not have it all on defense? Because things changed when Frank Ragnow retired. You don't just get a chance to go out there and sign an elite guard. They did sign a guard center yesterday, Tristan Colon, but
he'll up on the back end.
Good try. But he is a guy that will be a backup.
Yeah.
He's a guy that creates depth, which was my concern. I think they're going to be okay, but my concern was depth. Now they've addressed the depth. But they're not going to be the same elite offensive line. So if you can't be elite on offense, then, well, maybe you can be elite on defense.
Can you address this? Ticket Texter says, to me, a player holding out a camp who's putting his own wallet before his team is not a Brad Holmes type of player, nor a Dan Campbell type of player. This will never happen. He doesn't fit what they look for as a person.
Well, just wait a few years because it's going to happen here in Detroit. You're going to have somebody hold out.
John, our culture would never. We would never have a veteran player sit out of OTAs right now, currently, as a Detroit Lion. That would never happen. Alex Anzalone.
Yes. It will happen, and it will happen here into training camp at some point. I don't know if it's next year, if it's a year after, if it's somebody that's been franchise tagged. It's going to happen.
It's business.
It's the business. And
it's not personal.
This is a franchise that is so young in winning culture that these guys haven't gotten to hey, we're going to pay this guy, but we're not going to pay you. All of a sudden, not everybody's going to sit there and go, well, okay, you paid everybody else. There's no money left. I'm just going to be okay with whatever is left. Or I'm going to be okay playing into my final year.
What do you want to ask people about this Hendrickson stuff? Like, I think it's a fun exercise to present. I think everybody's on board, whether it was on an extension or whether it was on he just caves and says, I just want to play 1 year. It's a rental. It's a no-brainer. I think we're all on the same page. We just...
I mean, is there anybody that wouldn't do this trade?
Okay.
Is there anybody that looks at it and goes, no, we're good? Like, or we don't want to spend the money because we want Brian Branch. We want Laporta.
It's not worth sacrificing for a 1 year window or a 2 year window because I think I'm going to have 5 or 6 cracks at it because of all the draft picks.
There are a lot of people that say just simply stay the course. Trust in Holmes.
Let him cook. Chef hat and everything. We'll take some phone calls on that. What do we got? Tyke in Saline, you want to talk? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, I just want to go on the college football playoff thing. They're floating the idea of, for the Big Ten, if they get 4 automatic qualifiers, they're talking about having play-in games. So on championship Saturday, 1 would play 2 for the Big Ten title, but then they'd seed them so where 3 plays 6 and 4 plays 5, so that those winners get in. That kind of takes away your, like if Minnesota were to get an easy schedule and float in as the 3 seed, they would still have to win a play-in game to get there.
So 1 and 2 get the automatic bids, and then the winners of that 3, 6, 4, 5 game go to the college football playoffs?
Yeah.
So it's a playoff within a playoff.
I mean, yes, I would much rather have playoff games into, play-in games, but that's supposed to be what the season is for.
Yeah, but if you do that with 18 teams, and you got a team that doesn't, like I said, they don't play Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, and they go 8-1, but they're not very good. They still have to beat a team that might be like a Penn State or a Michigan is the 6th seed. They might have to beat them to get in.
Right. It's the Indiana clause.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's playoffception. It's a playoff in a playoff. It's the Big Ten playoff inside the regular season.
I do like that
concept
of championship weekend. I do think that would be fun.
Adds more high-level games and stakes late in the season because everybody talks about how we're losing the meaning of these games. We're going to add some meaning. It's 97.1.
Ooh, ominous. Hey, in sports, when you get sidelined by an injury, it certainly is personal. And the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, "Get David, get paid." It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
That's the difference in the game. Winning run.
Take it any way you can get it.
And how about that? He mentions a couple inches there. The guy who scored, Wencel Perez, he was ruled out at second base until AJ challenged it.
Yeah.
And upon review,
was safe.
Inch here, inch there. Tigers pull it off, beat the White Sox. I hate saying pull it off and beat the White Sox. It feels like they should.
I don't care.
Beat this team up. Win's a win's a win.
Yeah. They beat them up in game 1, lost game 2, come away with a win there. So at least they're going to break even on the series. And today, this afternoon, it'll be the opportunity to win is now the series.
The antenna perked up when pregame Colt Keith was taking ground balls at third base because this had previously been thought to be taboo. He played third base in the minors, shoulder injury. He wasn't playing any third base in spring training. Why the shift now?
Position flexibility. All right, because Torque has been a great surprise this year. And Gleyber Torres is playing a great second base.
Borderline all-stars, both of them.
Yeah. And so if Colt Keith's bat's heating up, got to find a way to get him in the lineup. If it's at third base and maybe you want to give Javi a day off, maybe McKinstry needs a day off. Maybe, you never know what the reason is. Maybe he just plays DH.
Yeah, and think about this too. Like, I think Colt Keith is on a 10-game hit streak. You just got to get creative, and Colt doesn't care. He was willing to play first. Sure, he's willing to play a position he's already played before, get his bat in the order. And how much of this is, too, roster flexibility? Not just like lineup flexibility, roster flexibility, because if they have to make a move at some point, someone gets healthy or someone heats up in AAA, Andy Ibanez is probably the last guy on the roster right now.
Yeah.
Andy plays second and third. Now Colt Keith can play first, second, and third.
Yeah, I think this is a let's get him some reps over there, even if it's just, hey, taking ground balls in pregame, just in case Andy Ibanez is odd man out and the guy that comes up or the guy that they add at the deadline isn't a third baseman.
Colt Keith in the last 10 games hitting .325. He's got 6 extra base hits. Some good power numbers.
Yeah.
Got to keep his bat in the lineup. We had some ticket texts. We talked a bunch of football stuff recently. Some of the college football playoff expansion rumors. Ryan Day says at least 4 automatic qualifiers for the Big Ten. And then we brought up the Trey Hendrickson ESPN exercise where 4 teams presented offers, beat writers presented offers, and the Lions offer was deemed the best. A second and a third for Hendrickson and a fifth. I'm counting it as a third because
you would think
he's
that his performance bonuses
and you have to be
kick in.
prepared for him to deliver on that. Texter says, I would love, all caps, the Lions to make that trade, but it will never, all caps, happen. All caps, Brad Holmes does not give a flying bleep about the pass rush, signed Trevor.
I would disagree with the second part. I think he does care about the pass rush, and there may be a renewed interest in creating an elite pass rush if you're not going to have an elite offensive line. Not saying they won't or couldn't by the end of the season, but
I don't expect them to.
No.
Can we agree on one thing? If the Lions don't acquire a veteran edge or someone else through a trade with the extra dollars from Ragnow's retirement, that would feel reckless.
Well, I do think that it does make it more likely that at the least they'll re-sign Zadarius Smith.
Right, because whatever they've got excess cap space. Whatever that is planned, they're going to roll some over. Whatever it's planned for, the Ragnow stuff is kind of a sudden windfall. What are you going to do with it? And sitting on it when you're trying to win a Super Bowl is not going to go over well.
Well, and we were talking about Trey Hendrickson, and this conversation started at the trade deadline, right? It was, Max Crosby at that time, and we were getting TJ to make calls, and then it was,
and he failed us, let the city down.
It was Myles Garrett because he said, I'm not playing here anymore. Well, he's playing in Cleveland yet again, and probably for his entire career. So you start going down the list of guys, and we would all love for it to be Trey Hendrickson. That's the next best option. If it's not Trey Hendrickson, if you get Zadarius Smith, it's not. You could classify it as a consolation prize, but it'd be a hell of a consolation prize. Him opposite Aiden, he was good opposite Myles.
He was the lead guy last year, and what was it, like 8-9 sacks for the Lions?
Yeah.
And that was not in a full season.
Right. Well, it
was his full season. Excuse me.
Yeah.
My point would be playing here for a full season.
Yeah.
You squeeze out a couple extra sacks. You could have 2 legit double-digit sack guys just by bringing Zadarius back.
I would expect.
On the Ryan Day stuff, Texter says, with regards to today's comments about scheduling, it's always been weird that schools can make their own schedules. Shouldn't there be a formula which we use to keep things a more competitive level playing field?
Ideally, yes. And hopefully we'll get there. But you're not going to get there until you have conferences playing the same number of conference games.
Yeah, which isn't even happening right now. Have as many automatic qualifiers as you want. I don't care anymore. College football is already unrecognizable as it is. Trust me, I get it. And one more says, leave it to Crybaby Day to come up with a Cape Bleep level take. That's for you, John. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Michigan State University is strongly advising its international students not to leave the U.S. as the Trump administration ramps up efforts to restrict non-citizens from studying in the country. So these recommendations were made by the university in an email to international students. It was sent out earlier this week. And it said that the communication was spurred by recent reports that the U.S. Department of State has temporarily paused new interviews with people living abroad who are seeking student and exchange visas. The email went on basically to say that MSU remains strongly committed to their international Spartan community, and they will continue to welcome students and scholars from around the world and will advocate for policies that support their presence and success. This is kind of cool. A team of student athletes from Washtenaw Technical Middle College in Ann Arbor developed an innovative app to improve communication between injured athletes, coaches, and medical staff. So the app is called Athleticist, and it allows athletes to basically identify what's going on, like where they're injured. They can rank their discomfort levels. They can communicate directly with coaches about their injuries. And one of the students involved in creating this app, Roman Karras, says that the app is important because oftentimes coaches struggle to keep track of individual player injuries, like across their teams. And then he also explained how the app works. So anyway, the 4 students involved submitted their app to Junior Achievements National Social Innovation Challenge. It's called Future Bound, and they are now heading to Georgia as the first Michigan students to reach the the national competition.
Cool.
It's always cool when you see young people doing cool things.
Trying to innovate, invent stuff.
Without a doubt. Police in Texas have identified a man from overseas as the person who allegedly made death threats against the Houston Astros pitcher.
Oh, yeah.
Lance McCullers. I didn't know the story, but obviously I do now. He made these death threats against Lance McCullers and his family after his poor start against the Reds last month. They had to the Astros hired 24-hour security for the family, right? Because he reported receiving these online threats to the team. Well, they did an investigation, and somebody with the Houston Police Department says that they found the guy. The guy had been betting on the Astros and was, quote, inebriated when he sent these threats on social media.
No excuse.
He said, I lost a whole bunch of money. I lashed out. And he did say he was very sorry. And he asked investigators to pass along an apology to the family. But he even said, like, hey, I've got a 5-year-old daughter who I'm now trying to explain the situation is why we have security here.
Right.
What that means, what a threat is, why, the little girl's asking,
that's why it's a be deal. Even though the guy wasn't serious about it, it still has serious consequences.
And now this little girl is asking why somebody would want to hurt her, right? Or their family. And a child doesn't understand those things. A California doctor is suing, claiming that an appetizer at a Thai restaurant burned her vocal cords. So this doctor says that she was served a dish that was so spicy, it permanently harmed her. And she actually ate the dish. This is a couple years ago. The lawsuit was filed a couple years ago, but it's making headlines again because she's now choosing to basically represent herself in court. But the lawsuit states that she asked to have this dish made with less spice. She told the server, hey, I don't tolerate spicy foods that well. If you could tone it down a little, that'd be great. She says the server agreed, but when she took a first bite of the dish, obviously it wasn't less spicy. She says she felt her entire mouth, the roof of her mouth, her tongue, her throat, her nose burn like fire. She says that she has lost her voice, was diagnosed with internal chemical burns.
From one bite?
Apparently so.
You know, the thing that just rose a red flag to me, you said she's going to represent herself.
She is.
It's well within your right to do that. But we live in such a litigious society that there's not a lawyer willing to take up this case was kind of a red flag to me.
Well, I don't know if there wasn't one willing or she feels like she can handle it better than a lawyer. I don't think so. She's a board certified neurologist.
Oh, okay.
She's a smart woman. I don't know. I don't believe she is.
That's up for debate.
Well, I guess so. But
I don't mean to be crass. Like if something awful happened to her, I just one bite and she's going to represent herself. I don't know.
Yeah.
The restaurant says they did nothing wrong. Nobody else has ever suffered internal chemical burns from eating our food.
Right.
But, yeah. Finally, be careful how you if you ever use one of those like neti pots.
Oh, this is where you basically drowned you waterboard yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, I've used them.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people have. You're not shocked by that statement, but you got to make sure you're using the right type of water because there's
it's a big deal. Yeah,
a woman in Texas just died last month after developing a brain-eating amoeba from using a
just like
neti
tap
pot.
water. No,
yeah, she used tap water from an RV. 8 days later, she died. Yeah, she suffered severe neurological symptoms, fever, headache, altered mental state, and passed away pretty quickly. So health officials are saying, hey, if you're going to use one of these things, you need to use sterile water. You can go and buy distilled water, sterile water, or use tap water, but boil it first.
Yeah, John, I got a big nose. When it gets clogged up, that's one of the tools that they recommend.
You've never tried one?
No.
Oh, I have. It's a weird feeling.
It's a super weird feeling.
It goes in one nostril
and out the
and
other.
You got to tilt your head.
Honestly, what you should do is you can buy like the cans that already have the water in them, and it's just you press a button and it goes up one nostril, out the other, and you're fine. It doesn't have to be this disorienting. Okay.
Yeah. No thanks.
But
I'll go back to blowing my nose.
Sometimes it's not enough, John. It's Heather with the news. Dear John is next.
That's why God gave you fingers.
For advice like that and more, Dear John is next. 97.1.
Hey, the NBA playoffs are going on right now. Finals are here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe somebody's flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things can get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now on trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's a hell of a hockey game. That's how you start a Stanley Cup. Draisaitl, who went goalless last year in the Stanley Cup, scored the first and the final goal. And how about Connor McDavid with the assist? They got a power play in overtime, and they banked it. They buried it. They had dominated the third, dominated overtime, and the Oilers have a lead in the Stanley Cup for the first time since 1990. Florida's not going to go quietly into the night. I think this has 7 games written all over it.
It's going to be exciting.
We have some ticket text and a phone call reacting to Dear John. Let's start with the phone call. Paul in Dearborn. Paul, you have some personal experience?
Paul, good morning.
Paul, you have some thoughts?
Paul?
Oh, come on.
That's too bad.
All right, put you back on
Sounds like
hold.
we were in a pocket.
Says
like he called us and then put us on hold in his pocket.
Yeah. The note said you're wasting time trying to convince your alcoholic brother.
It's tough because you want to see that person change and you want to try to help that person as much as you can.
Yeah.
And clearly that person has to want to change in order to change. It's tough.
It is tough. And it's one of those, like, what are your personal limits? How far are you willing to take this to try and give them the resources, the help, the support that they need?
Texter says if he's functional at work, he hasn't hit his rock bottom yet.
Maybe.
I don't envy that situation.
Yeah,
because you want
it's
to be
hard to
good,
make that judgment.
You can't make the decision for him. The binge guy will get an intervention in some way, shape, or form. There's no red carpet for addicts. He could lose everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why you're concerned about your family. Ticket texters. One more guest equals one more gift when it comes to the showers.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean,
invite them. Bring them on in. Is that what they're saying?
That's what they're saying.
If she's helping host, isn't that the gift?
Yeah, but if her daughter comes, her daughter could bring a gift.
That's the point.
Yeah,
invite one more guest,
that,
you get one more gift. Is that what the texter's saying?
Yeah, I understand that. But if she is helping her mom put on the shower,
I think she would still be expected to bring a gift.
Probably. I don't know.
Lots of questions.
Yeah, so if they're the same age as somebody getting married, I don't know.
They're grown.
Marrying age.
Yeah, that's true. They were friends for a while, it said. Okay, all right.
Whatever marrying age means.
100 people for my daughter's baby shower, signed Nana.
Wow, you got a lot of friends and family. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
LOL, it's embarrassing how much John tries to maintain his manliness. You won't find me at a wedding shower. I'm a man.
Well,
you wouldn't go to one if you were invited?
I was not invited, so
I think that's what's
did
more
not go. Yeah, I mean,
I've never been invited to one either.
And so for us, it was.
He wasn't even at his own.
There was no groom shower. There's a bridal shower. There's no groom shower.
I guess I don't look at it as a bridal shower. I look at it as like you're showering the couple who is about to start a brand new life together that needs new things, and you're giving them these gifts.
That's the wedding is for.
Not like, here's a new towel set just for the bride. Oh, here's some new dishes. The husband can't use it, though.
I've been told you're not allowed to use these towels.
Really?
Oh, yeah, there's towels. There's towels. Yeah, you're not allowed to use these towels. Okay, no problem.
These are decorative.
Yeah.
Oh, like the throw pillows?
Okay,
that are
that
just
concept.
you don't actually use them.
No.
Since there's 20 of them in the bed anyway.
Decor. What else we got? Jansen is a doomsday prepper from an unnamed texter. Yes. They got you all figured out, John.
I don't know if it's necessarily doomsday. It's just being prepared.
Can I share a text I was just sent?
Sure. Is this a personal text?
So
at least it doesn't have your number. So
no, that would be bad for you. So Rieger last night during the Tiger rain delay texts me, and he goes, "I brought up your Bregman topic."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Full phone lines. People don't want him." And he said, "I'm fighting with people." He just texted me. He has like Bregman news beamed into his phone, it appears, because he's already clicked on all these links in the screenshot he sent me. He said, Bregman is expected back at, quote, warp speed, and there's already smoke about him being dealt. Jim, it's happening.
Okay. They are, well, as of yesterday, I didn't check the standings today. I know as of yesterday, they were 10 games back, and now they're 9.
Damn it.
And I don't know what it means for the wild card. Like, how far are they out of the wild card?
They're not that far back.
Right. So for the wild card, they're only 4 back of the wild card.
We need them to nosedive.
The trade deadline's not for another almost 2 months.
Yeah, for this to go perfectly, they would need to be lousy for about 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And then he'd come back. But it wouldn't be enough time to save their season, but it would be enough time for him to be dealt.
I have no doubt that Boston if they try and sell at the deadline, that he'd be a piece that pieces. Yeah, because if he opts out at the end of the season, they get nothing. And they're getting a good player right now, but it's not going to be what they want. That's postseason play. So, deal them.
Yeah, if it comes to it. Gator's coming to the studio. Gator, how are you on this overcast, rainy, gloomy Thursday?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's okay. It's one day.
You're going to bring some positivity.
Hey, the clouds are supposed to part tonight. Should be a nice evening.
It's good.
Yeah.
Good. Get ready for a nice weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And
are you going to go down to the ballpark this weekend?
I might. I hate the Cubs, so I might. Big crowds, though, so you got to plan for that.
Yeah, big games, big crowds.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying it's like that for me. That means getting to the game way ahead of time. And
15 minutes won't get it done.
No, it's not going to get it done.
It's stuck in a line.
Leaving the house 45 minutes before the game starts is not
right.
going to get it done. Because you'll be waiting 45 minutes to park.
Right.
You said you don't like Cubs.
No.
Did their fans travel to these kind of games? I mean, I don't know if I've ever been to a Tigers-Cubs game.
All right. I've always maintained this. The Cub fans aren't really Cub fans. They're Wrigley Field fans, which means they're really just fans of day drinking.
Nothing wrong with that.
Two of these games will be day games. Two will be day games.
Yeah, right. I mean, hey, who doesn't love a day game, right? But the Cubs were the last team to hold out before they started having some night games. So, that's what they have. I've never really cared for the Cubs. I find it really strange how much Chicagoans just despise the Sox and latch onto the Cubs. I've never understood that. I'm like, why? And it's not like the Cubs were successful.
Nope.
So whatever. Will I go to the game? I might go to one of the games. Yeah. I'd love going down the ballpark. So.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I think Gator's misinterpreting Chicago fans, but
and how's that?
We'll get to it.
Oh, okay.
I think he'll fight me over this one, but I think he's misinterpreting.
Oh, Chicago. A fight. I may actually stick around.
Yeah.
Ding, ding.
The camera's on.
What time is that happening?
Oh, we'll do it right out of the gate.
Oh, perfect. There we go. In this corner.
Here we go. Get your popcorn ready.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right. Let's get it on. What do you got?
Well, I just think you're misinterpreting what happens in Chicago. I have relatives who are White Sox fans, And
it must be lonely.
I think that you are the Cubs. People go to Cubs games when the Cubs suck. People do not go to White Sox games when the White Sox suck.
Yeah, I understand the whole thing
and
now.
That,
I get that
happens in other towns too. I think the White Sox are more typical of a fan base of any team. When the team's not very good, the stadium's empty. Chicago, people go to Cubs games no matter how bad the team is.
Yes.
And it is a party. And so I don't remember your exact wording. Was it they hate the White Sox?
Well, I guess you walked in a second late as well, but you've heard me say this before, that there are not Cubs fans, there are Wrigley fans.
Well,
they're Wrigley Field fans.
That is, I think the Cubs fan base is really different.
And because they're Wrigley fans, of course they're not going to be fans of that crappy stadium they built on the south side that is as boring as it
was
comes.
literally one of the last stadiums built before they decided we can make these things really cool and fun.
So, yeah, there's not a ton of love. Like if you ask Chicagoans, what percentage do you think are Cub fans versus White Sox fans?
I have no clue. I think there are more Cubs fans, but
you think?
Yeah. But you yourself say there's not Cubs fans. There's Wrigley Field fans.
They're more Wrigley Field fan than there are Cub fans. There's fans of every team. Okay, let's get that out of the way. All right, there's a little hyperbole being played here, but the majority of those fans that root for that team on the north side, they do so because of Wrigley Field, because of the old tradition, because the stadium has been there for 1,000 years, and because it was built on day drinking. Because what a great thing it was to go out to a Cubs game on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday afternoon and hoist some beers and sit in the bleachers. Who doesn't want to do that? Everybody wants
Cubs
to do that.
fans have problems. They're alcoholics. That's what it comes
right.
down to.
And yes, of course, right now the Cubs are good and the White Sox suck. So it's even there's more of a bias now. But I'm not worried about this year. I get that part. The Cubs have been a miserable franchise forever. But there was Wrigley Field, so everybody walked around with a happy face. The White Sox were actually competitive for a while. They won the World Series one year. And it was like, okay, whatever. Cubs will get them next year.
That's where I think you're wrong. I don't think people are like, whatever.
No, that's a fact. Facts.
I think that is more of a...
Thank you, King. That's fact.
Your interpretation that you just don't listen to White Sox fans.
They're not heard. They're not out there. They're shamed. How come you can't root for the Sox? You got to root for the Cubs. It's weird because like in New York, you can be a Yankee fan and you can be a Mets fan. And there's a split. I don't think it's an equitable split, but it's a heck of a lot more equitable than it is in Chicago. And there's like a friendly rivalry with it. With the White Sox, they're like cast off.
See, I don't think they're cast off. I just think nobody cares right now because they're bad, and I think that's typical of most MLB towns. But
it's the south side, it's the gritty side, it's the blue collar side. They don't. Let's go to the north side with the cake eaters and enjoy it up there.
The weird thing is that Wrigley Field is wildly outdated.
Yes, but it's a historic building.
It's a historic building. The White Sox Stadium is more modern,
but it's boring.
It is really boring. It is really, really boring. But so the Tigers did win at that boring stadium last night.
And there were dozens that saw it.
Yes, there were. They're a bad team. People don't support.
Well, they're a bad team, and it was.
It's like the Miami. Miami in that Colorado game the other night that had 3,000 people.
Yeah, look, it's a second worst team in baseball or whatever they are. I understand why nobody's there, and it's a rainy night.
You know what's crazy too is when there's a rain out at a place like Chicago, and it's 95 minutes long. The net of that is, it feels like there's more Tiger fans than White Sox fans there because after a long rain delay, if you travel to Chicago,
you've made a commitment.
You're going to the game. If you live in Chicago, after an hour, you might be like, I'm pulling the plug and going home. And that's what it looked like last night. When that game started, it felt like there were more Tiger fans there than White Sox fans. But the Tigers jumped on top 2-0. Lazy play by Benintendi in left field. Maybe it was just super aggressive Joey Cora waving Andy Ibanez around third, but Ibanez had started back towards second on a base hit to left. You don't see that guy score very often, but he did. Benintendi, he didn't make that catch on what ended up being the game-winning play. And there were a couple of Benintendi not in a one-run game. Those two plays with Benintendi, the kind of lazy throw back into the infield that helped allow Ibanez to score and not making that catch really cost the White Sox.
And those were unintended reasons why they lost.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that the one late in the game, was it Colt Keith that hit that one?
Yeah, the little blooper.
That was fair by 3 inches. I mean, it was fair by 3 inches. And Perez did a great job of base running on that. Like, he went like 3/4 of the way down. Had Benintendi caught that, he may have had to play at second base to double him up. But Perez read it really well and ends up coming around very easily. And then Colt Keith did the right thing by taking the extra base too, but they couldn't get him home. But 5's what they needed. 5's what they got. It was nerve-wracking, I think, for a while. It was frustrating for a while. This team, it just continues to plug away and win games. And yes, you took advantage. You're taking advantage, and hopefully they do it again this afternoon, of a bad baseball team. This is a bad baseball team. There's no shame in losing to a bad baseball team. Just don't lose the series. And you don't want to split this series either. You want to go away 3-1 with the series win in this one. And if they do, it'll be a 5-2 road trip, which was what I was hoping for. It would have been great to do better than that, but the best they can do on this road trip, if they win today, is 5-2. What that results in, 20 games above 500.
It continues to be amazing watching this Tiger team win. We got a Twitter poll question out there that we would like you to go vote and comment, and it is about what this team might need to do. The question is, when it's all said and done, do the Tigers have to make a big acquisition at the trade deadline to win the World Series, giving up legit prospects for a star player? Or would standing pat and making smaller smart move or moves be enough? And your choices are have to go big, don't need to go big. So go vote. Comments will be read on the air, and we will do that coming up. Let's get to your phone calls and feedback. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. More and more people do that. We see how many people do that each and every day, and we do appreciate all of you out of market or just driving around and decided that's the way you want to take it in. Streaming the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device. Also streaming to our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid and Evan are responsible for fine content. Additionally, you can stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com, streaming chat on both sites. We like to participate when we can, but that way you can watch the show. So always you can take in this program and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. Your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They got auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch with their team in there with you every step of the way. Plus, great rate applies to both new and used vehicles, which helps because my son's looking at a used vehicle and we'd like to take advantage of this deal. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Becoming a member of UMCU is easy. Visit umcu.org and get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, let's go. It's Carson Anderson. Talk to the people time. Tom's in Chicago, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tom.
Morning, guys. Pleasure to talk to you.
What's up?
So I'm a transplant from Detroit, living in Chicago now for a couple of years. I want to chime in on the dynamics between the fan bases here.
Yeah.
I've turned into a person Gator strongly dislikes. I love Wrigley Field. It is a blast. It is a party.
You can love Wrigley Field. I don't have any problem with people who love Wrigley. Go ahead, love it.
But the fan bases are extraordinarily knowledgeable. Like, I was shocked by it. Sure, when the teams are bad, nobody goes to the South Side because it's a pain to get down there. But even when the Cubs are bad, just because the fan base is so big and so passionate about it, it's always going to be filled, primarily because it's easy to get there. So it's not like St. Louis at all. Those fans suck. But the Cubs and White Sox fans are great.
What did St. Louis fans do to catch a stray here?
Well, they don't like
Well, you were talking about them a couple of weeks ago, and I lived out in St. Louis a little bit too. And they're just lousy fans. You know, they're bandwagoners. They don't know anything about their team. But the fan base in Chicago, like, they're rattling off stats like Gator rattles off Erie stats. Like, they just know it. And it's a lot of fun to go to those games because the fans are so passionate. So even though they're not at the stadiums, they're out in the bars, they're out in the public, and they really know their stuff. So, you know, I'm still a diehard Tiger fan. I'm going down today. But the fan bases here have really impressed me, so don't sleep on them.
There you go. 248-539-9797.
Don't care about the White Sox.
Well,
Isn't it the exact opposite what we've heard about St. Louis fans, though?
No,
they're
people
so
say
knowledgeable.
St. Louis fans are the best. That's what they say.
Yeah, they're so knowledgeable.
Yeah. We go to John in Livonia. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Carson Anderson, how we doing?
We're good, John. How are you?
I'm good, man. Hey, guys, as you know, I have the MLB script, right? So I was reading the script last night, and I saw that the Detroit Tigers traded for Aroldis Chapman from the Boston Red Sox and won the 2025 World Series.
Do you know what the Tigers gave up for Aroldis Chapman?
Some chump change. You know, nothing too big.
Huh. Well, I would not be mad with Aroldis Chapman,
particularly for a chump change.
Yeah.
Hey, he throws like 104, man. I just want him on our team, just be lights out. You know, I don't really care what it takes to get him.
Well, I do care what it takes to get him, but I understand Aroldis Chapman or anybody on the back end of the bullpen. It's starting to get more discussion.
Yeah, I think they need to add to the back of the bullpen. And I think I've had enough of John Brebbia on the roster. I don't want to be too mean about this, but let's just say I think he's been unsatisfactory as a pitcher in the bullpen for the Tigers. I think they can find a better option. I hope they have a better option. But with Chapman, look, who isn't enamored with a guy that can throw as hard as he can? The only thing that concerns me, and maybe I'd have to do a much deeper dive into this, but from what my eyes saw, when the Tigers faced him, when they faced him in back-to-back games, first game he was lights out and electric. They couldn't catch up to him. The next game, he was dramatically different.
Yep.
His velocity dropped significantly. Like, the fastball was at 98, 99, which is still fast, but it's not 104. And the Tigers were able to get to him. So my concern is, if you're going to get somebody like that for the back end, you got to use him back-to-back nights. Is he going to be successful?
Yeah, and maybe that's why you can get him for chump change. Although,
well, he's got the script. Yeah,
that's what the script said. But if you could still know that going in and still want him. If that's indicative of who he truly is. We might have just seen him in the second night. He must have just had a bad night. But if that's indicative of who he is, then yeah, you might. It still doesn't mean. It might mean wasn't what he once was, but still pretty good. 248-539-9797. Tom is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tom?
Hi there, guys. I'm a transplanted Chicagoan also. And the White Sox actually lost a whole generation of viewership when Bill Veeck switched to pay-per-view. So when I was a kid, you couldn't even watch the White Sox. You had to pay for it. So it was easier to watch the Cubs. They were on Channel 9. And of course, the neighborhood wasn't an area that you really wanted to go down to. So there was a couple generations of White Sox fans that were never, because they couldn't see them.
Yeah, didn't they do that with the Blackhawks too?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They did do that too with Bill Veeck, but once Bill Veeck passed, then his son took over, and you were able to see him on TV, and they became a better team. I think at one point the Blackhawks were the worst team in all of sports because of that.
You know, it's crazy. You think back to those times, and it's hard to explain to people that growing up in Detroit, if you had cable, you got to watch all the Braves and Cubs games.
Right. Yeah.
They just happened to be on most people's
TBS
standard
GN,
cable.
yeah.
I why that was the case. Why, I don't know, but it was baseball. I remember I watched a lot of baseball that I didn't really care about, but it was on.
Oh, it
when it wasn't readily available in other ways. There was no streaming of games.
No, and not every game was on TV, of course. Yep. In fact, it was quite a lot of games that were not on TV. And then they found ways to get it to a pay service. It was on TV, which was the original precursor to what is now FanDuel, I guess, right?
So, Gator, here's something interesting that Tony Paul just tweeted out, and I got a question for you. Tony Paul, Detroit News. Tigers are selling standing room only tickets for all 3 games of the Cubs series, Friday through Sunday, looking like a weekend crowd of 120,000 or so. Do you think that this is more because Tiger fans are getting on board? Nice weekend, school's getting out. Are we leery of Cubs fans coming here?
It's a perfect storm. There's going to be tons of Cubs fans. I mean, I think that you're going to see, like, probably if this were a normal opponent, right? If they were facing the Minnesota Twins this weekend.
Yep.
I think you'd probably get really good crowds, over 30,000 each for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the Cubs. Their fans are everywhere. And you'll see plenty of the jerseys with the C on it and all that. And then you'll see Sammy Sosa jerseys out there and all types of crap. But
they too are playing well.
Yeah, no, it's a great matchup this time of the year. It's going to be awesome at the ballpark. I mean, everything you're hearing is we got like a sellout. At least one of the nights I think is already confirmed as a sellout, and now you're talking about only standing room seats left. So it should be an outstanding series and very well attended. And yes, you're going to see tons of Cub fans. You're going to see way more Tiger fans, but it's everything. This is why it's great this time of year to see this team playing as well as they are, so that you can have a weekend like this. But yes, it coincides with weather's going to be great. Schools are letting out, and it's a weekend.
It's kind of the perfect storm.
Absolutely.
I really hope it's because Tiger fans are just like, we got a team. We're excited, and there'll be less Cub fans, but there'll be Cub fans.
Yeah.
There'll be Cub fans.
You're going to be
now
inundated with them.
I got to check this real quick. I think Friday night might be an Apple TV game.
I think it is.
And those are ones that can be frustrating for the fan base that doesn't get Apple TV. You did get Apple TV, correct?
Yeah.
And was it just for this reason?
Yeah.
You appear to be thrilled.
Totally thrilled.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that, and of course I got to start Severance.
You're never going to start Severance.
I am.
Are you?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay.
I've got one more episode of Mobland to finish up, and then I'll probably maybe start Severance.
Okay.
Probably maybe.
I
want to. I do want to. I'm not saying this is a joke. I mean,
I'm doing my best not to put any pressure on you. I'd be intrigued. I'd be intrigued whether or not you'd like it. But anyway, 248-539-9797. I mentioned the Twitter poll that we have. When it's all said and done, Tigers, do they have to make a big acquisition at the trade deadline to win the World Series? Giving up legitimate prospects for a star player, would standing pat or making smaller, smart moves be enough? You can vote have to go big or don't need to go big. Right now, Gator, what do you suspect is winning this poll?
Go big.
Have to go big, 59.6% of the vote. Don't need to go big, 40.4%. And as you'd imagine, we're getting comments, and we said we'd read them on the air. Sega writes in, when you're good, you get better, because what happens when other teams get better and you don't? I don't really care what they do as long as they do something. I have faith they will. John Kent says, I picked don't have to go big with a caveat that they keep doing what they're currently doing. I mean, duh, I guess, but if they keep doing what they are doing, they are the best team in baseball right now. From Halloween season on Twitter, give me Bichette and a solid arm. What that takes, I don't know. If the question is, this is from Jeffrey, if the question is to win the World Series now and you can't believe this current roster can hang with the best teams in the league, then the answer is yes, go big and take your shot. From Fire Shadow 87, I feel like at least one big move is needed to help lock things down. We only have one true superstar in Tarek. I feel like we could use one more to move the needle even further, someone who is very reliable, whether a hitter or a pitcher.
Well, here's the Tigers. The good news for people that want the Tigers to go big is that they're in a position of strength. They have trump card after trump card to do whatever they want to do. If they want to go big, they can, because they have the prospects to offer up an exchange for that big player they would get in return. Whether that means somebody who's already an established player and is under a contract for long term, or if it means if it's a rental like Bo Bichette would be. They can do anything that they want to do. The question is, what does Scott Harris want to do? What is A.J. Hinch telling him that they need? I don't know if it's something big. I tend to think it's not something big. This is a team that's 19 games above 500, a chance to go 20 above 500 today. They'll have a test this weekend against the Cubs, to another yardstick type team that they're going against. And you'll have a better idea of really where you think this team is. Is it just tweaking? Is it just making an upgrade in the bullpen? Finding a more solid starter for the rotation, because right now you've got some unknowns because guys are hurt again. Or is it making a big splash and talking to Boston and saying, hey, about that Bregman situation or the Devers situation. But something happened yesterday that I wondered, does this portend something else?
We'll get to that today at 10:32. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You can check and see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. You can get all the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. We've talked about the formula here. You go to FanDuel.com/Doug. You join up. Then you bet a heavy favorite on the money line with your $5. Hopefully you bank the $200 in bonus bets, and then you can play however you want. Official sports betting partner of the NBA is FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you mentioned something there before the break. Something happened yesterday.
Yeah, H.A. Hinch was talking with reporters, and he talked about Colt Keith getting reps at third base. Remember, that's what he was coming up. He was drafted as a third baseman, suffered a shoulder injury, and wasn't able to throw the ball as well. Apparently, he's been working with Alan Trammell in the off seasons and during the season, I guess, occasionally. And now his shoulder is back up to strength where he can make the throws. Mm-hmm. And there's talk that he's back in the mix. He could play some games over at third base, which is interesting because since May 4th, his OPS is like 861. He had another double last night, and he's really hitting the ball well. And he needs to find a place in the lineup because Gleyber Torres has done a fantastic job at second base. The original plan was Colt was going to play first base, but here's Spencer Torkelson with his great OPS. So he's going to be out there. Plus, Torque is a really pretty good fielding first baseman this year. What about third base? Well, it's kind of been this revolving door position. And if Colt Keith goes to third and Javi Baez ends up playing shortstop, all of a sudden this lineup is becoming even more formidable to have all these guys in the lineup on a daily basis. Does that eliminate the need to go out and find a third baseman or a shortstop? I know lots of people want to bring up Bo Bichette and Toronto, and look, Toronto's not out of it yet. So are they going to deal him? They might deal him, but if they do, it's not going to be for 6 weeks.
Yeah. Something else that happened the last couple of days that may have some reverberation in terms of trade is Bryce Rainier. Did you see his injury?
Yeah, it looked bad. He was diving back to first base on a pickoff attempt. Looked like he jammed his shoulder and immediately flopped over on his back and was writhing in pain.
Yep. That's a player that teams would call about. I don't know if the Tigers would have any interest in moving him. My guess is that he was probably high up the list of untouchables. But, if the right deal comes along, I don't think anybody should be untouchable. But, that takes away a little bit of the ammunition they have. But because there is some redundancy in terms of shortstop prospects. Mm-hmm. But, that it might not have any impact because they might have just said that's a player we're never even going to trade. But it could. I mean, it could be some team that was eyeing him that would make you that offer you can't refuse. But he's and just because he's hurt doesn't mean he can't get traded. And we don't know how serious the injury is, but it does appear to be significant.
Yeah, it didn't look good, and that's unfortunate because he was off to a really good start at Lakeland. He had been in and out of the lineup with a couple of minor injuries, but hitting over 280. A real solid OPS. It was close to 800, but his exit velocity was ridiculous on the balls that he put in play. And read somebody had I think maybe Evan Petzold, Evan or could have been Lynn Henning, one of the two. His exit velocity on his batted balls would be top 50 in Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
that's how good it is right now, and he's 19 years old.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. DeVell, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, DeVell.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. So I was commenting on the whole Cubs versus White Sox thing. I lived down there and worked a few years ago down in Indianapolis. So the thing with Chicago people, the caller mentioned it earlier, they're very knowledgeable. They are. They're indeed knowledgeable. They're also historians, and they deal with the old school. So here's the thing, because I wondered when I was down there, I'm like, we're closer to where the White Sox play. What's the fascination with the Cubs? So I found out what it is. The Cubs, the White Sox are just as old as the Cubs, really. It started with the whole Shoeless Joe thing, the scandal with the Black Sox. They stopped rocking with the White Sox like that. That's number one. So they have the whole, and they're, like I said, they're historians. So it's like that with the Bears as well. Now, remember, I'm working in outside of Indianapolis. Indianapolis, before 1984, didn't have anybody. They weren't, the Colts weren't there. So they were all Chicago Cubs fans, and their parents were all, Chicago Cubs and Chicago Bear fans, I found out down there. Because there was one guy who was a White Sox fan. I would say everybody else was Cubs and Bear fans. So they didn't rock with the Indianapolis Colts as well. So amazingly enough, when the Colts and the Bears went in the Super Bowl, all those same Bear fans were now all of a sudden Indianapolis Colts fans because they won. Go figure that.
It's weird how they like St. Louis had a huge following west to the west, and I remember reading about because there weren't a lot of teams west of them. I mean, there's Kansas City Royals. They came along later, but when they back in the days of yore, I guess. But yeah, look, it's weird to play them back to back. Certainly this weekend. Game's expected to be sold out down at Comerica Park. Roy and Livonia, you're next. Hi, Roy.
What's up, fellas? Man, big weekend coming up. This is going to be awesome. The day you don't get Bregman, if somebody told you, no worries, you're going to start 41-22, we would have said, where do we sign?
Yep.
No problem. I think Scott Harris's job is pretty easy. You just listen to A.J. Hinch. The guy has done such a good job over the last couple of years managing this team. You just listen to him. I think you go get a bullpen guy, and you try to get a veteran stick, and you go for it. That's pretty much all I got.
I mean,
have a good weekend, boys.
I don't know. I don't know if that answers the question whether or not those are big moves. Most bullpen moves, most of them are smaller, more subtle moves. But there are like the one guy who had the script of the Major League season and said that we're going to end up with a Aroldis Chapman. That would be a big move.
Yeah, if you're trading for a closer, it's typically a big move.
Yep.
And depending on how many years left on the contract, obviously that's what's going to affect how much you're going to have to pay for what the price is going the other way with prospects or whatnot. But I do expect this team to make some changes to the bullpen before the trade deadline.
Well, if now as far as a veteran bat, that could be subtle. I mean, what was it, 2006 when they got Sean Casey?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a subtle move.
Yeah, I mean an above average bat.
Yep.
But yeah, it was subtle. He was okay.
Yep.
And that was obviously a really good team, World Series team.
And then they had some moves out. I'll tell you what felt big was the day they got Aubrey Huff and Chris Washburn. That felt big.
Massive.
And they both came here and coincidentally stunk.
They were terrible. Aubrey Huff, as I recall, was leading the American League in RBIs at the time. And Jared Washburn was one of the top ERA pitchers in the American League at the time.
Yep.
And neither of them helped this team out at all.
Nope.
And then the team just got better and better with their everyday lineup where the additions were really made in the offseason. But they were making splashes at something, whether it was a Prince Fielder splash in the offseason or during the season when they got David Price. I mean, they made some big moves to go for it, and they chased it, but they didn't get the World Series.
248-539-9797. Got that Twitter poll out there. Do they need to go big, or could they win a World Series with either smaller, more subtle move or moves, or standing pat? A lot of votes coming in on that. It's 58.6% in favor of going big, 41.4%, and something small could get it done. Let's see. What else do we have here? From Aaron, go get Bregman, Devers, or Burchett if he agrees to an extension. His names have been kicked around a lot by fans. Bichette has been reported. Bregman and Devers I don't know if I've seen any actual reporting on them. It's mostly fans.
Yeah, I can't see the Red Sox doing that. Moving on from either player just yet. They're starting to fall out of it at 30-34. They're 9 games back of the Yankees at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But they committed a lot of money to Bregman, $40 million a year. Bregman has the ability to get out of that contract after each of the first couple of years. I don't know. I don't see them doing that. And I believe Bregman has the no trade clause.
Yeah.
Devers is interesting because he's been so vocal about not wanting to switch around position to position to position to position.
Mm-hmm.
And all he does is hit. So he's still smacking the ball around. I would love it if the Red Sox were to make Rafael Devers available. Go get him. Plug and play.
Jeff sends us the following tweet. Talk to us when it's July 15th and actually close to the trade deadline. And then he has the man face palming emoji. Relax, dude. We're just having some fun talking trades, bro.
Yes, and I think we all recognize that if there's going to be a significant trade made, it probably isn't going to happen until you get a week or two outside of the trade deadline.
Guess what? We talk about the Lions. We're not going to wait till September. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Coming up, interesting trend when you compare the Tigers and the White Sox. The Tigers get the win last night. We'll get to that today at 10:50. Hey, just a reminder, if you are a friend or a family member, you're in need of a lawyer for an auto accident, keep in mind the name Michigan Auto Law. Steve and his crew over there, they specialize in representing clients who've been in accidents. And if you need a lawyer that can have the track record that they do, well, good luck finding one. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. On top of that, they're known for their white glove customer service. So check them out, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Yes, it was. And Mr. Benintendi, couple of plays to left field that amounted to 2 Tiger runs and a 5-4 win. One was, I would describe it as a somewhat lazy return to the infield that helped Andy Ibanez to score on a single from Riley Green in the first inning. They had second and third, ground ball to the left side, and it gets through the hole between short and third. But Ibanez, you don't run unless it's at you or behind you. It was in front of him, and so he started back to second. Ball gets through, and he scores after starting back to second on a ground ball to left. Yeah, Benintendi didn't exactly hustle the ball in, and then he didn't make that catch that you heard dancing. Now, it was a little bit tougher.
That was a tough catch to make, but and a lot of people didn't see it because the game was delayed by weather, and by the time it's all wrapping up, it's like midnight. And the other play that was spectacular we haven't discussed yet, it was the turning point of the game. Wenzel Perez hits a ball, line drive, looks like it's going towards the gap between left field and center field. The center fielder gets over there, cuts it off, throws it into second base. Perez going for 2, slides head first, gets called out. The Tigers say, review that sucker. They review it, and it gets overturned. It was a close play, but great job by Perez to, keep his left arm away, and a bad job by the guy trying to tag him out who waited for him to slide in and tags him in the chest instead of the arm. He's safe, and the 2 batters later was the Colt Keith bloop double that scored him. So, amazing play.
Listen to this. This ticket text just came in.
Okay.
Actually, let me get to the ticket text a second. I just mentioned the crazy trend.
Yeah.
And there's a few things here.
And by the way, Benintendi, he's been a Tiger killer in the past too, I feel like.
Yep.
So I'm okay with seeing him maybe not so good.
I was looking at stuff previewing this afternoon's game, Tigers and White Sox. White Sox in their last 10 games. Do you know what their record is?
5-5.
2-8.
Oh, that's terrible.
They're hitting .230. The Tigers in the last 10 games, they're hitting .239 and are 8-2. Now,
pitching has been outstanding for the Tigers.
The pitching makes a huge difference. Batting average is not as a stat that's used to reflect your offensive production as much as it used to, but it's just kind of funny.
That's pretty amazing.
Now, the ERAs, Chicago's ERA is 4.76. Detroit's is 2.35. 2.35 as a team the last 10 games, but the batting averages, the differences are 9 points, and neither of them are really hitting it all that much. But, look, Detroit is getting, I think the runners in scoring position would reflect that the Tigers are getting it done that way. All right, here's the ticket text. Are you guys afraid of this series? Is this because of Tiger fan buy-in? No. It's because a much, much bigger fan base is good and coming to town. I wish we could text people back. We can't. We can't.
Does he have a name?
Didn't sign it.
Cub fan 99.
Something like that, yeah. Yep.
Rhino Rocks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Wrigley Mike.
Oh,
yeah.
This guy.
Whatever it is, whoever it is.
Let me respond to Cub fan.
Yeah.
Are you thick? The Tigers had the best record in baseball.
And
we finally, I don't know if you've gone through this weather situation in May, which was as horrible as it's been. Now the weather is turning out to be pretty good this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And schools are getting out. I mentioned it's the weekend. And the Tigers have the best record in baseball. And yes, the lovable losers that are the Cubs, they're coming to town. And yes, they have a lovable loser fan base that will also buy up some of these tickets without question. We're going to see plenty of them. But we're not going to see a Cub takeover. You're going to see, there's going to be a presence. And it might be a little uncomfortable to see 10,000 Cub fans at the game. But they'll be outnumbered 3-1.
Next from CG in Sterling Heights, my daughter and son-in-law have a group coming from Chicago. They'll be tailgating Saturday and are going to all 3 games. Go Tigers. Guys, hopefully with more fans showing up and the Tigers winning, it will show Chris Ilitch it's time to spend money on this team and continue the winning ways. Well, look, the thing that you got to keep in mind about Ilitch is they signed some pretty good players this offseason, and they really went all in with a financial commitment. I don't even remember the terms. It was 6 years.
$171 million.
That's what they offered Alex Bregman. So, I mean, Ilitch, that was – look, I thought it was too much to give Alex Bregman. I might be wrong on that one, but it was the years that bothered me.
Yeah, he's having a great start to the season, but it was the 6 years was a little rough. But, yes, they spent money wisely and unwisely on some players. But they spent money. And after spending all that money, that's when the offer went out to Alex Bregman after they'd already spent money. So they're going to be willing to spend some money. It's going to be on the right players, though.
I think Bregman is a sign that Chris Ilitch decided last offseason was the time to really add in terms of financial commitment. And, hey, man, they didn't get the guy, and yet it's okay, as it turns out.
Excuses are out the window because this was a good baseball team down the stretch last year, went to the playoffs, knocked off the Astros, went to the ALDS, was within one game of getting to the ALCS. They had a 2-1 lead over Cleveland, couldn't hang on to it in the series, and lost. Went into the offseason, added pieces to this team, significant pieces like Gleyber Torres and bringing Jack Flaherty back after trading Jack Flaherty at the deadline last year. And then making some other moves, like Tommy Kahnle was a nice move. We haven't seen anything yet from Alex Cobb, so we're waiting on that. And yes, they made a significant offer to a player that did not accept it. But I think the days of saying that they're not going to spend money, I think those are over with.
Well, let's just say
for the time being.
I'm not for the person that sent this. I'm not as worried about it as I used to be. That offseason tells me that the commitment is there. It's a matter of whether or not they can, get a player. I mean, Bregman did go somewhere where he thought he had a better chance to win, apparently. As far as whether or not they need to go big, this person writes, yes, they need another reliever and a solid right-handed bat. And then this from Jerry in Southwest Michigan. It's crazy to think about. With a win today, all the Tigers need to do is play .500 baseball the rest of the way, and they will win 102 games. And I think that's accurate. 42-22 would be their record. That's 66 games. They play 162, so that's 96 games remaining. No, it's not. It doesn't.
48 wins.
Yeah, it doesn't get them to 102 wins. Yeah, it doesn't get them to 102 wins, right?
No.
Yeah.
That gets him to...
Gets him close to 100 wins. It gets him, 98 wins?
89? 89 wins?
So what did we say? 96 games to go. They'll be at 42.
Oh, sorry. That's if they win today because they're 41-26.
Yep.
So.
Yep. He said if they win today. So there'll be 96 games left. Half of 96 is 48. 48 and 42 is 90. So they'll be at 90 wins. It won't be at 102. Yeah. 248-539-9797. More texts here. They need to make a big move and go for it. A big bat, a reliever. You're not winning with the money ball concept. I don't know that anybody's referred to this as money ball, but they're not winning with this concept is clearly what the implication is. I don't know, man. I tend to think that that's true, except that they're doing just that right now. And they did it at the end of last year with many of the same component pieces. I'm
not sure you can say they're not going to win when they're 19 games above 500.
But to win the World Series, you might have to beat the Dodgers, and they got swept by the Dodgers.
Okay. And the Dodgers, over the last 20 games, have the worst ERA in baseball. So it's a different team.
Yep.
And I feel like the Tigers are kind of the same team they were to start the season.
Yeah,
when they started 0-3. Remember what you said, Doug.
Favorite 0-3 team of all time. But if I look at the Tigers on paper, I kind of agree with it. The results are showing us something completely different. That the way these pieces fit together and the way A.J. Hinch uses them is working.
Yeah. Look, I'll feel better today if Torkelson hits 2 home runs.
Yes.
and starts launching the ball out of the park again. I'll feel better if Kerry Carpenter, is going to play and starts hitting again. There's a lot of that. But this is what they kind of do. Every time you think, is this a downturn? Somebody spikes back up because the downturns have not lasted long. They just haven't. Javi Baez last night, I think he ended up with just the one hit, but man, he stung the ball a couple other times. We're just right at guys. You get the line drive to right field. I'm like, here we go. No. Guy was perfectly placed, able to make the play. He had another line out to an infielder. But as long as they're swinging the bat well, making great contact, I'm happy with that.
It's Carson Anderson. Gator, I have a video for you to watch, and we'll do it today at 11:05.
No, I don't know about
Carson Anderson on 97.1.
We didn't agree.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers look to end their road trip with a win and take their series with the White Sox when Casey Mize gets the ball today for the finale of a 4-game series on the South Side. Last night, the Tigers won a thriller 5-4 over the White Sox. The Bats supported Sawyer Gibson-Long with 4 first-inning runs, but by the 5th, Chicago had tied it at 4. That set things up for Colt Keith, late-inning heroics and 8th-inning double, scoring Wencio Perez would prove to be the game winner. Manager A.J. Hinch credits the resiliency of the offense during what's been an up-and-down series so far. Brebbia, Holton, Vest, and Kamley combining for 5 1/3 innings, a 1-run ball out of the bullpen after Gibson-Long gave up 3 in his return from injury. That first pitch from Chicago, 2:10, 1:45 pregame show here on 97.1. Texas softball is within 1 win of their first national championship after a 2-1 win over Texas Tech last night. Longhorns catcher Reese Atwood pulled a Miguel Cabrera last night, swinging at a pitch as she was being intentionally walked, and that played to Texas's 2 runs that proved to be the game winners. The Longhorns look to clinch that series in Game 2 tonight, 7 o'clock that first pitch. And the world-famous Kronk Gym, where Detroit boxing royalty first got in the ring, reopening this summer in a new building where Hall of Famer Joe Louis once trained. The Brewster Wheeler Recreation Center will be the gym's new home. The original Kronk Gym closed in 2006 and burned down in 2017. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Did you, were you watching the game in the command center downstairs?
I was not.
So were you flipping back and forth between Tigers and the Stanley Cup Finals Game 1, or you just not pay attention to the Stanley Cup Finals?
I was flipping back and forth between the Tigers, the Stanley Cup Finals, and the College World Series.
Why not the command center? It's all the way down there?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, I got to be honest. We got 2 kids living at home right now. I spend a lot of time down there, and I walk into the command center and I get depressed because I don't know if you're aware, kids don't clean up after themselves.
Oh,
I got to tell you my new move.
Straight facts.
I got to tell you my new move. This may be considered crossing the line.
Okay.
I have said for years that the kids do not listen when it comes to cleaning up after themselves in the vehicle. In the car, it's terrible. And it's gotten worse since the kids don't have, like, they can drive, they take our cars, they leave our house, they come back, I get in the car in the morning, and there's trash. There's straw wrappers on the seat, and there's, trash, a burger wrapper in a cup holder. Like, it's
French fries. Skittles.
And I've warned them, and I've warned them, and I've warned them.
Yeah.
And I've told them. And I said to my wife, I have an idea. Every time I find trash in the car, I take it, whoever had the car, and I go up to their bedrooms, and I put it in their bed.
Okay.
Is that too far?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. You're at your wit's end.
I'm at wit's end. They don't know I'm doing this yet. So I put trash, like my wife, it was funny because this morning she's leaving for work. I'm leaving for work. She pulls a cup out of her car from a fast food place and launches it towards me as I'm coming out of the garage. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do it now because he's in the bed, but I'm going to take this cup later today. I set it aside and I'm going to go up and I'm going to put it in his bed. And that's just the new thing.
I ain't mad at you.
Okay. No. You sometimes have been known to side with the kids.
No, not in this case.
Is this cruel?
No, it's not cruel at all. It's not even tough love. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's
okay.
It's a way of addressing a situation that makes it look as ridiculous as it is. Like, this is how stupid this is.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually took the time to take the trash out of the car and put it into your bed.
Yep.
Because you're not taking the time to take the trash out of the car and just throw it in the trash.
Now, what's going to be intriguing, which you have to walk past the trash cans to get in the house, but what's going to be intriguing is will this go on all summer and they don't even question it? Like,
are they going to live in their own filth?
They're going to live in their, like, I must have left the straw wrapper in my bed.
See, it's going to get interesting when it's like food, when it is French fries.
I mean, we're not going to get too carried away.
You got license to do it, my friend.
I kind of do, but then the problem is, invariably, it feels like that we are the ones that end up cleaning it. Right now, it's just basically wrappers.
What about doing this? Taking the trash that you see, putting it in the driver's seat, locking the doors of the car, and taking the keys. So when the kids are they're going to take the car, like, wait, where are the keys? I have the keys. Would you like to come get the keys? I'll meet you outside. And then they go out to the car, and then they see all the trash in the front seat, and then they feel shame.
It's possible. Yep. It's possible. We'll see how the bed thing works.
At some point, something does click, and you go from being a slob in the car to not being a slob in the car.
Yep.
Like, my car is pretty immaculate right now, and it has been for months, and I'm pretty impressed with that. I think even Kang might be impressed with the way my car looks right now.
Got a thumbs up.
Just got a set of clubs in the back and a pair of golf shoes and a hat. That's it.
Okay, I forwarded you a video, and I want you to describe the video.
I must not have gotten it.
Just take a look.
Oh, I may not have gotten this.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. Sent. I sent it to Scott. It's a forwarded email from Kang. Scott, I almost read your email address on the air. Shouldn't do that, but yeah.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
No.
Don't know what happened there. Let me try again.
Here it comes. Now I got it.
All right, great. Click. I would like you to click on the link and pause it right at the beginning and tell me what you see.
I see Shohei Ohtani at the plate in position to hit a baseball.
Yep. All right, hit play and tell me what you see.
Shohei Ohtani swinging.
Yep.
Watching.
Yep.
He's posing a little bit, taking a slow walk.
Yep.
Says something like, "Come on," and then some.
This is more than I expected, Doug. I expected this.
Kang asked me this morning, would Gator laugh?
What do you think, Doug? Is he laughing?
Kang, I'm having problems retweeting this for our listeners. I don't know why.
Spectacular.
All right, I'll try it.
All right, see if you can, and then I can read.
He's just staring it down. Then they go to a crowd shot where the crowd's trying to catch the ball, and all these idiots just put their arms up, but nobody comes close to catching the ball, and it lands on some poor toddler's head. Just smokes him.
Kang asked, will he laugh? Do you think he'll laugh when he sees this?
I feel bad for the kid. I really do. But it's funny.
I Google search. There doesn't appear to be any reports of there being a serious injury. But the adults did that poor young man no favors.
None.
I mean, what's that kid, like 6?
Oh,
5?
I think he's less than that.
Whatever he is, there was no help for the adults.
Oh my
around.
God! And dude who's wearing red after the kid gets hit, and he's just upset with himself for because does he have the kid in his arm?
He might,
and he's trying to one-hand it.
He tried to one-hand the baseball.
Worst dad of the year.
You think that's his dad?
Oh my God! How awful is that, dude? Oh, and there's somebody that's got a glove that's a couple rows in front and makes not even a wave at the ball. He's just holding the glove like up by his head, but not like reaching to make a catch. Like, why do you even have the glove if you're not going to make an effort?
Right.
And this guy, you just let your kid get smoked by a home run ball from Shohei. I hope they gave the kid. Now that's a home run ball I hope the kid gets.
Right.
Because he's going to have, and then he should go and get Shohei to sign the stitching of the ball imprint on his forehead.
Well, you can see the video now. It's been tweeted out at DunGator971. So the answer is yes. Gator would laugh. 248-539-9797.
I was able to freeze frame it right at impact. I mean, poor kid just gets smoked. And the look on everybody else's face as they, in vain, try to make this catch. There's a guy wearing a blue T-shirt and a hat, and he's got a beard, and he's sort of pivoted towards where the kid is. Both hands are up in the air like he's doing the wave.
Yeah.
Dude, catch the ball. All these other fans, they're all reaching out, but clearly nowhere near where the ball is. Like, do you not have any concept of a trajectory of that baseball? You're right there. You're at the end of its arc. It's not going to all of a sudden shift change and go over to the left. Make the play. Save a kid.
You know, we were talking about cheese yesterday and Swiss cheese. This is the Swiss cheese of fans in the outfield.
So funny.
Well,
so funny. So funny.
Something is getting confirmed right now. You can
What?
The Gator doesn't like kids.
I don't have a problem with kids. They should protect the child here. I'm making fun. What I think is funny is how bad these parents are. They're all around here. All these adults that could make the play, and they're not. The one guy seriously looks like he's on a roller coaster going, woo! Make the catch!
You can check it out at Dungator971 on Twitter. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. saw something written about the NBA Finals, and it irritated me to a degree, and I'm trying to figure out why. But anyway, we'll get to that coming up today at 11:21. 248-539-9797. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hello, DJ.
Fellas, what up, though?
How you doing,
right?
DJ?
Hey.
I'm great, man. I just wanted to call in and just double down and tell you you're doing the absolute 1,000% correct thing as far as what you're doing with your kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So, around here, amongst the many kind of stuff and things I do, I coach high school basketball around here. So I always hear parents talking about, my kids don't do this, and they don't listen, they don't do this, they don't do that. And I just look and say, well, that's you. They're kids. They are what you make them. You understand what I'm saying? I heard you say, Doug, hey, man, well, I've been warning them and warning them and warning them and warning them. Well, guess what? You're taking accountability and coming up with a action to stop this problem. So I don't think it's extreme. I think what you're showing is, hey, man, for every action, there's a reaction. If you want to dirty up my car and keep dirty up my car, I'm going to dirty up your room until you fix it. So I am with you 1,000%. This has to be stopped. And that's on you, Doug. That's you taking accountability.
I think, well, but I guess it's about time because, I mean, we've got a 22-year-old son, and this has been going on since he was little, although he's not as much of a problem anymore. He doesn't live at home. But the other two, there's junk in the car all the time. Like, so I'm just taking it out of the car and putting it in their bed.
So in a weird way, it's funny, man. I guess one of the reasons is kind of I call for that reason, but also on a weird way, on a side note, I call because I own a business, man, and I have work vehicles, and I have grown up. I call them grown child adults who they have my work vehicles. And just 2 days ago, I get in one of my work vans, man. I see everything that they have eaten for like the past 3 weeks. They are grown babies. I see Jolly Ranchers. I see Rallies. And that is just like totally unexcusable. So guess what? Me as the owner, I had to take accountability and told my supervisors what we're going to do is if I find any garbage, any toothpicks, anything in my vehicles, you're being docked your pay because we should not have this issue with a bunch of adults.
Wow,
I got to take accountability for that.
Let me ask you this, DJ. Would this ever happen in that sweet 72 Eldorado of yours?
Absolutely 1,000, completely not. No. Listen, my daughter got in there the other day, and she looked like she was about to open up a bag of Buttermade, and I just stared at her. And she just looked at me, and I looked back, and I said, yeah, you bet not even dare. And then she put it in her little pocket. No, not at all. Ain't no eating in El Dorado, not at all.
So 3 weeks ago, DJ posted a picture on Twitter of this beautiful red 72 convertible Eldorado.
He's speaking your language.
And I responded to it. I need a ride. I got to ride shotgun in that. And it's a beautiful car. It was a beautiful day back on May 14th to do that. I still want to ride in that car.
My dog, man. All you guys are great guys, man. If I bump into you out, man, I come out to Twin Peaks or whatever. Here's the thing, though. We need some good weather.
Yeah. 100%.
Today's feeling very May. Thank you, DJ. We go to Rob. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how are you, gentlemen?
Doing great. Thank you.
Doug, when I heard that saying, I was immediately teleported 50 years ago because my father used to do this to me as a teen.
Yeah.
He used the bed as a communication method. If there was, if you found stuff in the garbage, if you found garbage in the car, it was on my bed. But he also used it to get me to do things that he thought I was procrastinating on, like, you got to do the yard work, and I'd find the accessories for yard work on the bed. If I was supposed to be doing something for school, I'd find it on my bed. So he used the bed as a communication method, and it was really effective.
I'm desperate times, man. I finally said enough. Started with straw wrappers. I find straw wrappers, gum wrappers. They're going right in the bed. Today there's going to be a cup when I get home. It gets put in my son's bed. They don't know I'm doing this. And none of you are going to tell them. And let's see how long until they figure it out. You leave it in the car, goes in the bed.
This is what there's not going to be in the car is loose change because nobody.
Yeah, nobody's leaving cash.
Nobody does that.
No, you're right. Doug, I like your new policy towards your kids. I also have a late teen, early 20s at home. Based on experience, they will sleep in their beds with the trash, and I am not joking. This will happen.
They'll just knock it on the ground.
Doug thinks it's bad the kids don't pick up after themselves. Imagine your wife being just as bad. It's not if not worse than the teenagers. Then add in a 3 and 6-year-old on top of that, of the wife and 2 teenagers. I have an 8-passenger SUV to transport 5 people that refuse to pick up after themselves. LOL. This is Joanne from Detroit via ticket text. She writes, Doug, instead of putting the trash in the kids' bed, don't let them drive the car until they clean it up after themselves. We've tried some of that, but then that means when they need to get places, I'm like, I don't want you to get fired. So I either have to drive you now or, so yeah, it's.
Is there some sort of trash bag in the car? Have you tried that method? Like,
yeah,
hey, okay,
we have.
Oh, that's aggravating. Yeah. I'm sorry, Doug.
Here's a common theme I noticed. It's confirmed Gator hates children. LOL. That's from DoorDash Jeff.
That's not true. No, that's not a stat of the day. That is not true.
Let me see. We got more of that. Gator hates kids, so that reaction checks out. From Kai Tech, Gator really enjoys seeing his kid getting hurt.
Who knows if the kid was hurt? Was the video cut out before we could see if there was any real damage?
From 5 Shadow 87. Gonna be hard to beat the Gator as a child hater charges with now how hard he's laughing.
Well, it was funny. I wasn't expecting it. I think everybody's reaction would have been the same when they first saw the video. What was your reaction?
I thought it was funny, but
okay, there it is.
I wouldn't have to stop the show for
Thank you, sir.
6 minutes and laugh.
I don't need to reclaim my time as a senator, but what just needed your initial reaction was, yes, I laughed. Thank you very much.
And then I moved on. You laughed, and 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 you kept laughing.
I had some time.
Then you told everybody how funny it was.
Well, Kang, did you find this video?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do when you first saw it?
I want Gator to see this.
Right. But did you laugh? Of course you laughed. And then the next thing you did was, Doug, you got to see this.
No, it literally was for show purposes.
He literally said, the first thing he said is, we need to make Gator watch this video on the air. And I turned and I thought, okay. I said, Shohei got hurt last night and it's bad? And then I realized, no, it was a kid getting smoked in the face by a home run ball. Gator will love it.
I initially thought it was going to be a shot of Shohei hitting a foul ball right to the camera because it was a weird camera angle because it was taken off of a TV.
Yep.
So that's what I thought it was going to be. But let the record show all 3 of us laughed at the video.
Let the record also show.
Fact. That's a stat. No, that's a stat right there.
That is true. Let's also let the record show that 2 of us had giggles. 1 of us stopped the show to laugh for 4 minutes straight.
Now's the time where you can enjoy it a little bit more. Before the show, you're like, we got to get the show together, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have time to continue to dwell on it or really enjoy it.
There you go.
Well, it was funny. We all laughed.
All right, Dan Campbell at the podium at this hour, and we have him talking about Frank Ragnow. Is that correct? Interesting to hear what he had to say about the sudden retirement of the Alliance Center. We'll play it for you. Coming up at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we had to pull an audible. We'll get to this NBA thing in a minute, but Dan Campbell at the podium speaking at this hour. And we just saw it, Kang. You've got it's being edited and loaded into our system here as we speak. So this is him talking about.
This first cut is about him and how much they'll miss Frank and if it was about the contract at all or not.
Okay, and so this is Dan Campbell speaking at the podium down at Allen Park at this hour. Okay.
And he was pretty emotional when he was talking about it. I mean, fairly emotional, where obviously, he loved Frank as a person as well, not just as a player.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of guy Dan Campbell is. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. You see him after games. He gets emotional after games. And obviously when one of the toughest players I've ever seen play the game is going to call it quits, and you know that that's a Dan Campbell guy, I expected him to get emotional.
Well, look, it's Detroit loves their role players, their non-star players. Detroit loves their guys that they'll do the little things. And
well,
what's up?
One of those players that Detroit loves, Dan Campbell just said, is going to be out for a while, conservatively November. And that's Malcolm Rodriguez. Will not be starting the season out. Now, he was an ACL with him. Is that what he injured last year?
I believe so. Let me double check.
So this is another one of we talked a lot about we always talk about Hutch and a little bit about Lee McNeil. But a bunch of these players had season-ending injuries last year, and they're going to miss time. How much time, we don't know. Now it's starting to filter out a little bit. Malcolm Rodriguez, according to Dan Campbell, conservatively November for his return.
Well, damn. I guess their job this year, the low bar to clear it was an ACL, is make the playoffs and hopefully be healthy by the time they get healthy and back up to speed. Like a Lee McNeil, when he first hits the field, probably isn't going to be peak of Lee McNeil. Get him ready to go for the playoffs. Malcolm Rodriguez, get him ready to go for the playoffs. And I'm not saying it's a given they're going to make the playoffs. I'm just saying they can, if they get healthy, okay, and make the playoffs and go into the postseason healthy, I'll stack their chances up against anybody. I say here in June before I've seen them take one snap in a regular season game, but a healthy Detroit Lions team a year ago had a much better chance to win the Super Bowl than the team that they put on the field in the postseason. So
absolutely, and but you start to put some of these things together here, and with the Lee McNeil not likely to come back anytime soon as well. We don't know when he's going to come back, but it looks like it's going to be a while for him. You go back and look at the draft, and with the Ragnow news, and you look back at the first two picks that they made in that draft, were Tyreek Williams, defensive tackle, who's likely to get a lot of opportunity to play early because of Lee McNeil's injury, and others. And then the second round, they take Tate Ratledge, who may or may not be the starting center when the season opens. We'll see what they decide to do if Ratledge stays at guard or if he goes to center. A lot of people think he's going to go to center. It may make sense. And I know a lot of people would have liked to have seen Jihad Campbell, the linebacker, being taken in the first round as opposed to Tyreek Williams. But all this kind of plays together with what you're looking at for this the start of the season. They're going to play without some guys.
Yeah, last year, you kind of forgot about Rodriguez, but it's a year injury. He got hurt November last year, ACL. It's going to take 12 months conservatively, though, now that Campbell says. That's why they had guys like Jamal Adams playing linebacker for this team when at the end of the year when it meant something and they needed to win those games. So they went out and got another linebacker. They're trying to get deep here, man.
And Barnes had a season-ending injury as well. So, how long is Barnes going to be out for?
Okay, let's get this is part two. Dan Campbell talking about the what's next life without Frank Ragnow. So when he says big boy, I'm assuming that's Kalijah Cansey or Vita Vea.
Yeah.
It was Vea.
It would make sense. That would be one of those.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a very emotional Dan Campbell. Very emotional Dan Campbell.
If 6'4" and 347 pounds of Vita Vea would that qualify as big boy?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's tough for him to say goodbye to that guy.
Yeah, I think for everybody, for the team, I imagine the players are totally distraught. And you got a guy like, I bet you that Taylor Decker is probably beside himself right now. You know, Taylor Decker's another guy who's pretty emotional, and you know these two guys been playing together for 7 years, and they started this whole thing together. So it's tough. It's really tough because Frank Ragnow was arguably the best center in the National Football League. Pro Football Focus just came out with their rankings of all 32 centers in the league. And they have to do it without Frank Ragnow. Tate Ratledge is number 32 in the league because you have no idea.
No idea.
Because he didn't play center in college. Played really well as a guard, starting for 4 years there, and had a really good, pass blocking, run blocking rate. All that stuff was really good, but you don't know. So this is an impactful decision by Frank Ragnow, and the right decision for Frank. He made it. It's his decision, and it's tough, and it'll be tough on the Lions, but they'll be able to recover. The question is, how will they do it, and how long will it take before you get to a level? I doubt you're ever going to get to the level of Frank Ragnow, but a level of competency and consistency that is playing winning football.
Many of the beat writers are reporting that the Lions were well aware that he was strongly considering retirement leading up to this. So that's Dan Campbell at the podium down in Elm Park speaking to the media right now. And again, if you're just joining us, the news is it probably will be conservatively, he estimates, November before we will see Malcolm Rodriguez out on the field. So, Gator, you want to do Stanley Cup, you want to do NBA, or do you want to combine them? And the reason I ask, well, I guess we'll start with the combine because it's not a big, long topic. The week off thing sucks.
It's brutal. I think there were 7 days off for one of the NHL teams, and it's 6. I think it's 6 days off for the 6 or 7 for the NBA. 6 days off for the NBA because they finished up on Saturday night, right?
Yep.
That's a long ass time between the conference finals and the actual finals. It seems like it's way too long. I get 3 days. 3 days off seems like a long time, but okay, here we are.
Well, I mean, you're just getting to the point where, should I start planning my meals around what TV wants me to do? Should I raise my kids the way TV tells me I should raise my kids? Should I, every decision I make in life, should I consult the television networks first? Because that's what's going on in sports.
How do they handle messy workers and severance?
Right. The TV, they give them small trinkets. And they get very excited about it. That's how they.
Okay.
TV is dictating this. We want set dates for the finals, and so it's easy for us to plan and sell the advertising, and we know when the games are, and blah 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 blah. The hotel rooms and ballrooms and conference space and media events, and we can plan it all ahead of time if we have set dates. And so when things end quickly, the previous round, we get 6 and 7 day layoffs. And that sucks.
It kills all momentum that either sport was trying to build towards. And if you're going to have that much time off between, then there should be some sort of promotion leading up to it, how great it's going to be. Use every opportunity you have to promote. We got a rematch in the Stanley Cup Finals. Remember how great it was last year, and it came down to 7 games last year, and Edmonton, the best player in hockey over the last 10 years has been Connor McDavid. He's chasing his first Stanley Cup with Leon Draisaitl. And on the other side, you've got one of the Kachucks and Sam Bennett, who is doing unbelievable things in the playoffs, and a goaltender in Bobrovsky, who just shuts things down. It should be promoted. And we didn't hear hardly anything about that leading up to the game last night. Then you've got the NBA, and what a fresh look we've got.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City and Indiana. Now, they're not household teams, but damn it, Oklahoma City should be. They were outstanding in the regular season. And they've got one of the true star players in the league. And in Indiana's side, here's Tyrese Halliburton, who is really coming out this year and showing up in the playoffs, has had an unbelievable playoffs. This is exciting. It's a lot of fun. And it feels like everything was killed, just murdered before it had a chance to get going.
It probably doesn't feel that way if your team's involved, but it feels that way to me. Just as a fan that.
Did we have to wait this long for the Red Wings when they were competing for Stanley Cups? I mean, I guess it's been forever, since 2009, since they were in the Cup finals.
Dude, I barely remember what I did yesterday.
I understand. But I guess I'm feeling that there was no way that we waited nearly a week.
Well, this doesn't happen every year, right? If the previous series go long, but this does feel like way, way too long a break. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, we've got Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Nobody wants to be the filter. Get your water filtered before you drink it. 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Improve your water score. Improve the water in your home. Improve the colors in your laundry. How good you feel when you get out of the shower. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. As always, phone calls and feedback here in the Carson Anderson radio program. I finally agree with Doug. These kids are lazy. I keep my vehicle clean, and when my son used it, he always left trash. He has his own vehicle now, and I can't believe the stuff left in the vehicle, on the floor, the seats. His girlfriend is the same way. This is from RC Downriver.
Does this so this happens in your car? Or did you get a car for the kids that they share, or is it?
It's in our car. We have 5 people in the house. We've had 3 cars for some time. But
because if it's in like mom or dad's car,
yeah. Well, there's there's one car that I usually drive, one car my wife usually drives, but there's a lot of rotation of vehicles. Greg writes in, I think there's a window at noon to cut my lawn. That's called dedication. # Thursday mow. Yeah, I don't think I'm mowing today.
I don't know. Might be wet.
If there's a window, it's one of those tarps on the field. Find a window, get this game in.
Right.
I just saw a video that Smooth Johnny Kane put out there from FanDuel driving through Chicago, getting ready to go to the ballpark. It looks beautiful in Chicago today. So that looks like it's going to be really nice for the weekend here in Detroit. But today, are we done with the rain now?
I actually think we are.
I think we might be.
So maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe. It depends how much you got.
Yeah, it also kind of depends on, is the sun supposed to come out? Is it going to dry up?
I had a little bit of ponding in the front yard, so I'm going to guess that you guys are probably similar.
Yep.
Probably not a Thursday mow.
I'm thinking it might be a Friday mow, although it's supposed to rain overnight. But the sun is supposed to be out tomorrow. It does appear, but we shall see. All right, the Lions probably knew earlier than today about Malcolm Rodriguez. That's why they signed Zach Cunningham. That's from an unnamed texter. It's possible. I mean, Zach Cunningham kind of feels like a low-risk, potentially high-reward guy. He was a pretty good player in this league. Probably won't be, in which case you just cut him.
I'm guessing they knew the moment that he got hurt last year that it was going to take forever. Not forever, but they know how long it typically takes, and they just haven't discussed it until today.
The one thing about it is, they've actually got some depth in the linebacker room, but they were signing guys off the street that were starting games for them last year. That's a low point. The fact that they brought in Zach Cunningham and Tristan Colon yesterday, the guard center, these players are not being signed off the street and asked to play on Sunday. They're being signed in the beginning of June and asked to maybe contribute months from now. So already they're in a better emergency situation, and maybe these guys can help them play. But they literally had guys that had been Lions for days taking snaps. It's unbelievable that they got to 15 wins last year. It really is. 248-539-9797. Regarding the video with a kid, Gator laughed to the...
We all laughed.
Well, 2 of us giggled. One of us
that's a laugh.
One of us lost it.
No, we all laughed.
And I think we know what really happened there. Shohei Ohtani.
Something funny happened, and we all responded to it. It was funny.
The ball hit a kid in the head. Texter says...
It wasn't funny that the ball hit the kid in the head. It was funny that none of the adults around him could corral the baseball that looked so pathetically unathletic that the result was...
So if the ball hadn't hit the kid, you would have still laughed.
Yes.
Yeah,
no,
right.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, right. He can't even say it with a straight face, people. Right now he's laughing.
I would have laughed, not as heartily. I mean, look, if I could freeze frame it with all these idiots with their arms straight up in the air and absolutely not in position to make a catch, yes, that's funny. It's a little funny when
he's trying to reshape the narrative at this point.
No, I'm not. It's all funny. We all laughed.
No, Gator Doug, he would have scrolled right past it.
No,
everyone missed the ball. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
The fact that it smoked a kid. And by the way, Gator said this. Well, we don't know, that he's hurt. Dude, he took an Ohtani rocket to the dome. I don't think he's walking it off.
He's fine. Kid's fine.
Anyway,
we all laughed.
Feedback coming in on this. Can we get Dan Campbell's reaction to the video of the kid getting smoked by the home run ball? Probably not.
Might cheer him up, though, right, Gator?
One listener asked what the exit velo was off the kid's head.
Oh.
We need sports science back.
I wonder what the launch angle might be off the... You can see the video at Doug and Gator 971. All right, so I mentioned this earlier this hour, and then the Dan Campbell sound came in, and we wanted to play it for you. I'm flipping through, getting ready for the show today. I'm reading about the NBA Finals, and I noticed two major websites, The Athletic and USA Today, basically wrote stories about how the TV ratings for this series, the NBA Finals, aren't going to be very good. I mean, one of them is, are people going to watch and all that? And I'm thinking to myself, TV ratings and market size have zero bearing on the entertainment value of a series. I don't mean anything.
Right.
Telling people before the series even starts, and I don't know why this bothers me so much, but writing about how the TV ratings are going to be down is almost licensing people not to watch because there's not teams in a big market or it doesn't have the star value. When the truth is, when two teams take to the floor, they have every chance of being entertaining as hell to those who aren't committed to either team, as if it were two teams from bigger markets. And it bothers me before the series even starts. Are we writing this because we feel bad for the networks? That they're not going to get big numbers? That the executives aren't going to get quite as rich? Why are we writing this?
It's not like these are high school teams going at it.
Right.
I mean, these are two NBA teams that were actually quite good during the regular season and now have advanced to the finals. They're very good at what they do. I mean, you're talking about an Indiana team that knocked off some pretty big teams to get where they're at, and an Oklahoma City team that had literally the best record in basketball. Who cares if they play in OKC?
Yeah.
You'll be entertained. If you like basketball or have any interest at all in watching the NBA Finals just because, well, I'll tune into the final, you're going to be entertained. These are two really good teams. You know, Indiana plays like this defensive style, and they've got a dynamic point guard who's really coming into his own. And, you know, the other side, good God, SGA is incredible.
I have no rooting interest. I really don't. I mean, I'll hate watch, but that isn't really, to me, much of a rooting interest. I don't want Indiana to win it all, and I don't think they will. But I also, I'm getting more and more irritated with SGA. We just haven't had to face him in a big series or a big game yet where he does his Jalen Brunson thing. And so I'm, you know, it is what it is. But I am really, really, Scott Anderson, irritated by the fact that people are already writing about, is anybody going to watch this? This could be the greatest series ever. It could be. It could be wildly entertaining. It could be buzzer beater after buzzer beater. It could be bad blood. There could be drama.
Yeah, right. Now, are people in New York or LA going to watch? I don't care.
I don't either.
If they choose not to watch because they're butthurt, their teams aren't there, then that's their decision. But if you just like basketball, tune in. You're going to see a great final.
I will say there is some TV ratings reporting that I don't dislike necessarily, and that is when it's over. Did people watch? When it's over. The ratings were pretty good for the Detroit Grand Prix. Oh, that's cool. I'm happy for that.
Even if the drivers didn't like it.
Yeah. I always will check the ratings on the Rocket Classic when it comes to Detroit. Did people watch? Did this capture attention outside of Detroit?
And you hope it does.
You hope it does.
It's a great event here.
But I don't mind TV rating stuff when it's over. How did the public respond?
But to
do it before, does that bother me too much?
No,
or do you understand?
I totally understand it.
Am I being too sensitive? Or
no, I get it. I get tired of the superstar big market crap. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not a fan of the sport, then that's what draws you in, fine. But if there's a lot of people that like their sport, hockey fans, basketball fans, tune in and watch the two teams that outlasted everybody else fight for a championship. And then you might get, you're probably going to get, most of the time, more than not, a good series, you know, and hopefully a fun series. Everyone else, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Doug, you know, get over it.
Yeah.
This seems like this is a guy or whoever it is that wrote this article.
Well, there was two of them, but yes.
Yeah, they're writing this almost like to call their shot.
Yeah, maybe.
See, well, if the ratings come out and they back what they say, then they can thump their chest and say, "See, sold you." Or they'll be like, "Well, I couldn't believe it. What a great series it was. Who knew?" Well, anybody with a brain that wants to just watch the two teams that actually made it to the finals.
All right, with all that said, we do have a first-place baseball team with the best record in baseball. We will talk about them in our Twitter poll coming up today at 12:05. Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers go for a series win against the White Sox this afternoon on the south side. Last night, after a 90-minute rain delay, the Tigers took home a 5-4 thriller. Colt Keefe delivering the go-ahead RBI double in the 8th. Casey Mize starts this afternoon for the Tigers. First pitch 2:10. Pregame show at 1:45 here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions back on the field today for the final day of OTAs in Allen Park. New corner DJ Reed, coming over this offseason from the Jets as a free agent, is now feeling right at home here in the Motor City. Off-season activities for the Lions wrap up with mandatory minicamp next week. Lions head coach Dan Campbell has been awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by his alma mater, Texas A&M. He got the news this week in a surprise video made by his former teammates and coaches. Campbell's from Clifton, Texas, played 4 seasons with the Aggies before being drafted in the 3rd round in 1999. And Charles Woodson Jr., son of the Heisman Trophy winner, 1997 champ, and Pro Football Hall of Famer, receiving an offer to play at Michigan. The 2027 4-star safety from Florida is also got offers from Texas A&M, Florida State, Ole Miss, and others, along with his father's alma mater. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So the Tigers win again last night. All they do is blank and win, this time 5-4 over the Chicago White Sox. Another losing streak that isn't. Tigers have done an amazing job at bouncing back after losses. They opened the season with a 3-game losing streak to the Dodgers. Since then, on April 15th and 16th, they had a 2-game losing streak, lost back-to-back games at Milwaukee. On April 28th and 29th, another 2-game losing streak, lost back-to-back games to Houston. On May 10th and 11th, they lost to Texas back-to-back. And then against Cleveland, they lost 3 in a row. That is all of their losing streaks. So those are multiples. They had, I have to count these up, a 2-game winning streak, a 5-game winning streak, a 2-game winning streak, a 3-game winning streak, a 4-game winning streak, a 3-game winning streak, a 5-game winning streak, a 4-game winning streak, a 2-game winning streak, a 5-game winning streak, a 2-game winning streak, and now they're 1-1 in a row. That's their season pretty much thus far. As you can see, the winning streaks far outnumber the losing streaks.
Yes. No, they've done a great job of limiting the damage when they lose, to not chew on yesterday's breakfast, as Jim Leland used to say.
Yes.
Just move forward. And this afternoon, Casey Mize will go back on the hill against Sean Burke, another right-handed pitcher for the White Sox. And Casey Mize is quietly putting together a heck of a start to the season. Mm-hmm. Missed a little bit of time, missed a few starts, but he's 6-1 with a 2.82 ERA. He's really gotten better this season and putting it together. Just stay healthy, Casey Mize. Please stay healthy. But he's pitched awfully well, and the Tigers needed him to step up and do that. And he's one of the big reasons why this team is able to not have losing streaks. That they don't really have, the weak link. I mean, I guess now maybe it's a little more pronounced because of the injuries that are starting to mount up a little bit with the starting pitching.
Yeah.
But early on, there wasn't really a weak link in that rotation because Casey Mize at the back end was pitching so well. He pitched so well that he ends up leapfrogging the number 4 starter, Jackson Jobe, at some point. And he's now become arguably their second most reliable pitcher behind Tarek Skubal.
What's really interesting is that, you talk about these small things that teams do and how they add up, and you hear that all the time. But then you see an example of it. That was a 1-run game, okay? Riley Green made a diving catch in right field early in the game, which helped prevent a run from scoring.
Yep.
Andrew Benintendi didn't in the 8th inning. Run scored. Andrew Benintendi loafed a ball back into the infield in the 1st inning, which allowed Andy Ibanez to score on a ground ball in front of him between 2nd and 3rd, where his first step was back to 2nd. And he got the extra 90. Cora waved it around home, and he hustled home and scored. And you go, oh, yeah. You hear these things, and you go, how does that happen? How does, one team out-hustle another, and it makes a difference in a game? And there's a prime example of exactly how it happens. And when it happened when, our guy took an extra 90. And you do that over the course of the season, it can steal you a game here or there. And that's exactly what it felt like it did last night.
Yeah, and Wenzel Perez hits a base hit into between the left fielder and the center fielder, legs out a double. Mm-hmm. Throw comes in. They initially called him out at second base, but let's review it. Nope, he was safe. Barely beat the tag, but he beat the tag, being aggressive on the base paths. But the White Sox, give the center fielder credit. He got over there quickly. He knows what the Tigers are trying to do.
Yep.
He made a strong throw into second base. But the Tigers' aggressiveness on the base paths is now, it's not going unnoticed. Teams are aware of it, and they're trying to prevent it, and the Tigers are still getting it done. And he's able to score 2 batters later when Colt Keith hits that blooper to Benintendi that he just couldn't catch up with. And it's the winning run of the game.
248-539-9797. So we asked this Twitter question of the people, and you can go vote and comment, and we read comments on the air. The question was, when it's all said and done, do the Tigers have to make a big acquisition at the trade deadline to win the World Series, giving up legitimate prospects for a star player? Or would you stand pat or would standing pat or making a smaller, smart move or moves be enough? And your options to vote are have to go big, don't need to go big. Right now, have to go big has 59% of the vote, don't need to go big, 41% of the vote. Here's some of the feedback that we have gotten into the Carson Anderson inbox via Twitter. Doesn't the best record in baseball speak for itself? No, we don't have to go big. That's from Topper29. From Pablo Escabana. That's funny. Give me Bo Bichette. I think we could get him for some combination of Thomas Nido, Hao-Yu Lee, and Jace Young.
I'm glad you threw somebody else in there because Toronto's got a piece that they can trade away. They're not going to give him away for nothing.
Yep.
If it takes Jace Young, that's a little bit of pain to do that. If that's what the Tigers were to do that, but with the announcement yesterday that they're going to give Colt Keith some reps at third base,
yep.
Does that let you know that Jace Young is available in trade? Now he's gotten a little bit of a taste of Major League Baseball, and he has yet to really hit at the Major League level. He's been back down at Toledo, and his batting average isn't special, but his OPS is. He's been hitting the ball out of the park there. He cannot hit it over the park thus far in the Major League level, but down at Toledo, he's done it. So there's value in Jace Young if somebody can find and get it out of him at the Major League level.
Matthew tweets us, I understand if they don't swing big, they are the best team in baseball. At minimum, I'd like to see them add another reliever for Hinch to utilize. Yeah, I mean, look, it's
a bare minimum.
When Tigers were bad for a good chunk of my, from 80 through the 90s into the early 2000s.
Kind of like when Cecil calmed down after the first couple of years.
Yeah, we kind of need. Can Brian Moeller get us to the playoffs?
Yeah.
That kind of era. But when we got reintroduced to having a good baseball team, one thing became clear every trade deadline and has rung true ever since. All contenders are looking for bullpen arms.
Yes,
they always want bullpen arms, and usually you can find them. Nubs get dubs right in. I'm so sick of hearing about the 84 Tigers. They're wasting the best manager in baseball and everyone's time if they aren't trying to make big moves.
Well, they have tried. They tried with Alex Bregman.
Yes, they did.
And we'll see what happens when we get closer and closer. I mean, it's June 5th. Trade deadline is the end of July. So they've got 7 weeks to get something done.
Yep.
And typically when something big happens, it doesn't happen until maybe the last 2 weeks leading up to the trade deadline.
Zach Report writes in, I can hear the arguments being made for making just smaller moves, but it would be a huge mistake for the Tigers to stand pat when they have an opportunity to put themselves over the top while having the number one farm system in baseball.
So what would you do?
Well, I think he's saying he'd make a big move.
Right, but what is the big move? What's the position you want to upgrade and go big on? Because there's two things that go with that. One is obviously the price to give up the player that you're looking at. The other thing is you're now also giving up on the player that's currently playing that position.
Gator, I have responses here that might include offensive content. Should I click OK and read them on the air?
Well, you should click OK and then use your filter.
Yep.
To decide if they're allowed to.
Here are the two responses that got flagged for offensive content.
Okay.
Although I don't know what this name means, this person's name, so maybe I won't read that on the air.
Don't read it.
But they tweeted, I think the Tigers need a good right-handed batter.
That's offensive. I take offense to that.
Next one from Tony. Another potent bat and good pitcher can't hurt. Will at least bolster the depth critical for the club down the stretch and into the postseason. Flagged for offensive content.
Because the word potent and depth?
I was thinking bolster.
Bolster?
Bolster potent depth. Bolster your potent depth?
No.
Maybe that's what flagged.
Uncensored.
Yeah, I guess. Today is an interesting national day. Yesterday we had National Cheese Day. I don't think you're quite as enthusiastic about what today is.
I did not check and see what today was.
We'll get to that today at 12:18, plus another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket?
Hey, there's some great news, right? We saw how warm it was the last couple of days. Today, not so much, but it is getting hot again, and you're going to want to make sure that your AC is running well. If it's struggling or simply not working at all, it's time to call my great friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair, a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. Don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. I did this the other day. They came out to my house, and I'm glad they did. Found out there was a problem with my furnace while they were making sure that the air conditioning is ready to go. Everything is smooth and running great now thanks to Jackie and the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Check them out, birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. It is a 2:10, I believe, first pitch from out there in Chicago, so we'll do most of the show. We miss a segment, Scott.
Oh.
One segment. We'll make it up to you at some point down the road.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tigers coming off another win over Chicago last night, 5-4. with a Colt Keith bloop double making the difference in the 8th inning. Tiger bullpen outside of Brebbia is pretty good. It was good to see Tyler Holton have a good outing.
We're going to see them bounce back because the previous night was not good.
Yeah, Will Vest seems to be back in. How good is your good? Hey, Will Vest, how good is your good?
Good God. Wiping people out with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball or just dropping some slider in the dirt that you have no chance at.
You know what was really cool is the Tigers hired an actor to start the game, and they gave him this name, Sawyer Gibson Long, to prove that there really was a Sawyer Gibson Long, which I don't believe ever existed. He was just a figment of their imagination that they said was in the system. I started to disbelieve that there was an actual Sawyer Gibson Long, but this actor could pitch, man. His first batter, I mean, he wasn't great, don't get me wrong, but the first batter, fastball on the black, outside edge, fastball inside edge, changeup that just disappeared out of the strike zone. And I'm like, this guy's not that good. That looked filthy. Then he got knocked around a little bit. What do you ask? 3 1/3, 3 2/3, something like that.
Yeah.
But the bullpen was pretty good. Brebbia, there might be other options.
I think that's a nice way to put it.
Yep. Well, I mean, what you run into is you see players that people say enough of this guy, enough of that guy, but they have sort of a track record, and we've seen them do good things.
Yes, but when and it's unfair because it's just looking at last night or what your eyes have seen recently. But last night they played a bad team in the White Sox, and Brebbia was not good. So
I feel like we don't have much of a relationship with good John Brebbia.
Correct.
And
correct.
I don't.
His ERA is well north of 5.
Yeah, it's just been a tough watch for him. But anyway, Gator, I mentioned that today is a national day. And I'm intrigued. I've got 2 questions about today. Today is National Ketchup Day.
Ketchup. Okay.
Yes. Do you have brand loyalty when it comes to ketchup?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. I go with Heinz.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a family association with the Heinz company way back in the day.
Really? What's that?
My grandfather was at one point in time very close with the Heinz family and worked at Heinz.
Really?
And was, really, really close at one point in time, yeah.
I did not know that. So like the Mr. Hines or Mrs. Hines?
Yeah, like them, yes.
Like Bob Hines or whatever, whoever it was.
Well, probably not Bob Hines. That was a former radio host here, but yes.
Steve Hines?
Whoever it was,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Gang, do you have brand loyalty when it comes to ketchup?
I prefer Heinz, but it doesn't have to be Heinz. There's just one thing it does have to have, though.
What?
Sugar. So here's the thing. I was like, trying to be Doug Karsh for one moment. I don't know why, but I went down the aisle at the grocery store. I said, I'd make the healthy choice, right? Yep. This is what Doug would do. Okay, what would Doug do? My bracelet. And I saw the zero ketchup or zero sugar ketchup. And I'm like, I looked at the regular bottle of the ketchup and it has only 4 grams of sugar. It's not a lot. I'm like, what am I going to miss with 4 grams of sugar? It'll be fine. Grab the zero sugar. It tasted like crap. 4 grams makes a huge difference.
Does it?
Yes. And maybe you guys are used to it because you drink diet and zero and all that stuff. Not me. I put a fry in that thing, and I felt bad for the fry.
I hear what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying, and I've gotten that. I don't know if it's a zero sugar or a less sugar or whatever it is, or no sugar added ketchup. The thing is, when I use ketchup, it's always in consort with mustard.
You mix the two?
Well, I put them next to each other, and like if I'm having French fries, I'll drag them between them. Or if I'm just going to have one, it's going to be mustard because I love mustard. Mustard on my fries. It might be weird, but that's what I do. If I have a hot dog, it's mustard and ketchup on a hot dog. So, but it's predominantly mustard. So I don't notice if the ketchup is really, really weak without the sugar. But I get what you're saying.
Okay, and the second one is: do you know people that put ketchup on weird stuff?
Evan loves ketchup. I mean, Evan loves ketchup.
Evan, who runs our website here at the station.
I'm not sure.
Station Doofus.
Yeah, it might
Evan
be
Jenkins.
worth getting his opinion because I think he would strike me as somebody that would put ketchup on just about anything.
Yeah.
I know people that put ketchup. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how weird it gets there. Like, I think ketchup is one of those condiments that if you want to, if something is just bland, go ahead and throw a little ketchup on it.
I think people get fixated with the word ketchup and what it is, but when really it's a sweetener.
Yeah.
So you can actually put it on weird stuff you would think, but it just sweetens up whatever you're eating. Like I put it on other stuff that you wouldn't normally.
Like
fried
what?
rice when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. Whatever the fried rice was, and I made it sweeter. They put a little ketchup on it. Scrambled eggs. You sweeten up the scrambled eggs. What is it? Mac and cheese. My kids have done that before because it sweetens up the mac and cheese.
All of this sounds disgusting to me, but then again, I
but
realize
it's just a sweetener,
right? And it's just to add a little bit more sauciness to it, or liquid to something to moisten it up. Yeah.
Do you put ketchup on anything?
I don't know if it's anything weird, but I mean, I have, like, if I've run out of something, I'm like, I got this. It needs something. What do I got in the house? I got ketchup. I'll try it out. I have done that, yeah, but I don't think I put in anything terribly unusual.
It's funny because like I just started thinking about this today, and I'm like, I really don't use ketchup for much. Like I'll make a barbecue sauce.
Well, you prefer barbecue sauce.
I prefer barbecue sauce over ketchup, like as a condiment, as a straight condiment. The other day I made turkey burgers and I put onion, like the onion straw crumble things, melted some cheese on top and used A1 sauce. I'll use A1 sauce and barbecue sauce 10 times between times I use ketchup. I like fries to me.
I was going to say, do you eat fries?
I don't eat fries a ton, but I do eat fries occasionally. And when I do, I don't dip them in ketchup. I just eat them straight.
Do you eat them straight out of the bag because you're driving home with them, or do you wait till you get home and then you just eat them dry?
No, I'll be sitting at B-Dubs or something, and the wings I get.
Okay.
Well, I got some fries, and I'll just eat them. I don't need particularly like
and I get that, but a situation like that for me, if I'm at like Buffalo Wild Wings and I order my boneless wings because that's how I do it, and I get the sauce on the side, I'm likely to dip the fries in the sauce as opposed to using ketchup.
Okay.
Because I just like to try other flavors.
A different day, and they got some cool sauces, some good sauces, but
I don't think I've ever done anything technically weird.
Nothing radical. You have no.
No, I don't think there's anything radical.
All right, well, fair enough. National Ketchup Day. Celebrate as you would do, I guess.
And if you have kids, you celebrate every day.
A lot of ketchup. You go through a lot of ketchup.
Kids love ketchup. Maybe too much.
Unless they have aversion to something red. Typically, they love ketchup. I knew some kids that were like, I want tomatoes. Forget it. Why? Well, they're red. What?
Kids just don't like tomatoes, I thought.
My daughter hates tomatoes.
Yeah.
Boys are fine with them, but my daughter.
What tomatoes do to her?
I don't know, but don't ever imply like that with her, she gets offended. Like if I imply that there's some meal.
Let me help you out.
Yeah. Next
time she leaves something in the car,
yeah,
put some tomatoes around there.
Put a tomato in her bed.
Yeah.
So people know what that's about. That might sound really weird. The context is I've started taking the trash that my kids leave in the car and putting it in their beds. Because for years they just cannot.
They continue to ignore you.
They continue to ignore me. And here's one thing.
Defy you.
Here's one I've heard a lot of lately. Wasn't mine. You had the car last night. Yeah, well, yeah, but I didn't get a drink with a straw. Did you have someone in the car that did? Yeah.
Well, they're your responsibility.
As the driver, that is your responsibility. So I've started taking the trash out. Gum wrappers, empty cans of pop, straw wrappers.
Half-drunk water bottles?
Oh, those are everywhere. Right in the bed.
And if that doesn't work, put a horse's head in her bed.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the next step.
That's a movie reference from a movie that's probably 50 years old now, but yes.
All-time.
53 years old.
Yeah.
All-time classic.
It is an all-time classic, but not everybody's going to know what you're talking about. Go, what the hell's wrong with Kang?
Gator, what movie is it? You can tell the people.
The Godfather.
Isn't it 2?
1.
Is it 1? Happened in 1?
Yeah, I believe it's the first one.
I do. Okay. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Coming up at 12:35 on 97.1 The Ticket. Did you see a story that MLB might be trying to put the ABS system in place next season?
Yeah.
So typically I don't like replay systems. And there's basically two flaws. One is they take too long. And two is I don't feel like we're any happier. I think we bitch about officiating just as much as we did. So what are we even doing? But in baseball with balls and strikes and how quickly they were able to make those calls when they tested it in spring training, that's a replay system I could actually get on board with. Now, I'm not sure that what we saw during spring training was a true representation of how it's going to work at the major league level next year. So I was told by an umpire that what we see on TV isn't accurate and that it takes time to download all the data. And I hope that if whatever system they have, I hope A, it's accurate, and B, it's quick. And because what we saw in spring training looked accurate and was quick.
Well, Benetti made a comment last night. I don't know if you caught this, where they were talking about the box, and he said that it changes and adjusts roughly like every 100 at bats. That it kind of recalibrates and figures out and gets to try to be a more accurate zone, which I thought was interesting. I had not heard that, and I don't know if that means for every batter. Because it should change for every batter. I mean, it's because not you got guys Jose Altuve and Aaron Judge do not have the same strike zone,
right?
So it should be different for every batter, and it's easy enough to figure that out. And I think that's one of the things that they'll work out. And the other thing is it's the depth of the pitch. I mean, when it crosses that, where is it? It has to cross the plate. So it needs to be a 3-dimensional thing. It's not a 2-dimensional. It's 2-dimensional on TV, but in real life, it's going to have to be 3-dimensional.
Yep. So I got some stuff to work out, but if they can make it as quick as it was in spring training, tap the helmet, look at the replay, bam. I mean, that thing took like 4 seconds to review a pitch. So, okay, Scott Anderson. I have some new food items here, things I'd like to know if you're interested in eating. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Let's go.
Kind of hungry, so this works.
It is lunchtime.
Well,
so this one's interesting, Gator. Dr. Pepper is bringing back a fan favorite flavor for a limited time. According to Eat This, Not That, Dr. Pepper Vanilla Float was first introduced as the limited edition flavor in 2014. The brand has brought it back a few times. They're bringing it back again. It takes the original recipe of Dr. Pepper and gives it a boost of sweet, rich vanilla flavor for a classic spin on one of summer's favorite treats. Gator, Dr. Pepper Vanilla Float. Are you going to eat that?
If it were zero sugar, I would try it. I say this because I did purchase a Dr. Pepper 12-pack of the Blackberry Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Just okay?
It's just okay.
Okay.
But this, I mean, look, if you're going to... A float is fantastic, underrated dessert in the summertime. We take a scoop of vanilla ice cream and drop it into root beer or whatever. You can drop it into, Coke or Pepsi or whatever. Dr. Pepper would be great because it's that kind of black cherry-ish flavor. Mm-hmm. And if this is going to add more vanilla flavor to it, I could see trying that with a scoop of vanilla ice cream would be amazing.
So Gator is a yes. Kang, you?
I'm a yes, and I got to tell you, I don't have enough floats in my life. Like, I feel like it's really good every time I have it, and I don't have it enough.
Right. Totally forget about
Root beer float, Werner's, like all of them. I love the floats.
Float.
Yeah, But I don't have enough of them.
I actually think I'd be interested in trying this. Ooh. It comes with a catch. Oh. You can only purchase 12-ounce cans at participating Walmart and Rouse's stores in Louisiana through the end of July.
Bob Rouse has a store in Indiana or Louisiana?
They're only releasing this in Louisiana.
You know why?
No.
They're trying to catch those last two fugitives. They love Dr. Pepper. They love the float. Can't resist it.
Could be. All right, next up, Popeyes is coming out with something new. Popeyes chicken wraps featuring hand-breaded and battered chicken tenders, lettuce, shredded cheese, and crunchy pickles, generously sized, available in 3 bold variations for $3.99. The Popeyes chicken wrap. They come in classic, spicy, or honey mustard spreads. Whichever you prefer. Gator, you're going to eat that.
All 3 of them. Give me 2 hands. And yes, 100%. This was a big mistake McDonald's made years ago when they came out with the Snackers, and they were delicious and they were awesome. And I think in the size-wise, they're probably pale in comparison to the size of what Popeyes is doing. McDonald's, I believe, is bringing it back now after a hiatus. They've waited too long. Popeyes, they're all about chicken. They know what they're doing. When they came out with the chicken sandwich, Popeyes answered with a great chicken sandwich when to answer the Chick-fil-A craze, right?
Yep.
Great chicken sandwich from Popeyes. They know what they're doing with chicken. This is a brilliant move by them. I applaud them, and I will get this.
You said it all, Gator. I'm getting all 3 as well. Popeyes doing this is going to be fantastic. McDonald's, I mean, you got some real competition on your hands, my friend. I mean, if Popeyes is doing a chicken wrap, it's going to be damn good.
Yeah.
I think I'm a yes on this, too.
When does this start? When is this coming out?
I think it's out already.
Uh-oh. That Telegraph's going to get backed up again.
It came out Monday, June 2nd.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Dairy Queen. I have a feeling I know what's happening here.
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Dairy Queen adds Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard for a limited time. That's right. The new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard.
You're making that up.
A treat is made with sugar cookie dough, cake batter, sprinkles, blended into Dairy Queen's signature soft serve that's dyed blue to match Superman's iconic suit.
Okay.
Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yes, I will. And if it had been like with the Superman ice cream, I would have said no. Because I tried making a milkshake with the Superman ice cream once, and it's not that you can only have Superman ice cream by itself. Don't make a shake out of it or float or anything else. This sounds just fine. I'll try this. It's a cake batter. Yeah, I'll try anything cake batter. I'm all about. I love it. And just because you dye it blue, sure.
He's a yes. Kang, you?
I'm in. I mean, it sounds delicious. Most blizzards do. And this is right on par.
I'm a hard no on this one.
But you're
it's a literal blizzard.
I am a blizzard guy, but it doesn't mean I love every flavor of blizzard. And I think Superman ice cream is
It's
disgusting.
not Superman ice cream.
Well, you're right. It isn't. But I'm not.
Don't you hold a prejudice against it because I said Superman ice cream. Don't you do that.
I'm not. It doesn't sound better than any of the blizzards I
You're
get.
still a grown adult. You're not considered a child.
Gator, we're short on time, and I got 4 more of these to do. If you want to argue this, we can do it later. Next up, McDonald's has just released a new shake flavor. It is the cotton candy shake.
Nope.
It's vanilla shake mixed with cotton candy syrup to create a summer masterpiece.
No.
The enthusiastic, yes, but this
Nope.
is a no.
No, cotton candy is, by itself, it's weird. And to have it once every 25 years, I think is appropriate. To make a shake out of this, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's just way too sweet.
I think that's what it is for me too, Gator. I'm out because of the sweetness. Like, I never thought, I wish this cotton were candy so I could eat it, right? No one ever, I don't know why this became a thing, but kids love it. By the way, my kids love cotton candy. They would probably love this because of all the sugar, but it's like crystallized sugar.
Okay, well, here you go. I've got the nutritional data on it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
A medium, 840 calories, 19 grams of fat, 12 grams of saturated fat, 148 grams of carbs, 118 grams of sugar.
Oh, my God. What? I'm sorry. How many grams of sugar?
118 grams of sugar.
In a medium?
Yeah.
We talked about the ketchup. And Kang said that the regular ketchup
It
has
was like
just
4
grams
per
of sugar per serving.
Yeah.
So what? You can handle the 4 grams of sugar.
Right.
This is 100 and what?
118.
In one dessert? Oh, a medium?
Yep.
Oh, hell no.
All right, put them down for the schmedium.
How much in a small?
It's crazy. Pop-Tarts has come out with a new flavor.
Okay.
Well, it's actually bringing back an old flavor. Pop-Tarts and Marvel have teamed up to release a limited edition Fantastic Four themed branding on returning its blue raspberry flavor. as well as select boxes of Frosted Strawberry. The Frosted Blue Raspberry Pop-Tart has the same distinctive gooey blue center as they had in the past, but they're returning with a new look. Each pastry has one of 8 exclusive designs that showcases one of the superheroes, including Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, The Thing, and the Human Torch. Pop-Tart Blue Raspberry flavor returning to Walmart exclusively. Gator, Pop-Tart Blue Raspberry Marvel collab. Are you going to eat that?
I'd try it. Yeah, it's it's a blue raspberry Pop-Tart. So sure, Pop-Tarts are all pretty good. The thing about Pop-Tarts is I don't find them to be overly sweet. I think they tame the sweetness just enough where it's not like, oh, it's just too much.
So Gator's a yes. Kang, you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't eat a ton of Pop-Tarts, but they're generally all the same to me, and this is fine. I'd try it for sure.
I've never been a fan of blue raspberry, so I'm out. Finally, Gator.
Doug taking a stand.
Have you heard of the Reese's Big Cup?
Yes.
The Big Cup.
Oh, yeah.
1.4 ounces of Reese's goodness.
Yes.
Well, Reese's is launching a brand new Jumbo Cup. Twice as big as the Big Cup. 2.8 ounces. The largest member of the Reese's family has been introduced, the Jumbo Cup.
Super colon blow? Yeah. The Jumbo. Yeah. It's a Reese's peanut butter cup. Now, this is Reese's, right? There's an R in front of it. This isn't the fake Reese's, not the feces. No. This is the Reese's.
It is Reese's.
100%.
Kang, you?
Bigger the better.
Yeah, that's what I say with cups. Always bigger, better.
I'll eat this.
Yeah, of course you will.
This was fun. So just recapping here. Blue Raspberry Pop-Tarts, Gator's a yes. Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard, a Dairy Queen, Gator's a yes. Popeyes Chicken Wraps, Gator's a yes. Dr. Pepper Vanilla, Gator's a yes. Reese's Jumbo Cups, Gator's a yes. McDonald's Cotton Candy Shake, no.
Hard no. But Kang fell in line with me the same thing. We're all in alignment.
I think we were today, yeah.
Yeah. And you?
I said yes to a couple things.
Yeah, look at you warming up.
Yep. And there it is. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, attention golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're out hitting the links on these hot summer days, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. In fact, I'm not even sure I can drink a draft beer anymore out of a mug that hasn't been freezing for 6 hours. I love the frozen mugs at Twin Peaks. 6-hour minimum, bone-chilling 29 degrees. Hey, there isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with the food from their scratch kitchen, and you'll never want to stay at the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders, boneless wings, light and fresh salads with house-made dressings. They've got it all to help you recoup after a long day on the course. Bring in that scorecard and receive free chips and queso, an appetizer to pair with those beers. That's a pretty good deal. What makes it even better, wall-to-wall TVs, so you're not missing any of your favorite teams in action. And, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls are there serving it all up. Be sure to stop by at your favorite lodge Friday for the Miss Twin Peaks signing starting at 7 p.m. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Gator, you asked an interesting question on your show sheet. And it was funny because I'm starting to read this. I'm like, I can't believe he actually cares about this. And then I realized he doesn't care about the topic. It's the question he asked afterwards. He said Shaq came out with his all-time top 10 list of NBA players. And I'm like, there's no way we're doing that as a topic. That's not something we would do on most days. Summers get slow, but probably not that slow. And you then asked, which former athlete's opinion do you value the most? Do you ask that because you value Shaq's opinion?
No, I don't value Shaq's opinion that much. I mean, I would if it came down to like center. Like I'd want to pick his brain about certain things, but for him to come up with a top 10 all-time list of players, that list is strange. There are other questions I'd want because Shaq didn't play with Bill Walton, or I should say Bill Russell, who's on his list, or Wilt Chamberlain, and didn't play with. I don't think he played against Magic. Although maybe he played one season, maybe his rookie season in the league Magic was still there. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But would I care about his opinion about Michael Jordan versus LeBron James versus Kobe Bryant? Yes. Because he played with or against all those guys. That matters to me. But some things it wouldn't. But like I was watching Stanley Cup Finals last night, and intermission updates and the post-game show, they've got their guys up there, and there's Henrik Lundqvist, the great goaltender from the Rangers.
Right.
You've got is it Bissonnette, or the former tough guy, didn't play. Wasn't a great player, but he's a good personality on TV.
Yep.
And Anson Carter, I think, and then Wayne Gretzky. I don't give a rip about what the other four guys are going to say, right? But Wayne Gretzky's there. I'm going to listen to Wayne Gretzky. He's the greatest of all time, at least certainly in the era that I watched. I don't want to offend any of the people that watched Bobby Orr or Gordie Howe. But Wayne Gretzky is ridiculously great in my mind. So do I care what he has to say? I do. And obviously he did it as a player, but also coached for a little bit. Maybe didn't coach all that great. Maybe wasn't cut out to be the coach from the behind the scenes stuff, but still knows the game well enough. And I have incredible respect for what Wayne Gretzky is going to opine about when it comes to the NHL.
So this is a great question. 248-539-9797. Is there a former player out there that when they speak, you really, really care what they have to say? I'm going to give you two from baseball. I loved Kirk Gibson on the TV broadcast. I thought Gibby would say things during games that made me go, oh. I thought Gibby would say things that would take me to places I wouldn't otherwise be able to go. Like I could really get a grasp on what just happened or what is going on before a ball's even pitched. Stuff like cat and mouse games between pitchers and base runners and what base runners are looking at. And okay, he's got a 2-0 count. He's probably coming with a fastball here. Runner's not going to go as likely. They want to go on an off-speed pitch. And, it's just little things like that. And that I just found him to be really, really good and got me thinking about the game the way players think about the game.
Yeah,
and others try. I thought Gibby was the best at it. I mean, I think a lot of people try to do what Gibby was doing. I just think he was the best at it.
Well, I agree on Gibby as a guy I could sit and watch a game with all day long, and if he would allow me to pick his brain about the same stuff, because I'm fascinated by his opinion on the same things. I thought he was really good with that also.
Yep.
The different situations, because here's a guy who did it as a player, had two of the most iconic moments in World Series history with two different teams. So he played in both the American League and the National League back when it meant something because, the totally different rules. He's a former MVP, a guy who managed in the majors for a couple of years with a certain level of success, came back to be a bench coach for the Tigers and now as a broadcaster, and just he's done all these different things.
Yep.
So it's a wealth of knowledge from a number of different viewpoints. So I agree with you. That's why I would value his opinion.
And the other one, sadly, is the late, great Tony Gwynn. Whenever I see clips of him talking about hitting, I'm in awe of what he has to say. And I hear like players. There was something that was circulating recently with Todd Helton. Was asked what's the best piece of advice he ever got. He said casually, Tony Gwynn said to me one day that, what are you looking at when the pitcher winds up? And he goes, I'm looking for the ball out of his hand. He goes, but what are your eyes doing? And Helton said, I don't know. And he goes, stare at the logo on the pitcher's cap. You just look at the logo. And if it's a right-handed pitcher, as he starts his windup, you just slide your hands or you slide your eyes from his perspective to your left, and you will see that's the release point. It's right there. Same thing for a lefty. You slide your eyes to the right, and you will see the lefty's release point. Todd Helton said his eyes were lazy. They were all over the place, and then he looked for the window where the ball was. Then Tony Gwynn gave him this idea. He stared at the pitcher logo on their hat for the rest of his baseball career, and he was a better hitter because of it. And I'm like, stuff like that I find fascinating.
Yeah.
But anyway, who is it for you? A former player that when they give their opinion on something, you stop and you want to hear what they have to say. 248-539-9797. Bob in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, how are you today?
We're good, Bob.
He's not on very often. Generally during the postseason, Pedro Martinez's analysis of pitching and what they're doing and what they're trying to do and how to do it, for me at least, surpasses anybody else I've ever heard.
Interesting. I'm going to have to pay attention to that one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've seen Pedro. I think Pedro's great at it.
That's a good one.
He's not afraid to ruffle feathers. He just gives his honest opinion of things, and it's I think he's refreshing.
I like it. 248-539-9797. I'm trying to think of football guys that are really good at taking you, because I think the best ones are the storytellers that can really relay to the commoner what it's like to be in a situation and all of the things that are going on around you when a quarterback makes a decision or somebody misses a block. Or they can tell, well, here's what happened. Here's why it happened. I'm not quite sure I can think of a football guy.
Well, there's a guy whose opinion I very much value in football because I think he studies so much and he's great at what he does, and it's Gary Danielson.
Oh, Gary is good.
I think Gary puts so much time into it. He's like a student, and I think he's great. And then there's another guy who I thought was great on TV, but then when switched to another thing, was completely incompetent, and that's Matt Millen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different. I guess it depends on what you're asking the person to do. I'm not asking Gary Danielson to change a franchise, but if I'm asking him his opinion about the state of the game or about a certain player, compare who does this guy remind you of? Because that's how Gary's mind always worked. He's like, what does this remind you of? And then he wants to play the guessing game with you and hold on to his opinion until it's time to give you his opinion. And was always like a 5-star opinion.
Okay, I'll tell the story about Gary once. He asked me in the office, so who are the analysts that you really like? And I mentioned a guy, okay? And Gary said to me, yeah, really? And I said, yeah. And he goes, so you're like somebody that can tell you after the play what happened. And I said, yeah. And he goes, okay. And that was it. And then Gary went to do some SEC game, and I'm watching the game, and Gary, before the ball snaps, circles a guy.
Right.
I know, with his telestrator, just circles a guy, ball ends up getting thrown to that guy. And Gary, that's why I circled him in this format. And I'm like, I know what Gary was telling me.
That's a flex.
Gary was telling me he spends all his time trying to figure out what's going to happen next and not tell you what just happened. And I thought that was a really interesting perspective.
Do you remember who the analyst was that you said?
Oh, yeah.
You liked?
Oh, yeah.
Care to share that?
No. It's Carson Anderson. 97 won the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Got a bunch of feedback here. Who's the former athlete when they talk about stuff? You're just like, wait, shh. I got to hear this. This one was great. Listener Scott says, Gretzky last night was talking about McDavid and that he should drive behind the net and kick it out in front. And later, that exact play was how the Oilers tied it. The goal the Oilers scored is a power play goal. But the puck possession and the passing and the build-up to that goal was like watching some sort of synchronized dance. And, I mean, it was the usual suspects, right? It was McDavid to Draisaitl. And I think McDavid carried into the zone. A couple passes later, he got it back and found Draisaitl leaking in on the weak side from the point to end the game late in overtime. It was such a work of art. It was such a beautiful goal.
McDavid to me is like a combination of like Steve Yzerman and Mario Lemieux. And normally you threw a combo out there, you'd say, well, that's ridiculous.
Combo.
Right. But it's Connor McDavid, right?
Right.
So it's like he's got this determination of a Steve Yzerman, but the ability to stay as strong as possible with the puck on his stick, not get knocked off, and make the play. He's phenomenal. And he's the reason that I want Edmonton to win the Stanley Cup, because I want him to be able to experience all that and have that weight off of his shoulders of carrying this franchise for as long as he has. And look, he's not alone. They sucked for a few years, and they reaped the benefits of some really good talent at the top of the draft. He's outstanding. Draisaitl's outstanding. You know, they got Nugent Hopkins and some other guys that are very good players too. But Connor McDavid is the reason I want Edmonton to win it.
Let's go to Gary. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Gary?
Hey, how you doing today? First-time caller. Appreciate your insights. Just was thinking I'd go with you with Gibson. Big time. He just gave you that voice from the dugout. But the two I was thinking of were John Smoltz. Obviously, at our time, he really speaks from a Hall of Famer's perspective with real baseball. And then Joe Morgan. Really miss him. He was quite he had that whole balance, that humility of a superstar. So those two really hit me.
Smoltz is great.
Speaking when you listen.
No, Smoltz is really good.
Smoltz is really good. And Joe Morgan's a good call, too. That was another guy who didn't really care if he offended people. He just said what he said.
John Smoltz, love and respect the way he views the game. One of the best analysts. That's from Josh in Madison Heights. Doug, I think Gary Danielson is one of the best at his football knowledge. Yep. I could listen to Greg Maddox talk baseball the rest of my life and never be bored. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. I enjoy listening to Tony Romo broadcasts. He seems to know the game and the plays before they happen. I think he's better than most. I think he really is good at it. I don't know what his hit rate is, but I think he's better than most.
I mean, he's the guy who really leans into calling the plays. He's kind of one of the first guys that started doing that, of saying what he thinks is going to happen. And when you hit on that early, you get known for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
It can be annoying, or you can really enjoy it. It's up to you to make that decision.
Brian Baldinger is one of the best at breaking things down. That's from Dave. Unnamed texter, Greg Olson is the best in football, in my opinion, right now. Breaks down situations very well, paints a picture well.
I guess when I was asking this question, it wasn't necessarily from a broadcasting standpoint. It was just, is there an athlete who you value his opinion and when he's going to say something? Because this was brought about because Shaq had his posted, I don't know if it was on Twitter or whatever it did, was a top 10 NBA players of all time. Because here we are in the NBA Finals. People want to know, I wonder where Kobe's going to be. And I believe he had Kobe at number 2. Michael was number 1. LeBron was number 3. And then a mix of other players, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson in there.
I know Gator will appreciate this one. In AEW, Taz is fantastic at telling you what's going on in the ring and how certain moves can really hurt or neutralize the opponent.
Well, I do enjoy wrestling, professional wrestling, and Taz, the human suplex machine. It's scripted, so okay.
I was about to say, you remember the call we had earlier in the show? The guy with the Tigers, who he thinks the Tigers are going to, because he's seen the script.
Yeah.
But imagine analyzing.
Taz may literally have the script in his hand, along with the other guys there.
But just,
You taking credit away from him?
Not really. Well, let me put it this way. Because of how he seeing Taz on an AEW broadcast, on AEW Dynamite, hearing Taz talk in a podcast, yes. Like, that's different. When you get to hear the behind-the-scenes stories, that stuff, and when they talk about guys, hey, what kind of wrestler was Sabu or whatever, hey, what'd you make of The Undertaker? I'll listen to that. That I care about. And there are other wrestlers that you hear and you're like, not so much, because you lie all the time. Nobody cares.
You know what? I'm glad you brought it up. Now, that's scripted stuff, but for, like, UFC, I think Dominic Cruz is very good with, like, letting me know, what you want to do, where your hands need to be, where striking distance, things like that for the fight game. So I think he's one that I like a lot.
Do you like Chael Sonnen?
Chael's very entertaining.
He's entertaining as hell.
Yeah, he's entertaining.
But do you value his opinion?
I do, to an extent. I mean, the guy clearly knows MMA, right? Like, we're just guys watching at home from our couch. We don't train and all that stuff. But yeah, Chael's not bad. I don't like Cormier. That might be a hot take.
That was the next one I was going to ask you, but
I don't like him.
But yeah, guys,
Doug,
that you can ask,
you know what, you feel me?
Yeah,
sure.
but when you ask somebody to put you, like, how would you, like, asking Jansen, how do you block this guy? How would you do you value his opinion?
I don't want to toot our own horn because it's not me, it's John. I think John does a great job. And the thing about watching a game with John, and this, I learned this when he was on the sidelines when we did pre-games and post-games, and I was down there reporting. The ball would get snapped, and within seconds, like before the quarterback even really had secured the football and started looking downfield, he'd like hit me. Damn it! I'd be like, what? And it would be, he could watch 5 guys play offensive line at the same time, and we'd be on one sideline, and the right tackle would be on the other side, and he could see that he took a bad step or that he punched too soon or something. His ability to watch an offensive line all at once is amazing. Yeah. And there's plenty of great analysis, in my opinion, that comes from John.
All right, Doug, you got the job. You got the job, Doug.
But as a fan, those are the things like that I would want to know. Like, what are you doing? Like, how on earth are you supposed to block Aiden Hutchinson? Like, what's the best way to do it? And go, well, look, he's going to win more times he's going to lose, but here's the best way to do it.
You hold him.
Right. Make sure you keep shuffling him to the outside. Don't let him spin and get inside. Yep. Keep him on the opposite. Whatever it is, I don't know.
Our broadcast, our local baseball crews are pretty good too.
Yeah.
I really, really like our baseball crews, but getting down a bit of a wormhole here. So look, by the way, did you see the game-winning hit in last night's College World Series game between Texas and Texas Tech?
I did not.
Second and third, I think it was pretty late in the game. Second and third, Texas Tech has been leading much of the game 1-0. Second and third for Texas. And Texas Tech is trying to pull off an intentional walk and puts it too much over the plate. And a girl swings and hits a 2-run single on a 3-0 pitch that was supposed to be part of
baseball.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Softball. Anyway, it was supposed to be an intentional walk, and she singled in 2 runs on an intentional walk pitch. Didn't Miggy do that once? I think Miggy did it.
It's happened in baseball before. It happened famously in the World Series one time. Didn't it, Johnny Bench?
Did he?
I think against Oakland back in the 70s.
Yeah. And I'm going to guess you haven't watched much of this.
Or any of this?
Okay, well, I think there's one character that in this whole thing kind of cracks me up. The TV show, I'll just say the head coach for Texas Tech reminds me of a character from a TV show.
If it's Ted Lasso, I haven't seen it.
It's not Ted Lasso. It's an old network show.
Okay.
And I just want you to see if you see him, tell me who he reminds you of, because I can't put my finger on it.
Okay, who's the coach?
Gary Glasgow, GerryGlasco. He reminds me of somebody from an old TV show. And I can't put my finger on it. Something about the dude. So I trust you to get this job done.
I'll do my best during the break.
Okay, cool.
There's something to work with there.
Something look a little familiar?
Maybe.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, Tiger Baseball, coming up this afternoon. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how's your outside looking? You want to upgrade that outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. All right. So I've got the coach, Jerry Glasgow's picture up. I did a Google image search. I got lots of pictures of this guy.
Who's the head coach of Texas Tech softball? And I said, he reminds me of a character in a TV show, and I can't put my finger on it.
And the first thing I'm looking at, the first thing that strikes my mind is he kind of looks like Hank Stram. He's like a fat Hank Stram, but Hank Stram was the coach of the Chiefs back in the day. It's not Hank Stram because he was not a TV guy. I mean, was analyst, but not.
It wasn't a TV
TV show. So then what do we got? So you're going to give me a hint of some kind. You said TV show. Give me something about the TV show.
What I remember was an old guy. His wife had passed, and he had young kids, including what at the time, of course, when I was like a teenager, I thought, hot daughter, right?
Okay. All right. So you're not thinking of Too Close for Comfort with Ted Knight.
No, I don't think he looks
when he
like
had the
Ted
two
Knight,
attractive daughters, because his wife was actually still there. He was the cartoonist. There was an actor. I'm trying to remember the TV show. The actor's name was Dolph Sweet, who looks like. I mean, he looks like he'd be an old football coach, and that's kind of I can see.
You can see.
I mean, I can see how he looks like an old football coach, but I don't think he looks anything like Jerry Glasgow.
That's it. It's Dolph Sweet.
And
that's who I'm thinking of.
TV show. Give Me a Break. Give Me a Break.
It's Give Me a Break, and Dolph Sweet, I think, looks exactly like Texas Tech's coach, and I remember it for Dolph Sweet and the daughters, and the star of that show was Nell Carter, which is hysterical because
she was like the maid, the living maid.
I forgot about Nell Carter's character, but I remember Dolph Sweet and the hot daughter.
Was there just one girl in that show?
No, there was 3 or 4 kids, but
there was a dark-haired girl.
You don't
and I
think
there was
Dolph
a
Sweet
blonde
looks like Jerry Glasgow?
No, I think they both look like they could be football coaches.
Okay.
Well, maybe a little bit, I guess. Because I don't know, because I think of Dolph Sweet looking a lot older than this guy.
Dolph Sweet.
Dolph Sweet.
Such a great call.
What was the name of the girl on the show? Because that's going to bother me.
The actress?
Yeah.
Carrie Michelson.
Okay.
There was also a Lori Handler, a Lara Jill Miller.
Lara Jill Miller.
Oh,
that's the one I was thinking of.
He takes great pride in these random memories.
Yes, that I remember.
Sorry, you mad, bro?
TV show from 1981 or whatever it was, yeah.
Give Me a Break. Give Me the Break was on the air from... Why are we doing this? How old are Doug and Gator? From 1981 to 1987. So there you go.
I hate myself sometimes.
All right. We're going to get called in the corner office after this. So how about that Tiger team, huh?
Who else looks like Dolph Sweet? 248.
So many people don't know what Dolph Sweet looks like, but just say he looks like the head softball coach at Texas Tech.
Actually, when I look at old pictures, Dolph Sweet kind of does.
Does he?
That's a good call by you.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll give it.
I don't have a lot of calls like
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Solid.
All right, so Tigers in action this afternoon. This right now continues to be the team with the best record in baseball. If they take care of business today, people are going to go into this weekend with a very good feeling in this series with the Cubs. The Cubs have the second best record in the National League. They are just behind the New York Mets. The Mets have played one more game and won one more game. So this is a big showdown. Like, the Tigers have played a couple of series this year against National League teams that felt like they could be World Series previews. They played the Dodgers, got swept. They played the Padres, won that series. They won a series against the Giants. They won a series against St. Louis. Now they're getting the Cubs. And, I mean, at this point, they will be, Mets and Phillies, probably the other two. They will have tested themselves against all these teams from the National League. And the only one that beat the Tigers was the Dodgers. So these interleague series, I don't love or care that much about the interleague games. I kind of liked it when there was sort of this romance and mystery about the other league back in the day. But the reality is Tigers have shown out against National League teams and makes you feel good going in if they do have World Series matchups that, hey, man, they can play with these teams.
They can play with anybody. They can absolutely play with anybody. And as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, I full confidence that they'll add to this team to make them even better. And even if it's just raising the baseman on the team, just improving on the bottom guys in the roster, if that's all it is, it's still improving the team. I expect something more than that. I don't know if they're going to make a giant splash and go, if Boston starts to sell off parts, are they going to go and look for Rafael Devers? I don't know. But if he becomes available, I sure hope they're in the conversation. The great thing about this Tiger team is that they are in a position, because of what Scott Harris has done, and to a degree what Al Avila did before that with drafting, that they've got some real top prospects that teams from around the league would all very much covet. I think the Tigers have 2 of the top 10 prospects in all of baseball when you look at Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal.
Yeah.
So they have that to start with. 2 guys that are, right now they're both playing at high A ball at West Michigan, though maybe not for long. McGonigal is literally hitting like 470 in like a month of playing time there. And Max Clark he's an on-base machine. And I think he has more walks than he does strikeouts, which is great. But they've got, and that's just those 2, let alone, Lorenzo or Briseño or the other guys that are a little bit more advanced in terms of where they are in the minors. But they've got multiple options. If they want to go big, they got the big prospects to give up. If they want to go for a rental player, if it's a Bo Bichette, then they can give up perhaps a Jace Young or a Hao Yuli or whatever. They can do whatever they want to do.
All right, Gator, look, we have reluctantly talked about something as a topic, but we just got sent this today. Paul Skeens, who just turned 23 and has pitched right about a full season of baseball, may already be the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. He's the type of player every franchise wants as their ace, and yet the Pirates may mess this up. It's been 10 years since the Buccos made the playoffs, and this year looks highly unlikely. They've already fired their manager, and Skeens is getting no run support. Peruse the internet, and you'll see hundreds of articles about trading Paul Skeens. It may take a Godfather offer, but crazier things have happened in MLB. The odds makers at BetOnline AG have opened up odds for Skeens' next team if traded. Would you like to hear the odds?
Oh, my God. Yeah, if traded is the big 2 words in this thing. If traded, which he won't be traded. But yeah, go ahead. If traded, give me the odds. What do you got?
The Dodgers are 5-2. The Yankees are 3-1. The Tigers are 4-1.
All right, so here's what's interesting to me about that. First of all, you got teams that can afford to sign a guy like Paul Skeens later on, but you don't have to because he's not eligible to – I mean, he's always eligible, I guess, but you don't have to worry about him because he's not eligible for free agency until, I think, 2030. So it's 5 full seasons plus that you have him before you have to give him the big-time money. So I understand why the Dodgers would be there because the Dodgers spend money like it doesn't matter. The Yankees are there because they do the same thing. Their organizations are also highly thought of, though. I don't know if the Yankees have the prospect capital to put together to get a Paul Skeens. The Dodgers may have in the past, but what the Dodgers would have to do, they'd have to give up some guys in their current roster along with their best prospects. The Tigers at number 3 makes all the sense in the world because of the prospect pool that they have. And because they don't have a crazy spiraling out of control salary situation, payroll, that they could go ahead and add this guy. And if you're thinking down the road, and I'm only entertaining this because the odds are there.
Because they sent
all right,
it to
I
us.
don't think for a second that Pittsburgh's going to trade Paul Skeens. But if you are the Tigers and Paul Skeens is there, you definitely think about this, because if you think that Tarek Skubal is not going to re-sign with you because he's just going to price himself out of what you're comfortable paying,
yep,
would you be comfortable having Paul Skeens for another 3+ years beyond what Skubal was going to have before you have to worry about paying Paul Skeens?
Yeah.
And all Paul Skeens has done in 36 starts is pitched 216 innings with a 2.00 earned run average, a .920 whip, and 255 strikeouts. He has been incredible and maybe the best start to a professional career that I've seen in my lifetime.
Well, I mean, I see this and we talk about it. You and I both agree this is fantasy, and I blame one person for it: Nico Harrison.
The current general manager of the Dallas Mavericks.
Yep.
For doing something crazy like trading.
Because of the Luka trade.
Luka in the middle of the
it
night.
inspires more writing about stuff like this. This is Nico Harrison's fault.
Well, if Rob Manfred is committed to making Detroit be the topic of conversation always, then go ahead and do this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that he's viewing the Tigers like Silver views the Lakers.
Because you think it was a league conspiracy.
Yep.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Okay, so we got Tiger baseball coming up, broadcast in just under 10 minutes. Last chance to vote on our Twitter poll. The Tigers, do they need to make a big move? Or they don't have to go big when it's all said and done? Do they got to give up a legitimate prospect for a star player? Or could they stand pat or make smaller moves? Would that be enough? We're asking people, vote for one or the other. Have to go big, don't need to go big. 59.2% say they have to go big to 40.8% say they don't have to go big. 25 minutes left to vote. In the meantime, Scott, website The Athletic, Jim Bowden put together his early picks because All-Star voting, I think, started yesterday. And what did you set the over-under for All-Stars for the Tigers?
4.5, I believe.
Okay. Jim Bowden, here's my early look at the American and National League All-Star teams with starters and backups for each position. If I had to pick and project them today, so this is his prediction on who will make the All-Star team. And you set the over-under at 4.5 Tigers.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to scroll through this and we'll count them up.
Okay.
First base, Vlad Guerrero, Jonathan Aranda, and Spencer Torkelson. He writes he leads American League first baseman in home runs and RBIs. I didn't want to carry 3 first basemen, but I felt like he had to make the team. Second base, Gleyber Torres, Brandon Lowe are the second baseman. He writes Torres has been a table setter for the Tigers all season with a 388 OBP. And with Jazz Chisholm fighting injuries and hitting 194 and Marcus Seaman off to the worst start of his career, the path was open. Shortstop, no Tigers.
No.
Third base, Jose Ramirez is the starter. Alex Bregman is the backup. Can't say we didn't try. In the outfield, you got Aaron Judge in right field. You got Trent, and he's the only right fielder listed. Trent Grisham in center, Julio Rodriguez, and Byron Buxton in center. And in left field, Riley Green.
Yep, he belongs there.
Green has arrived. He's the main cog in the Tigers lineup and a major reason they have one of the best records in MLB. He posted an 831 OPS with 13 home runs and 40 RBIs while playing solid defense in left field.
That's 3.
Yep. Catcher, Cal Raleigh and Logan Ohapi.
No Dylan Dingler.
Nope.
Okay.
Designated hitter, Rafael Devers and Ryan O'Hearn.
All right. No Gary Carpenter. Makes sense.
Pitcher, starter, Tarek Skubal.
Yep.
He is the best starting pitcher in the American League and favorite to win the Cy Young Award for the second straight season. Skubal has a 2.26 ERA with a .79 whip and 99 strikeouts in 75 2/3 innings. And Gator, no other Tigers make the pitching rotation.
So it's about, I mean, I like I said, the over-under I had at 4.5.
Yep.
I thought if there was going to be a fourth, it wouldn't be, my fourth would have been, I wouldn't have had Torkelson. It would have been maybe Casey Mize.
Okay.
So when you had Casey Mize or Torkelson in there, I thought, oh, maybe he's going to get to 5. But you start to look at pitchers in the American League and starting pitchers in particular. This is where you can see why it's tough to get another one in there. The American League is chock full of really good starters.
Yep.
Bubic, Eovaldi, Hunter Brown, Max Fried, Garrett Crochet, Tyler Mahle, Drew Rasmussen all have better earned run averages than Tarek Skubal. And Tarek Skubal's is 2.26. Very good. Jacob deGrom right behind him at 2.34. These are all American League guys. I mean, that's like, what is it, 6 or 7 names I just listed off there. So it's hard to get somebody else in there. Even though Casey Mize has pitched very well for this team and maybe just doesn't qualify just enough yet with the innings pitched. But I can live with this. If it's these 4 guys, they're all very deserving. Absolutely Gleyber Torres, absolutely Tarek Skubal, and absolutely Riley Green. I think you can make a strong case for Torkelson. He does. If he's got more RBIs and home runs than any other first baseman in the American League and his OPS is huge, yeah. And I think you can make a strong case for Dylan Dingler at catcher.
I mean, look, I'm happy to be living in a world where we get to do this again, which is debate whether or not we have 4 or 5 players worthy of being in an all-star game. This has happened 10 years ago in 2015. Any guesses who the 4 all-stars were in 2015?
For the Tigers?
Yep.
Justin Verlander?
Nope.
2015?
Yep.
Max Scherzer?
Nope.
He's not one of those guys.
Nope.
Okay, so they didn't have the
those would have been my first two guesses, too.
Let's just knock Miggy.
Yep.
And they had 4 back then?
Yeah.
So I got Miggy.
Yeah. You want hints?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we claimed one of these guys off waivers, and he turned into one of the best power hitters in the league.
Why don't you just tell me?
JD Martinez.
I'm going to struggle. Sure, JD Martinez makes sense.
Traded for a pitcher.
David Price?
Yep. And the other one's still kicking around.
Nick Castellanos?
No.
Still hitting home runs?
Yeah.
This other guy, is he a pitcher or a hitter?
He's a hitter.
He's a hitter, and he's still kicking around.
Yep.
Outfielder?
Nope.
Infielder?
Yep.
I don't.
We had a
Jose
topic.
Iglesias?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Crazy, huh?
That is kind of crazy. Crazy that you would have a all-star team in 2015 with 4 Tigers. One of them is a pitcher, and it's not Max Scherzer or Justin Verlander. Was Scherzer out by that point?
He was an all-star in 2013 and 2014 with Detroit. I bet he was gone.
Yeah.
So, but things have changed. Things have changed pretty dramatically here, and we had the stat earlier, Tigers and White Sox, last 10 games. The White Sox are 2-8. Their team is hitting .230. The Tigers are 8-2, hitting .239.
Verlander was hurt that year, so.
Yeah, well,
I mean, he played, but just didn't play a ton. 20 starts.
That might have been the beginning of me predicting that he's near the end of his career.
Yeah.
And boom, just like clockwork, 10 years later, I'm starting to think he's winding down.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm looking back at that team. Here's a guy who was in the rotation and was terrible in the rotation, but repurposed himself and became really quite good for a couple of years.
Who's that?
The guy we interviewed. I don't know if you remember the interview we did with him. We were at spring training.
Shane Green?
Shane Green.
He was an interesting cat.
Was a bad starter.
Mm-hmm.
Ended up being an excellent bullpen arm for a couple of years.
Now, how many All-Stars you have, to me, it's not particularly, it makes the game a little bit more fun. I was thinking about today, they haven't announced who's in the home run derby, right?
I don't think so.
They wouldn't put Torque or Carpenter in that thing, would they?
Oh, I think you could see Torque or Riley Green. Yeah.
Could be interesting. I would, is it Brandon Inge the last guy? Was JD Martinez?
Oh, they had Pudge did it one year. Did Miggy? I don't think Miggy ever did it. I thought we had somebody recently that.
I'll have to see if I can look this up.
But it's been a while. I feel like it has been a while.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find an easy way to look at the format and see if I can find finalists. But yeah, it has been a while. But could happen this year. Could see Tigers put somebody in a home run derby. We got guys that are headed to the All-Star game, multiple players.
Prince Fielder, 2013.
Thank you.
I thought it was Dolph Sweet.
That was Large Joe Miller.
I'll tell you, during a commercial break, Gator did the deep dive on Dolph Sweet. Fascinating guy.
What a man he was.
What a life that guy led. Yep. And now he's back from he's risen from the dead and he's coaching Texas Tech in softball. All right, Tiger baseball coming up next. Tigers trying to finish a road trip at 5-2 as Gator predicted that they would and said it would be just fine with him. Can Casey Mize get the job done? Find out next. Thanks for listening. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.